Chapter 4730. Currently, the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer were at war. The Heaven Destroyer's base was in a precarious situation. Eliminating a portion of the Heavenly Palace's forces would be a great help to the Heaven Destroyer. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was just about to test my strength. Bone Devil grinned. Of course, it only revealed a row of black teeth. Kill! Xianxia was even more decisive. He charged in the direction of a sound. Soon, they arrived at the scene of the battle. As expected, it was the Heavenly Palace's people fighting with the immeasurable devil souls. At this time, the 20 or so Heavenly Palace's experts were surrounded by a large group of immeasurable devil souls. However, some of the Heavenly Palace's experts took out a few round beads. There were 7 round beads in total. These beads emitted a dazzling radiance, and a strange energy permeated the air. This energy vibrated in a unique way. Whenever the immeasurable devil souls rushed over, they would be sent flying. It seemed like these 7 round beads were specially made to restrain the immeasurable devil souls. However, there were too many immeasurable devil souls. Moreover, these immeasurable devil souls were the ones who had approached the immeasurable devil steel. They were extremely powerful. Although they were sent flying by the strange energy fluctuations, they were not destroyed. The Heavenly Palace's experts wanted to break out of the encirclement, but they couldn't do it in a short time. As long as we break those 7 round beads, the Heavenly Palace's experts will die. Lu Ming said, "That's easy. Wait for me here." Bone Devil said. After saying that, he turned into a streak of black lightning and disappeared. A moment later, Bone Devil returned. The only difference was that his body was shrouded in a layer of devil chi. It was obvious that Bone Devil had killed an immeasurable devil soul and used the other party's devil chi to disguise himself as one of the immeasurable devil souls. "Watch me." Bone Devil directly charged towards the Heavenly Palace's experts and the immeasurable devil souls. Those immeasurable devil souls treated Bone Devil as one of their own and did not attack him. Bone Devil's speed was extremely fast. He charged past the immeasurable devil souls in an instant and charged towards one of the round beads. "It's him. It's the skeleton beside Lu Ming. Stop him." The people of the Heavenly Palace naturally recognized Bone Demon. Several Lord of Heaven immediately attacked Gu Mo. Several terrifying attacks were launched at Gu Mo. However, Gu Mo didn't care about these attacks at all. He didn't have any intention of blocking them and allowed the attacks to land on his body. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sounds of metal clashing rang out, but Gu Mo was completely fine. The 3 attacks did not leave a single mark on his body. He rushed past them without stopping and arrived in front of one of the beads. His pitch-black palm bone slashed at the bead like a demonic blade. Bang! The bead immediately exploded. Of the 7 beads, there were still 6 left. After shattering this bead, the Bone Demon quickly rushed to the next bead. With another palm strike, the second bead exploded. The Bone Demon's speed was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had shattered 2 of the beads. Many heavenly humans finally reacted. "Damn it, damned skeleton, blast him to pieces. Kill." More than 20 heavenly humans were enraged. They unleashed all their strength and attacked Gu Mo. These beads were their life-saving treasures. If all of them were destroyed, they would lose their treasures that could suppress the infinite demonic soul. Only death awaited them. Therefore, they attacked with all their might. Break! The Bone Demon's soul fluctuated. His hands were like demonic blades as they slashed out continuously, breaking the attacks one by one. Even if some of the attacks landed on Gu Mo, he only staggered a little. It was as if nothing had happened. He broke through the attacks and arrived in front of the 3rd bead. With a palm strike, he shattered the bead. There were still 4 beads left. The Bone Demon rushed to the 4th bead. "You're courting death." With a roar, a sharp sword light slashed at the Bone Demon. The sword chi whistled and filled the air with terrifying fluctuations. The soul fire in the Bone Demon's eye sockets flickered. The sword made him feel a sense of danger. Source-level weapon. A thought flashed through the Bone Demon's mind. He didn't need to look to know that this was an attack from a source-level weapon. He grabbed at the air and a golden spear appeared in his hand. The spear swept out horizontally. Clang! The spear and the sword light collided with a deafening boom. A terrifying force spread out in all directions. Puff! Puff! Two ninth-tier divine masters of the heavenly palace couldn't dodge in time. They were struck by the scattered force and died on the spot. Then, the two figures floated backward. One was the Bone Demon, and the other was the Lord of Heaven of Extermination. The one who had attacked just now was the Lord of Heaven of Extermination. The battle sword in his hand was a source-level weapon. The weapon of my heavenly palace. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination said coldly as he looked coldly at the golden battle spear in the Bone Demon's hand. Soon, the battle sword in your hand will be mine. The Bone Demon's soul fluctuated and produced a voice. The golden battle spear in his hand was indeed obtained from the heavenly human tribe expert. In a world of light. Today, I will make you pay with your life. Not just anyone can use the weapon of my heavenly human tribe. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination said coldly. His body exuded a powerful aura as he pushed his fighting strength to the limit. He stepped forward and charged at the Bone Demon. The Bone Demon was fearless. He waved his battle spear and met the attack. Clang! Clang! The two moved with astonishing speed. After exchanging several dozen blows, the victor was still undecided. The Bone Demon is indeed much stronger than before. In the past, he would never have been able to match the Lord of Heaven of Extermination, but in terms of strength, the two seem to be on par. Lu Ming muttered, "If this battle drags on, the Bone Demon will win." Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. That was indeed the case. The Bone Demon had fused with a pitch-black skeleton. His body was indestructible, and his demonic qi was extremely dense. Although the offensive strength of the two was about the same, the Bone Demon was superior in other aspects. In the short term, the two might be on par, but in the long term, the Bone Demon would win. After exchanging several dozen blows, the Bone Demon ignored his defense and took a blow from his opponent. Then, he threw out his spear and swept it at the Lord of Heaven of Extermination. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination coughed up blood and retreated. His body almost exploded, and his face was pale. Bam! Bam! Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Bone Demon stabbed out twice with his spear and shattered two more round pearls. Now, there were only 2 round pearls left in the heavenly palace. The immeasurable demonic souls screamed and rushed toward the experts of the heavenly palace. With only 2 round pearls left, it was impossible to protect all sides. There would always be openings. Many immeasurable demonic souls rushed in and attacked the experts of the heavenly palace. The experts of the heavenly palace could only fight back. However, ordinary attacks were ineffective against these immeasurable demonic souls. These immeasurable demonic souls were very powerful. Suddenly, many 9th-tier divine master heavenly humans screamed. Their faces became ferocious, and their eyes turned blood red. They were completely filled with negative emotions. Kill, kill, kill! Several celestial beings roared, and they actually attacked their own people. Chapter 4731. Puff puff, blood splattered everywhere. Several heavenly human tribe members were killed by their own people. They have been controlled by the inner demon and have completely fallen. Kill them. The Lord of Heaven of Annihilation shouted. Several Lord of Heaven of Annihilation attacked and killed the heavenly human tribe members who had fallen into madness. However, more immeasurable demonic souls rushed over and they couldn't kill them all. Some of the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation were also affected by the immeasurable demonic souls. The negative emotions in their hearts kept erupting. As for the Bone Devil, it set its sights on the remaining 2 beads and charged towards them. Let's work together and stop him. The Lord of Heaven of Annihilation shouted as he waved his origin divine weapon and attacked Guimo. At the same time, the other Lord of Heaven of Annihilation also attacked Guimo. Among them, the Lord of Heaven of Silver Armor was also very powerful. He was a top Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace. He was second only to the fourth strongest Lord of Heaven. He also wielded a source-grade divine weapon, a silver spear. Gumo waved his spear and blocked the attacks of the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation. He staggered and retreated. However, as soon as Gumo retreated, he attacked the other party again. Although Gumo's defense was strong, his explosive attack was about the same as the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation. The other party's experts worked together and blocked Gumo's attack. They also knew Gumo's weakness, which was his eye sockets. That was where Gumo's soul was. Gumo's body was indestructible, but his soul was his weakness. In this way, Gumo had to focus on defense and couldn't break through the other party's defense. However, the other party only had 2 beads left, and their defense was insufficient. Immeasurable demonic souls kept rushing in, and many heavenly human tribe members were affected. Some heavenly human tribe members were completely controlled by the inner demon. The other heavenly human tribe members could only attack and kill them. After being controlled by the inner demon, they had become killing puppets. Otherwise, they would turn around and kill their own people. Lu Ming, let's attack too, Xianxia whispered. Attack. Go around and exterminate the Lord of Heaven and the others. Lu Ming said. The two of them quietly took a detour. The people of the heavenly human tribe were fighting with all their might. So how could they still notice Lu Ming and the other person? When they circled behind the Lord of Heaven and the others, the two of them charged toward the battlefield. Those boundless devil souls had discovered the two of them, and they were about to pounce on them. However, Xianxia controlled the boundless devil steel and released a wisp of aura that deterred those boundless devil souls from approaching. The two of them successfully passed through the infinite demonic souls and arrived behind the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming. The people of the heavenly palace naturally discovered Lu Ming and the other person. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven roared and stabbed his silver spear at Lu Ming. However, Xianxia made his move. He took out his source-grade divine weapon and clashed with the silver spear. A loud explosion resounded as the silver-armored man's attack was blocked. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven was shocked as he stared at Xianxia. When they exchanged blows, he felt that Xianxia's strength was shockingly strong. It seemed that Xianxia wasn't any weaker than him. Heavenly Demon Domain. Xianxia pressed his palm down, and the heavenly demon domain enveloped the battlefield. Black lotus flowers appeared and turned into sword chi that filled the sky. They attacked the people of the heavenly palace. At the same time, Lu Ming also made his move. He rushed towards the experts of the heavenly human tribe. As he rushed out, Xianxia turned into a mirror and a light shield that enveloped the people of the heavenly human tribe. Those with weaker strength were immediately affected by the illusion, and their movements paused for a moment. Gumo wouldn't miss this opportunity. He stabbed out with his spear and killed the two Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming, on the other hand, became one with his spear and used the sky-breaking style. He rushed out and stabbed at the silver-armored Lord of Heaven. Unfortunately, the Lord of Heaven reacted too quickly. He was almost unaffected by Xianxia's illusion. He slashed his sword at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked and could only retreat quickly to avoid the sword. There was still a huge gap between his current strength and extermination heaven lords. Your opponent is me, Gumo shouted coldly. His spear was like a golden bolt of lightning as it stabbed at the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven had no choice but to fight with Gumo with all his strength. Meanwhile, Xianxia was entangled with the silver-armored Lord of Heaven. Swoosh! Lu Ming changed his direction and rushed towards one of the beads. Get lost! Several Lord of Heaven roared and attacked Lu Ming together. However, Lu Ming was fearless. He waved his war god spear and blocked 2 attacks. As for the other 2 attacks, Lu Ming didn't care. He let them hit his body because Xianxia had turned into armor and covered his body. With Xianxia's defense, Lu Ming blocked the 2 attacks. He rushed past them and stabbed his war god spear twice in a row. This time, Lu Ming activated the power of origin. The power of origin exploded in the war god spear, activating a trace of the war god spear's power and greatly increasing Lu Ming's attack power. Two of the Lord of Heaven's experts tried their best to defend against Huang Xiaolong's attack, but they failed. Their bodies shook violently as they staggered back, coughing up blood. One of them had a hole in his body, and he was almost killed. After injuring the two Lord of Heaven, Lu Ming didn't stop there. The war god's spear swept out horizontally. Bang! One of the beads was directly blasted apart. With only one bead left, the Seven Moons beads area of defense became smaller. A large number of immeasurable devil souls rushed towards the Heavenly Palace's experts. Xianxia sent a wisp of energy into Lu Ming's body that contained the immeasurable devil steel's aura. The immeasurable devil souls avoided him on purpose. More heavenly humans were attacked by the immeasurable devil souls. When the immeasurable devil souls rushed past their bodies, terrifying and strange energy erupted, triggering the negative emotions in their hearts. Kill! 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 I'm number one under the heavens. Number one under the heavens, my ass. I'm the invincible one under the heavens. Those who go against me must die. Kill! I want to become the origin. I want to live forever. The heavenly humans' negative emotions erupted as they fell into their heart demons. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their expressions were hideous. As the immeasurable devil souls continued to attack, their heart demons grew stronger. By this time, the 9th level God Masters were already dead. The remaining experts on the Lord of Heaven's level couldn't resist the influence of their heart demons, and they slowly fell into madness. Regardless of who it was, there were negative emotions in their hearts. Even the Buddha race's top experts couldn't ignore everything. Once they fell into their heart demons, it was extremely terrifying. In the end, these heavenly humans started to kill each other. Lu Ming retreated in time to avoid being implicated. Charge out! The exterminating Lord of Heaven roared. After exchanging a move with the Bone Devil, both of them retreated. Then he controlled the last bead and led the silver-armored Lord of Heaven and two other Lord of Heaven in a mad dash in a certain direction. Stay! The Bone Devil wouldn't let them leave so easily. He charged forward. Die for me! One of the Lord of Heaven revealed a crazed expression as he charged at the Bone Devil. As he charged, his body emitted a dazzling light. He wanted to self-detonate. Chapter 4732. Be careful! Lu Ming roared to warn Bone Demon. At the same time, he quickly retreated to Xianxia's side, wanting to put Xianxia into the Chaos Ring. You want to self-destruct in front of me? Dream on! Bone Demon shouted coldly. Instead of retreating, he rushed towards the other party, completely ignoring the other party's attack. In an instant, he rushed into the other party's arms. His palm was like a knife, stabbing into the other party's dantian, directly crushing the other party's universe bridge. Then, the other hand chopped down, splitting the Lord of Heaven into two halves, completely killing him. However, this heavenly monarch had also obstructed the Bone Demon for a short while, giving the extermination heavenly monarch an opportunity. He was very decisive and directly threw the last round bead in a direction. Explode! The Lord of Heaven, the extermination, shouted softly, and the round bead exploded with a boom. The round bead exploded, forming a shock wave of energy. Everywhere it passed, a large number of infinite demonic souls were destroyed, and a path was forcibly opened in the crowd of infinite demonic souls. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Lord of Heaven, the extermination, the silver-armored Lord of Heaven, and the other Lord of Heaven, the three of them, quickly rushed towards the path. Stay! Lu Ming and Xianxia attacked. Xianxia performed the heavenly demon territory, enveloping the three Lord of Heaven in it. On the other hand, Lu Ming performed the primeval style and condensed a piece of land to suppress the trio. Their attacks were mainly to delay. They wanted to delay the three of them, waiting for Bone Demon or infinite demonic souls to rush over. Break! The three Lord of Heaven roared and attacked together. Among them, the Lord of Heaven, the extermination, and the silver-armored Lord of Heaven were too strong. Both of them controlled source-level divine weapons. With a blow, They directly tore apart the Chaos Continent and the Heavenly Demon Territory and continued to escape. However, at the critical moment, Xianxia shot out a beam of light that enveloped the three of them. Xianxia was now at the 8th level of the God Lord realm, and the illusory energy contained in the Pillar of Light was extremely powerful. Of the three of them, only the exterminating Lord of Heaven was completely unaffected and could instantly break free. The other two would also be affected. Although the silver-armored Lord of Heaven would only be slightly affected, he would be able to quickly break free. However, this slight influence was already enough, because the Bone Devil had arrived. Boom! Lu Ming activated the Golden Spear, causing it to become incomparably huge. It pressed down on the silver-armored Lord of Heaven and the other Lord of Heaven. However, the exterminating Lord of Heaven was too fast and had already escaped the attack range. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven roared as he broke free from the illusion. He channeled all of his strength into the silver spear and placed it in front of him, trying to block the Bone Demon's attack. Clang! The two source-level divine weapons collided with each other, creating a powerful shockwave that bent the silver spear. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven's body shook violently as he retreated, spitting out blood. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven was clearly no match for the Bone Demon and had been heavily injured in one blow. The Bone Demon's attacks continued, sweeping through the enemy like a storm. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Xianxia charged at the other Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming and Xianxia working together to deal with an ordinary Lord of Heaven was far too easy. In just one blow, their opponent had been heavily injured. Aya! This Lord of Heaven howled, his face savage as his body erupted with dazzling light. He was actually trying to self-detonate again. However, self-detonation required some time. How could Lu Ming and Xianxia give him that time? Xianxia used the Heavenly Demon Domain to tightly seal him, while Lu Ming used the Heaven-breaking style to pierce through his forehead, killing him completely. On the other side, the silver-armored Lord of Heaven was no match for the Bone Demon at all. He was completely suppressed. The bones in his arms were broken, and he almost lost his grip on his spear. Annihilation, come help me! The silver-armored Lord of Heaven roared, wanting to call the Lord of Heaven to help him. However, the Lord of Heaven did not even look back as he hurried away. He had finally broken out of the immeasurable demonic soul's encirclement. How could he let himself fall into danger again? Moreover, the Bone Demon was too strong. If he returned to save the silver-armored Lord of Heaven, he might very well die. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Our people will avenge you. The Lord of Heaven's voice rang out as he left without looking back. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven let out a desperate roar. He could only fight with his life on the line. However, there was a big gap between his strength and the Bone Demons. In addition, Xianxia and Lu Ming immediately came to help the Bone Demon. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven's fate was already sealed. He could not even perish together with the Bone Demon. After a few moves, the Bone Demon's golden spear pierced through his head. After killing the silver-armored Lord of Heaven, the Bone Demon reached out and grabbed the silver spear in his hand. Unfortunately, that guy ran away. The Bone Demon sighed and looked in the direction the Lord of Heaven had escaped. The other party had already broken out of the immeasurable demonic soul's encirclement. It was impossible to catch up to him. Lu Ming also felt that it was a pity. That was the strongest Lord of Heaven. If they could kill him, it would be a huge loss to the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming, this silver spear. The Bone Demon stared at the silver spear in his hand and dragged out his words. How could Lu Ming not understand the Bone Demon's meaning? He smiled and said, "This time, it's all thanks to you that Xiaoqing was able to obtain the immeasurable Devil Steel. We were able to kill so many experts of the Heavenly Palace. This source-grade, divine weapon naturally belongs to you." "Ha, then I won't stand on ceremony." The Bone Demon laughed and said, "Lu Ming, that can I use these two source-grade divine weapons to exchange for one of the Heavenly Court's divine weapons?" The soul fire in the Bone Demon's eyes flickered as he spoke. It was obvious that he was embarrassed. His two source-grade divine weapons were just ordinary source-grade divine weapons. They couldn't be compared to the Heavenly Court's divine weapons in Lu Ming's possession. That was a top-grade divine weapon. However, he really coveted the Heavenly Court's divine weapons in Lu Ming's possession. He could only thicken his skin and ask. Of course, Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. He wasn't stupid. He knew the value of a Heavenly Court's divine weapon far exceeded two ordinary source-grade divine weapons. However, he didn't lose out by exchanging it with the Bone Demon. The Bone Demon was his follower. If the Bone Demon had a Heavenly Court's divine weapon, his strength would increase. Wouldn't that be more beneficial to him? In fact, even if the Bone Demon hadn't said anything, Huang Xiaolong wanted to give him a Heavenly Court's divine weapon so that he could unleash his full strength. The Bone Demon's words were exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Hearing Lu Ming's straightforward answer, the Bone Demon was overjoyed. His soul fire flickered as he said, "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I didn't misjudge you. You're really loyal. Bone Demon, which divine weapon do you want? Other than the War God Spear, you can choose anything else." Lu Ming said, "I want that violet gold battle axe. It's simple and powerful in battle." The Bone Demon said. Lu Ming's mind moved, and the violet gold battle axe appeared in his hand. He handed it to the Bone Demon without hesitation. The Bone Demon received it and couldn't bear to part with it. Then, he handed the golden and silver spear to Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, I'll enter your Chaos Ring first and refine the violet gold battle axe. You guys should leave quickly. That Lord of Heaven has escaped. The Heavenly Palace will know soon," the Bone Demon said. Chapter 4733. Guillemot entered the primordial ring and began to refine the violet gold war battle axe. Guillemot was only a peak almighty right now, so his origin energy was limited. After obtaining the source-grade weapon, he needed to refine it before he could use it. This was different from reciprocity experts. Reciprocity experts basically did not need to refine their source-grade weapons to unleash great power. This was also the reason why Lu Ming had lent the source-grade weapons to Heaven Destroyer's reciprocity experts and not to peak almighty experts. This was because almighty experts could not use the source-grade weapons immediately. They needed time to refine them before they could unleash some of their power, so lending them out was useless. Of course, if reciprocity experts took the time to refine the source-grade weapons, it would be easier for them to use them and their power would be greater. Lu Ming and Xianxia left the boundless demonic abyss and the continent. "Lu Ming, where are you going next?" Xianxia asked. Autumn Moon, Dandan, Bubble, and the others are all cultivating in seclusion. Since the people of the Heavenly Palace can find you, I'm afraid they can find the others as well. I want to bring the others out. Lu Ming said. "That's right. If the people of the Heavenly Palace find us, it'll be extremely dangerous. This time, it's all thanks to the arrangements left behind by Master Fei Huang. However, do you know where they are?" Xianxia asked. When the Origin Tribulation descended, Fei Huang once drew a map of all your seclusion locations and gave it to me. She was probably afraid of encountering a situation like this. Lu Ming said. He then took out the jade token that Fei Huang had given him and looked at it. The jade tablet recorded the specific locations where Dandan and the others were cultivating in seclusion during Autumn Moon. The closest place to here is the Sea of Yuanxin, where Autumn Moon is. Let's go to the Sea of Yuanxin first and bring Qiu Autumn Moon out. Lu Ming said. Then the two of them turned into two streaks of light and left, heading towards the Sea of Yuanxin. The void of the universe ruins was also filled with danger. However, the two of them were more experienced and lucky. They did not encounter any danger along the way. However, the continents they passed by along the way surprised them quite a lot, especially Xianxia. Lu Ming had seen a lot of them before. Xianxia. Most of the continents in the ruins of the universe were deathly still. Aside from some terrifying insects, there were no plants or other life forms on the continents. But now, plants had sprouted on many continents. Flowers were blooming and plants were flourishing. Huge trees were spread across the continents, and they were lush and full of vitality. The continent was filled with exuberant energy and life essence. How was this still deathly still? It had clearly become a holy land for cultivation. Although these continent fragments hadn't given birth to living beings yet, it was only a matter of time before they did. The heaven and earth have really changed. The profound laws of the universe ruins have become orderly. Everywhere is filled with vitality. Everywhere can be a cultivation paradise. Xianxia exclaimed. Yes, there are many places in the universe ruins. Although they are not of much help to the Divine Master Realm or above, they are very beneficial to the cultivation of those below the Divine Master Realm. The lower the cultivation, the greater the effect. I can imagine that after a long period of time, it's not impossible for some main-level divine medicines to be born. Lu Ming said, is the entire universe going to usher in a golden age of cultivation and return to the primeval continent of the last era? Xianxia exclaimed. It was very likely according to the current trend. So, we can't let the heavenly human race monopolize these infinite resources. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded solemnly. Indeed, the universe ruins had undergone a great change and would usher in an unprecedented era. If the Heaven Destroyer could survive this disaster, then occupy a part of the universe ruins and cultivate its descendants, it would become stronger and stronger in the future. It might be able to compete with the Heavenly Palace. We've arrived at the Sea of Yuanxin. Suddenly, Lu Ming whispered with a hint of joy. They were about to see the autumn moon. You're so happy to see the autumn moon? Are you not happy to see me? Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming and said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He quickly smiled and said, How could that be? I don't know how happy I am to see you, Xiaoqing. When I knew that you might be in danger, the first person I thought of was you. Lu Ming said affectionately as he held Xianxing's small hand. Fool, I'm joking with you. Xianxia burst into laughter. She was so charming that Lu Ming was mesmerized by her. Xiaoqing, you're so beautiful. I can't get enough of you even if I look at you for the rest of my life. Lu Ming said. Glib tongue. Ling Yue, Huang Ling, Mulins, and the others, is this how you captured their hearts? Xianxia said coldly. Lu Ming wished he could slap himself. Why did he have such a cheap mouth? Xiaoqing, let's go pick up the autumn moon. Lu Ming quickly changed the topic and flew forward. In the void in front of them, there was an ocean floating. This ocean was very large, even larger than a fragment of a continent. The seawater was not ordinary seawater. It actually had 9 colors and was filled with dazzling, multicolored light. It wasn't strange for an ocean to be floating in the universe ruins. There were many places with it, and it wasn't the first time Lu Ming had seen it. However, the seawater was actually 9 colors. This was definitely the first time he had seen it. The autumn moon's 9 orifices sacred heart also contains 9 colors. Could it be that this Sea of Yuanxin has something to do with the 9 orifices sacred heart? Lu Ming pondered. Perhaps it was really possible. Otherwise, Fei Huang wouldn't have sent the autumn moon here. Xianxia followed behind Lu Ming, and the two of them flew into the Sea of Yuanxin. After flying into the Sea of Yuanxin, they realized that the Sea of Yuanxin was really big. It was vast and boundless. Lu Ming took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message to the autumn moon. However, he realized that it couldn't be sent out at all. With such a big Sea of Yuanxin, how can we find the autumn moon if the news can't be sent out? Lu Ming frowned. Lu Ming, the people from the Heavenly Palace shouldn't have discovered this place yet. Let's split up and search. Xianxia suggested. All right, let's split up and search. Once there's news, immediately send a message. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them flew in 2 different directions. They spread out their spiritual senses to search for the autumn moon. However, after searching for several hours, they didn't find anything. If the autumn moon is cultivating at the bottom of the sea, it's useless for me to search like this. Let's go into the sea and have a look. Lu Ming thought for a while. Then, with a plop, he dived into the sea. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a powerful force in the sea hitting him. This force was really similar to the power of the 9 orifices sacred heart of the autumn moon. However, although this force was strong, it wasn't difficult for Lu Ming to block it with his current cultivation. He had been searching in one direction in the sea. Chapter 4734. There were no living creatures in the sea of Yuan Xin. Apart from the 9-colored seawater, there was nothing else. Lu Ming searched for 7 days in a row, but found nothing. Let's go out and see if Xiaoqing has found anything. Lu Ming rushed out of the sea. Because of the strong impact in the sea, the voice transmission Jade Talisman could not be transmitted in the sea. Soon after coming to the sea, Lu Ming received a message from Xianxia. Lu Ming immediately flew in the direction of Xianxia. Lu Ming flew at full speed and soon found Xianxia. Xiaoqing, what did you find? Lu Ming asked. Let's go down and have a look, Xianxia said. When the two entered the sea, Lu Ming's eyes immediately lit up. This was because the seawater here was different from the seawater he had explored before. There were many fish in the sea here. These fishes were also colorful, a riot of colors. Lu Ming looked carefully. There were 9 colors of these fish, which was similar to the sea. The point was that these fish were not living creatures, but made of energy. However, they were very similar to real living creatures. Their eyes were very smart. When they saw Lu Ming and Xianxia, they were not afraid. They swam around the two of them and looked at them curiously. Amazing. They are not living creatures, but they contain intelligence. Lu Ming sighed. There will be more and more of these fish as we move forward in this direction. Xianxia said, let's go and have a look. The two of them moved forward. Sure enough, the more colorful fish they moved forward, the more colorful fish there were. These fish were not aggressive at all. At most, they looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia curiously and swam away. The two of them kept moving forward. After a day, Lu Ming estimated that they were about to reach the central area of the Sea of Yuan Xin. At this time, the two of them made another discovery. They discovered that many plants had appeared in the seawater. These plants also had 9 different colors. At this point, the impact of the seawater was getting stronger and stronger. Just as the two of them were about to continue forward, the seawater in front of them suddenly began to ripple violently. It turned into a huge pillar of water that shot towards them. The two of them were shocked and quickly dodged. However, more and more water pillars appeared. In the end, they were densely packed together. Bang! Lu Ming was finally hit by a water pillar. The powerful force caused Lu Ming to continuously retreat. What a strong power! But there must be something strange about this place. Maybe the autumn moon is right in front of us. Break for me. Lu Ming took out the war god spear and used the heaven-breaking stone to stab at one of the water pillars. With a loud bang, the water pillar was directly pierced and exploded. Xianxia also made a move. He took out his source-grade divine weapon and destroyed several water pillars in succession. The two of them no longer dodged. Instead, they worked together to break through the water column and continued forward. Whoosh! Suddenly, the water pillars all disappeared. However, the water was still flowing rapidly. In the end, it actually gathered into a figure. It was a figure made of 9-colored seawater. It could be clearly seen that it was a woman. She was very beautiful and seemed to be around 30 years old. She stretched out her hand, and instantly, endless seawater surged towards Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia wanted to dodge, but they discovered that their bodies were frozen by the 9-colored seawater. At this moment, the two of them turned pale with fright. However, no matter how they resisted, it was useless. The difference was too great. The surrounding seawater turned into 2 huge hands and grabbed Lu Ming and Xianxia. However, only grabbed them and did not attack them further. What a strong power! It's impossible for a divine master to have such power. This is definitely the power of the Origin Realm. However, under the Origin Tribulation, Origin Realm existences would have to seal themselves and not dare to come out. How can there be an Origin Realm expert here? Lu Ming's mind raced. He found it hard to believe. The other party doesn't seem to be an Origin Realm existence. It's not a living being, Xianxia said. After all, she was an Origin Realm existence in her previous life, so she could see something. Don't enter this place. Leave? The figure condensed from seawater actually spoke. Lu Ming was delighted. Since the other party could speak, there was room for negotiation. Moreover, the other party did not seem to want to kill them. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have been finished long ago. Senior, we're here to look for someone. Have you seen a young woman called Autumn Moon? She came here before. Lu Ming shouted. What's your relationship with her? The figure condensed from seawater asked. Lu Ming glanced at Xianxia. He's Autumn Moon's husband. Xianxia pointed at Lu Ming. Oh, so it's you. Autumn Moon did mention that you're looking for her. After the figure condensed from seawater finished speaking, another figure condensed from seawater on the other side. Who else could it be but Autumn Moon? Yes, it's her. Lu Ming was overjoyed. You can leave. You can't see her now. She's receiving my inheritance. The figure condensed from seawater said. Huh? Lu Ming and Xianxia were both stunned. Senior, you don't know. The people from the Heavenly Palace will probably find this place very soon. At that time, it will be unfavorable for Autumn Moon. If Autumn Moon continues to stay here, it will be very dangerous. Lu Ming called out, The Heavenly Palace? The figure condensed from seawater whispered. Then it asked, What kind of experts will the Heavenly Palace send here? As long as it's not above the origin realm, I can guarantee Autumn Moon's safety. Above the origin realm? How arrogant. This was Lu Ming's first reaction. Of course, it was only a thought that flashed through his mind. He did not dare to say it out loud. Senior, that won't happen. Now that the origin tribulation has descended, the existences of the origin realm have all sealed themselves. The strongest are peak divine masters. Lu Ming said, The origin tribulation has actually descended now. The sound of seawater condensing seemed to be very surprised. This surprised Lu Ming and Xianxia. The person in front of them was definitely in existence of the origin realm or above. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so powerful. However, how could such a person not know about the origin tribulation? Was it not said that when the origin tribulation descended, no matter where in the entire universe, as long as one was at or above the origin realm, it would be difficult to avoid it? Senior, won't you be affected by the origin tribulation? Lu Ming asked. This was definitely a big matter. Now that the origin tribulation had been sealed, the strongest were divine masters. If the existences of the origin realm were not affected, would they not be able to sweep through the universe? I've already fallen. Naturally, I won't be affected by the origin tribulation. The figure condensed from seawater said. What? Lu Ming and Xianxia were both shocked. The person in front of them had already fallen? Was the person speaking to them an imprint or brand left behind by him? Whatever. I'll tell you about me in detail. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave at ease. I'm the same as Autumn Moon. I once possessed the sacred heart of 9 orifices. The figure condensed from seawater began to explain in detail. Chapter 4735. Lu Ming and Xianxia were shocked when they heard what the figure said. Did this person once possess the sacred heart of 9 orifices? As far as they knew, there were only 2 people who possessed the sacred heart of 9 orifices since the beginning of the primitive universe. Before the mid-autumn moon, there was only one person. That person was a legend in the primitive universe. He had unparalleled talent, but he was a loner. He did not join any faction and cultivated alone. There were very few records of that person. They only knew that the person was at least at the origin realm in the end, but he suddenly disappeared and never appeared again. Therefore, there were not many records of the sacred heart of 9 orifices in the universe. Could the figure condensed from the sea be the legendary person? Or was this person from the previous era? However, as the person continued speaking, Lu Ming and Xianxia finally understood. It turned out that this person was really the one and only sacred heart of 9 orifices in the universe before the mid-autumn moon. Her name was Xianxia. It had to be said that Xianxia was really an unparalleled genius with rare talent. She had the sacred heart of 9 orifices. Without anyone to guide her, she groped alone, referring to the experiences of cultivators with similar sacred hearts of 7 orifices or 5 orifices to find her own path. Her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, crushing her peers. She stayed away from disputes and cultivated alone. When her cultivation reached the divine master realm, she entered the ruins of the universe. She wanted to find the cultivation method of the sacred heart of 9 orifices in the ruins of the universe. She believed that there must have been someone who possessed the sacred heart of 9 orifices in the previous era. She hoped to find the cultivation method of the sacred heart of 9 orifices that was left behind from the previous era. Unfortunately, she spent countless years and still did not find the complete cultivation method of the sacred heart of 9 orifices. However, she did find an incomplete cultivation method of the sacred heart of 9 orifices. It allowed her to confirm that there were indeed people who possessed the sacred heart of 9 orifices in the previous era, and there were many of them. Some had even cultivated to the transcendent realm. In the end, Xianxia relied on the incomplete cultivation method of the sacred heart of 9 orifices and her talent to cross the mountain of the origin realm and enter a new realm. Although this realm did not reach the transcendent realm, it was still far stronger than the origin realm. However, that realm was too difficult. There were layers upon layers of tribulations, and every step was filled with danger. Without any experience or guidance from predecessors, she finally encountered a huge problem. In the end, she wasn't able to pass through and died in this sea of Yuan heart. However, although she had fallen, the remnant imprint and the core of her power, the sacred heart of 9 orifices, had unintentionally merged with the sea of Yuan Xin. In other words, she was the sea of Yuan Xin. Just like that, countless years passed. She saw countless people come to the primordial heart sea and then leave. Until 800 or 900 years ago, the autumn moon came to this place. For countless years, the first 9 apertures sacred heart had come here. Xianxia was naturally overjoyed. Everything she had learned and comprehended could not be cut off just like that. Also, she wasn't willing to give up on the path that she hadn't taken yet. She needed someone to take it for her. Therefore, after a series of tests, she decided to pass on everything she had learned to Chiu Autumn Moon. So Autumn Moon is now accepting seniors' inheritance? Lu Ming asked. Yes, but this path is very difficult. Without the experience of predecessors, she can only rely on herself. Therefore, she needs to be very careful. The mistakes that I have made in the past have to be avoided. There are many things to learn. The inheritance will take a long time. Xianxia said. How long will it take? Lu Ming asked. 1,000 years if it's short. It's hard to say if it's long. It depends on her comprehension ability. Xianxia said. Lu Ming sighed. It seemed that he couldn't take Mid-Autumn Moon away now. However, he was happy for Mid-Autumn Moon to have such an opportunity. He was also happy for Autumn Moon. Otherwise, Mid-Autumn Moon would be like Xianxia. Without anyone to guide her, she would have to rely on herself to comprehend. It was too difficult. Senior, if the Heavenly Palace finds this place, will it really be okay? Lu Ming asked again. He was still a little worried. Don't worry. Although I can never leave this place, I can still use part of my strength in this sea of elemental heart. Not to mention that it's the origin tribulation now. Even if it's the origin realm, I can still stop it and ensure Mid-Autumn Moon's safety. Xianxia said. Hearing Xianxia's words, Lu Ming was relieved. In fact, it was the best choice for Mid-Autumn Moon to stay here and accept the inheritance. Not only could she increase her strength, but she also had the protection of an unfathomable existence. There wouldn't be any danger. If she left with him, she would most likely face a fierce battle, which would be even more dangerous. Little Qing, let's go. Lu Ming turned his head and smiled at Xianxia. Yes. Xianxia nodded. The two turned and left. After the two left, the figure condensed by the sea also dissipated. The sea returned to its calm state. Soon, Lu Ming and Xianxia left the sea of elemental heart. Lu Ming, where are we going next? Xianxia asked. The closest place to this place should be the Wanhua ruins. Danon should be there. Let's go find Dandin first, Lu Ming said. Then, the two of them went to Dandin's location. More than a month later, the two of them arrived at the Wanhua ruins. In the void ahead, there was a fragment of a continent floating. The two of them quickly approached and landed on the edge of the continent. Be careful. Don't go any further. This place is full of danger. Guillermo had flown out at some point and looked into the distance. He warned Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia nodded. In fact, they could also see it. The terrain here was extremely complicated. Mountains were stacked on top of each other. Some of these mountains looked like divine dragons, some like phoenixes, some like divine swords, some like spears. However, these mountains seemed to be connected to each other. They emitted a terrifying aura that gave people a strong sense of crisis. Lu Ming had a feeling that as soon as he set foot on these mountain peaks, he would encounter a terrifying attack. Formation. Lu Ming understood that there were terrifying arrays everywhere in this place. Senior Fei Huang said that this place is a relic left behind by a great formation force from the previous era. There are formations everywhere. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to enter, Lu Ming said. Not only that, many of the formations here are natural. Although many of them are broken, they're still terrifying, Guillermo said. He had lived for a long time and was very good at formations. Let's send a message to Dandin. If we really can't find him, we will leave. This place is full of formations. Even if the Heavenly Palace comes here, they probably won't be able to catch Dandin, Lu Ming said to Xianxia. After saying that, Lu Ming took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message to Dandin. Originally, Lu Ming didn't have any expectations. However, unexpectedly, the message was successful. Soon, Lu Ming received a reply from Dandin, asking them to wait for him here. He would be there soon. Lu Ming and Xianxia waited here for 3 days, but there was still no trace of Dandin. Chapter 4736. Dandin is still so unreliable. Lu Ming curled his lips. Dandin replied and asked them to wait for a while. His a while was 3 days? Lu Ming, look. At this time, Xianxia pointed to the front. Lu Ming looked up and found that there were suddenly rays of light in front of them, flashing from time to time. At the same time, it was accompanied by a series of screams. No, enough, enough. I don't want to play anymore. Ouch. This seat is in so much pain. Are you friends? Among the screams, Lu Ming and Gu Qing saw a tortoise running toward them. The tortoise stood upright, and the shell on its back became bigger. It stepped on the void and ran wildly, looking very wretched. Needless to say, if this tortoise was not Dandin, who else could it be? Behind Dandin, there was a string of creatures. No, to be precise, these were not creatures because they were not living beings, but were made of energy. They looked very small, only the size of a palm, and there were various types, such as birds, tigers, swords, and so on. At a glance, there were more than a dozen of them. Array spirits. These are all array spirits. The array formation here is really impressive, forming so many array spirits, Guillermo exclaimed. Array spirits. Lu Ming and Xianxia were also shocked. Generally, only extremely advanced array formations could give birth to array spirits after a long period of time and by chance. Lu Ming had encountered one before, but the probability was very small. There were more than a dozen of them here. More than a dozen array spirits chased after Dandin, making chirping sounds. From time to time, a ray of light burst out and bombarded Dandin, causing Dandin to somersault in the air. Soon, Dandin approached Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Guillermo could no longer remain calm. They hastily retreated. Those were array spirits. They could activate the array formation to attack them at any time. This was no joke. You don't have to be afraid. They're all my friends. Ouch, stop hitting me. My butt. If you hit me again, I'll cut ties with you, Dandin roared. Needless to say, this was really effective. The dozen or so array spirits really stopped and curiously sized up Lu Ming and the others from a distance. They're also my friends. You guys can go back. I want to catch up with my friends. Dandan said to the formation spirits. More than a dozen array spirits yelled for a while, and then they all retreated. Dandan flew in front of Lu Ming and the others. Dandan, you're really something. You actually became friends with the array spirit. Lu Ming said with a smile. Don't you know who I am? I was born for Array Dao. Those array spirits naturally prostrated themselves before me when they saw me. Dandan transformed into a little Taoist priest with a smug face. Lu Ming laughed in his heart. This guy was bragging again. Who was the one who was beaten to the point of crying for his parents? This guy had become friends with those array spirits. He had most likely suffered a lot. However, Lu Ming was too lazy to expose him and give him some face. Dandan, what level of the Divine Master Realm is your cultivation? Lu Ming sized up Dandan. However, there was a mysterious force enveloping Dandan that concealed his aura. This should be the power of some array formation. 5th level Divine Master Realm. What about you? Don't tell me you've been suppressed by me. Dandan said proudly. A pair of small eyes stared at Lu Ming. There was an obvious flicker in his eyes. Please don't be higher than me. Please don't be higher than me. Then he was disappointed. Lu Ming revealed a trace of his aura. 7th level Divine Master Realm. You're really a monster. My cultivation has skyrocketed over the years. I didn't expect that I still can't beat you. Dandan's face immediately darkened. However, the next moment, he immediately jumped up. This was because Xianxia had also revealed a trace of his aura. 9th level Divine Master Realm. You're all monsters. Dandan screamed. He was greatly shocked. All right, Dandan, let's get back to the topic. Something big has happened. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted what had happened in the past few years. Dandan's face darkened. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in the primitive universe in less than 1,000 years. Lu Ming, let's go. I'll leave with you. I didn't cultivate for nothing all these years. I want to let those bastards of the heavenly human race have a taste of my power. Dandan said, why don't you say goodbye to your friends? Lu Ming said, it's fine. I can inform them at any time. Dandan said and stepped out. Dandan, did you encounter any opportunities while cultivating in the Myriad Transformations ruins? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course. I'm not the same as before. Although my cultivation is only at the 5th level Divine Master Realm, you might not be able to defeat me easily. If there's a chance to give you a surprise, Dandan returned to his usual appearance. With a smug face, he asked, Lu Ming, where are we going next? This place is relatively close to the 10,000 Spirits Palace. Let's go find Yue, Lu Ming said. After some time, they arrived at the 10,000 Spirits Palace. The 10,000 Spirits Palace was very strange. It was completely connected by countless ancient trees, forming a huge palace. However, it was already damaged. From afar, one could see that many places were damaged. This 10,000 Spirits Palace was also left behind from the previous era. Lu Ming first took out a sound transmission jade talisman and sent a sound transmission to Ling Yue. However, the news could not be spread. Let's go in and take a look, Lu Ming said, and took the lead to fly towards the 10,000 Spirits Palace. The 10,000 Spirits Palace was extremely huge. Although it looked like a palace, its area was not smaller than a continent fragment. The group landed on a branch. Compared to the branch, they were like dust. Lu Ming and the others followed the branch and headed towards the depths of the 10,000 Spirits Palace. However, after walking for a while, they realized that they were always moving around the periphery and could not enter the depths of the 10,000 Spirits Palace. They continued forward, but the result was still the same. What's going on? Is there a formation here? Lu Ming frowned and looked at Dandan. There's indeed a formation, but this formation is extraordinary, Dandan said with a frown. What do you mean? Lu Ming said. Because the formation here is alive. Dandan said, a living formation? Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Bone Demon were all surprised. That's right. The formation here is completely formed by the surrounding ancient trees. Every ancient tree is a part of the formation. Moreover, these ancient trees can constantly move. When we left just now, These ancient trees were moving silently. Even we found it difficult to detect them. Dandan said, "Dandan, do you have a way to break it?" Lu Ming asked. "No." Dandan's answer was very straightforward. Lu Ming was a little speechless and said sarcastically, "Didn't you say that you were born for formations? This time, you obtained a great opportunity in the myriad transformation ruins. Why can't you break any of the formations you encounter?" Chapter 4737. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Dandan was immediately displeased. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, "What do you know? This kind of array formation is one with the entire palace. If you break a part of it, it will immediately repair itself. Unless you destroy the entire palace or control the entire palace, you won't be able to break it." Lu Ming did not say anything. He knew that Dandan's words made sense. In terms of array formations, Dandan was indeed an expert. "Let's walk a little more. If it really doesn't work, then forget it," Lu Ming said. Xianxia, Dandan, and Bone Demon had no objections. They understood that Lu Ming wanted to walk a little more because he wanted to confirm if this array formation was really that profound and safe. If it was safe, he could let Ling Yue continue to cultivate here. Later on, Lu Ming and the others tried a few more times, but the result was the same. They kept wandering around the periphery of the hall, unable to reach the core area. In the end, Lu Ming and the others gave up. "Let's go to the next place, the Sea of Time and Space," Lu Ming said. They had tried so many times, and with Dandan, a formation master, they were still unable to enter. Even if the people from the Heavenly Palace came, they would definitely not be able to enter. Ling Yue staying here to cultivate was safer than following them, so there was no need for her to come out. Their next target was the Bubbles cultivation ground, the Sea of Time and Space. However, when they arrived at the Sea of Time and Space, they stopped far away. The Sea of Time and Space was in a very remote place in the ruins of the universe. It was not a real ocean, and there was no seawater. Here, there was only a vast expanse of void. There was no substance in this void, nor were there any living beings. The void was constantly twisting and changing. It was hard to tell if it was real or not. At first glance, it seemed as if dozens of layers of space had appeared, but after a while, it seemed as if hundreds of layers of space had appeared. Such a scene caused everyone to stop in their tracks. After that, Lu Ming took out the sound transmission Jade Talisman, but it couldn't be sent out. It was blocked by a layer of energy. The space-time ocean is filled with space-time power. It's impossible to transmit sound, Dandan said. After saying that, Dandan waved his hand, and a divine weapon flew out towards the space-time ocean. This was a master-grade divine weapon. A shocking scene occurred. When this master-grade divine weapon flew into the space-time ocean, it actually disintegrated rapidly, turning into dust and dissipating. In just a breath's time, a main grade divine weapon had been silently reduced to ashes. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a main-level divine weapon had ended up like this. If a cultivator were to enter, it would most likely not be any better. It's impossible to enter this place unless you've grasped the power of space. Even reciprocity experts will struggle to enter, Xianxia said. Bone frowned. "That's great. Bubble is safe in there. Let's go to the next place, the Land of the Fallen Gods," Lu Ming said. The Land of the Fallen Gods was the place where the primitive god spirit and the heavenly human tribe had their final battle. It happened at the end of incipient god era. This battle determined the direction of the Eldritch universe. In the end, the heavenly human race won and established the heavenly palace to rule the universe. As for the primordial gods, almost all of them were killed. Only a few survived to resist the heavenly palace. This battle also happened in the ruins of the universe. There were too many experts who participated in the battle back then. If it happened in the universe, who knew how much damage it would cause? The Land of the Fallen Gods was made up of many fragments of continents. These fragments of continents varied in size. Many small fragments surrounded the largest fragment of continents. These fragments of continents were all blood red. They were dyed red by blood. Legend has it that this used to be a complete continent fragment. Its surface area was even larger than the thousand-year battlefield. Later on, the primordial divine spirit and the celestial race fought and shattered the continent. The primordial divine spirit's blood dyed the continent red, causing the continent fragment here to be red. Xianxia said. As they talked, they walked towards the land of the fallen gods. As expected, the fragments of continents floating in the void were all red. There was a terrifying aura permeating the air. Powerful primordial gods and the heavenly human race had fallen here. Their blood contained the killing intent of these experts. It had not dissipated for billions of years. At this point, everyone became more cautious, because this place used to have experts of the heavenly human race training here all year round. They might encounter experts of the heavenly human race. However, they did not encounter anyone of the heavenly human race along the way. They guessed that the heavenly human race had sent their experts to attack the Heaven Destroyer base. That was why they did not see any heavenly human race experts here. Soon, they set foot on the largest continent. This continent was also blood red in color, and the air was filled with terrifying steam engines. The continent was full of potholes, as if it was telling the tragedy of the battle back then. Fortunately, there was nothing unusual. They did not see any remains of the primordial gods. Lu Ming thought about it and understood. The heavenly palace must have occupied this place after the defeat of the primordial gods. The heavenly palace had most likely transported the bodies of the primordial gods away. The bodies of the primordial gods were treasures that were extremely beneficial for cultivation. Everyone sped up and headed toward the center of the continent. As they went deeper, they found that the air was filled with a layer of blood chi. The closer they got to the center of the continent, the thicker the blood chi. The blood chi contained terrifying chi and also contained terrifying offensive power. It was like steel needles that were about to pierce into the bodies of Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others used their skills to resist the chi. The three of them continued to move forward, but the blood chi became thicker and thicker. In the end, even their vision was greatly affected. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from ahead. Lu Ming immediately recognized that it was the roar of the primordial gods. Ahead, Dandan exclaimed. Everyone quickly rushed forward. Then they saw several huge figures fighting. Each of the figures was incomparably huge. They stood indomitable and were more than 1,000,000 feet tall. Wan Shun. Lu Ming recognized at a glance that one of the figures was Wan Shun. He had enlarged his body and used various secret techniques to fight 3 figures alone. The other 3 figures were no smaller than Wan Shun. However, they were not real creatures. These 3 figures were condensed from blood chi. Although it looked very real, Lu Ming and the rest had good eyesight. They could tell at one glance. They were 3 primordial gods condensed from blood chi, and they were fighting fiercely with Wan Shun. Good fellow, Wan Shun has already reached the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm. This place is indeed suitable for him. He probably obtained great benefits. Dandan cried out, full of envy and jealousy. After not seeing each other for more than 800 years, he realized that Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Wan Shun's cultivation were far above his. He had become the one with the lowest cultivation. There was also Autumn Moon, Bubbles, and Ling Yue. He did not know their cultivation. If they were also above his, he would vomit blood. Chapter 4738. The battle between Wan Shun and the 3 primordial godly spirits, formed from blood, was extremely intense. Wan Shun was invincible, and his body was filled with inexhaustible energy. Every time he punched, several terrifying secret techniques would burst forth to attack his enemies. But the most terrifying thing was his fist. It contained unparalleled power and destructive power, more terrifying than any secret technique. Wan Shun was like an invincible war god. However, the 3 primordial godly spirits formed from blood were also very powerful. They were locked in battle with Wan Shun. Those 3 primordial godly spirits formed from blood, should be the remnant, undying wills of the primordial godly spirits that died here. They use blood as a body to accompany Xianxia in battle to help him cultivate. Guillermo said, the soul fire in his eye sockets jumping. No wonder Senior Fei Huang brought Xianxia here. This place is really suitable for Xianxia. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming and the others did not disturb Xianxia's cultivation. Soon, half an hour passed. Xianxia became more and more courageous as he fought and began to suppress the 3 primordial godly spirits formed for blood. In the end, he defeated 1 primordial godly spirit with a single punch. Then, he launched a fierce attack and defeated the last 2 primordial godly spirits. Then, Xianxia's body rapidly shrank to normal size and flew toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, why are you here? Xianxia asked curiously. Of course, we're here to fight with you. Something big has happened. Before Lu Ming could speak, Dandan shouted. What happened? Xianxia's expression changed. It's like this, Dandan began to explain. Lu Ming was also happy to relax. What? Something like this actually happened? No wonder we haven't encountered a single heavenly human all these years. So that's why. Let's go. We'll kill our way back immediately. Xianxia roared. Xianxia, don't be rash. Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Xianxia. I don't know how the heavenly human race managed to control the demons. Now, there are more than 20,000 Divine Lord experts. If we go over, it'll be like hitting a rock with an egg. We won't be of any use. Lu Ming said. Then what should we do? Myriad Gods Dao. The gap between the 2 sides is simply too great. We have to find help. Lu Ming said. Helpers? Where do we find helpers? Now that even the demons are under the control of the Heavenly Palace, where would we find helpers? Myriad Gods Dao. Lu Ming, you can't be thinking of looking for the quasi-saint race, right? As far as I know, the quasi-saint race is very ambitious and has hidden themselves very deeply. I'm afraid they won't help us. Xianxia said. She had the memories of her past life, so she knew as much as Tang Jun. Quasi-saint race is indeed unreliable. Lu Ming said. When he was fighting for the human king's body in the World of Rings, he had come into contact with the quasi-saint race. The strength of the quasi-saint tribe was definitely beyond his imagination. He could see that even the immortal was somewhat afraid of the quasi-saint tribe. However, the quasi-saint race's ambition was definitely not small. They had been very low-key for so many years, but when the human king's body appeared, they made a move in a high-profile manner. This was definitely not ordinary. The possibility of seeking their help was extremely low. Then what should we do? The myriad deities asked. Dark Universe. Lu Ming suddenly said. What? This time, even Xianxia, Dandan, and the others were shocked. Dark Universe? Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to seek the help of the evil demons? Was he crazy? Moreover, wasn't the evil demons controlled by the heavenly human race? The evil demons and the heavenly human race have been enemies since ancient times. The difference in strength between the 2 sides isn't big. How could the evil demons suddenly be controlled by the heavenly human race? Something big must have happened. I plan to go to the Dark Universe and investigate what exactly happened. If the evil demons can break free from the heavenly human race's control, the situation will immediately reverse. In addition, the heavenly human race only sent out 7,000 to 8,000 evil demons this time. Logically speaking, the number of evil demons should be more than 7,000 to 8,000. If the heavenly human race really controls the evil demons, the number of evil demons sent out should be more than 7,000 to 8,000. Perhaps there's something hidden inside? Lu Ming analyzed. Xianxia, Dandan, Xianxia, and the others felt that this made sense. If they could find out what happened in the Dark Universe, or find a way to break the evil demons free from the heavenly human race's control, then the danger of Heaven Destroyer Station would naturally be eliminated. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have a way to enter the Dark Universe, nor would they dare to enter the Dark Universe. One was the entrance to the Dark Universe, which was guarded by the 4 Heavenly Palace. There were a large number of experts, so they couldn't enter at all. The other was that even if they could enter the dark universe, they would be killed by the evil demons. However, it was different now. Now that it was the Origin Tribulation, all the Origin Realm experts had sealed themselves. The Heavenly Palace had mobilized almost all the Almighty Realm experts to attack the Heaven Destroyer Station, including some of the evil demons. Now that they entered the dark universe, they could protect themselves. Afterward, they discussed the specific details and set off for the dark universe. There was more than one entrance to the dark universe. They chose the entrance to the dark universe guarded by the illusory Heavenly Palace. Several months later, they finally arrived at the entrance to the dark universe of the illusory Heavenly Palace. In the starry sky of the universe, there was a huge abyss, like a crack in the starry sky. The abyss was so huge that it was like a speck of dust compared to it. Around the abyss, there were hundreds of stars. In the past, there were countless Heavenly Palace experts stationed on these hundreds of stars. Among them, there are definitely many Almighty Realm experts, and there were even Origin Realm experts. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was too low when he came here in the past, so he couldn't sense the location of the Almighty Realm or Origin Realm. Back then, the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Palace official said that the 5 Heavenly Palaces all guarded such an entrance to the abyss. However, the 5th Heavenly Palace is mysterious and unfathomable. No one knows where it is. In the starry sky of the universe, no one has seen it before. Is it really guarding an entrance to the abyss, or is it fake? Lu Ming pondered. There are also people from the Heavenly Palace guarding those stars, but there aren't many of them, and they aren't strong. There isn't a single Almighty. Gumo's spiritual sense was powerful. He scanned the stars one by one, but no one discovered him. It seems that the demons are really under the control of the celestial race. Otherwise, the Heavenly Palace wouldn't be so relaxed and only have so few people stationed here. Lu Ming said. However, there wasn't a single Almighty here, which made it easier for Lu Ming and the others to move. Dandan used a formation to conceal everyone's aura and figure. They quickly flew toward the entrance to the abyss, and no one discovered them. After entering the abyss, they kept descending. Their speed was many times faster than when Lu Ming had first come here. The first time, Lu Ming had participated in the Heavenly Soldier examination and followed the Heavenly Official. It took him a day to reach the bottom. Now, it only took him half an hour to reach the bottom. There was a huge city on the ground below. It was built by the Heavenly Palace, and it was called Nantian City. It used to be used to fend off the demons, but now, there weren't many people guarding it. Chapter 4739. In Nantian City, Lu Ming and the others scanned the area with their spirit consciousness. They didn't find a single divine master, and there weren't many people guarding it. Moreover, the protective array of Nantian City wasn't activated. It wasn't in a defensive state at all. It was as if the dark universe had become the backyard of the Heavenly Palace. There wasn't a single divine master, so naturally, no one noticed Lu Ming and the others. They easily passed through Nantian City and entered the territory of the demons. There were countless forces among the demons. According to their strength and danger level, they were divided into different levels by the Heavenly Palace. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5. When Lu Ming participated in the Heavenly Soldier assessment, he entered the Level 2 area. These areas were filled with countless demons. Once a non-demon creature was discovered, it would attack. However, this time, Lu Ming and the others entered the territory controlled by the demons. They weren't attacked because all the demons were controlled. They were controlled by the heavenly human race. Lu Ming and the others found that there was 1 or 2 members of the heavenly human race in each demon force. All the demons were obedient and listened to the orders of the heavenly human race. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the others were very gloomy. They continued to move forward and passed by a large number of demon forces. Whether it was Level 2, Level 3, or Level 4, or Level 5, they all obeyed the orders of the heavenly human race. What happened in the dark universe? Why are all the demons obeying the orders of the heavenly human race. Wuxia asked in shock. It's not just a few forces. It seems that the entire dark universe is the same. What kind of method can achieve such a shocking effect? Xianxia said. Even though she had the memory of her previous life and was knowledgeable, she couldn't figure out what had happened. Anyway, this was definitely not a good thing for Heaven Destroyer. We'll know after we capture a few heavenly human race members and interrogate them. Lu Ming said. Then, he started to take action. He quietly entered a level 5 demon force and took down a heavenly human who was guarding the place. This heavenly human race member was only at the Divine Emperor realm, so he couldn't resist at all. In a remote place, you're Lu Ming. How dare you come to the dark universe? The celestial god emperor of the heavenly human tribe recognized Lu Ming at first glance and shouted in horror. He had not expected that Lu Ming would be so bold as to enter the dark cosmos at this time. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Tell me, what happened in the dark universe? How do you control the demons? Lu Ming asked coldly. Don't even think about getting a single word out of me. The heavenly human race, God Emperor roared. Is that so? You really have a backbone. Unfortunately, not everyone has such a backbone. If you don't say it, someone else will. Go ahead. Lu Ming coldly spoke. Under the horrified gaze of the God Emperor of the celestial race, he stomped his foot down. The body of the God Emperor of the celestial race was torn into pieces, and he died on the spot. Then, Lu Ming and the others went to another demon force and captured the heavenly human race member guarding there for interrogation. Just like Lu Ming said, not everyone had such a backbone. When they interrogated the third person, that person obediently spoke. It's the demon ancestor worm. The divine masters spread the demon ancestor worm into the air of the dark universe. The demon ancestor worm is extremely small, but it can enter the body of every demon through the air. The demon ancestor worm will corrode the demons. Once the demons are corroded by the demon ancestor worm, they can only obey our orders like puppets. The third heavenly human race god emperor said in a trembling voice, Demon ancestor worm? Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, Gu Mo, and Wuxia were stunned as they had never heard of it before. What is the demon ancestor worm? Where did it come from? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. It's the top secret of my tribe. Even many divine masters don't know about it. We only know how to carry out missions. The heavenly human race god emperor said. Are all the demons in the dark universe controlled by the heavenly human race? Or are there some demon forces that haven't been controlled? Lu Ming asked again. There are indeed some demon forces that haven't been controlled by the demon ancestor worm. We don't know what's going on either. The heavenly human race god emperor said. The eyes of Lu Ming and the others lit up. Where are those forces? Where are they located? Lu Ming continued to ask. There are 4 royal families of the demons. 2 of them have been controlled by us, and the other 2 are not. I have a map of the dark universe here. You can take a look. The heavenly human race god emperor took out a map from his storage ring as he spoke. Lu Ming took it and injected his energy into it. A map appeared out of thin air. It was indeed a map of the dark universe. The size of the forces in the dark universe were clearly marked on it, including the 2 royal families that hadn't been controlled. Everyone, I've told you everything I know. Can you spare my life? The heavenly human race god emperor looked at Lu Ming and the others anxiously. He had told them all in order to survive. Poof! Before he could react, the myriad god attacked and destroyed his body and soul with one move. You know we're here, and you still want to live? How naive. The myriad god sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. Let's go. Let's find the 2 royal families that haven't been controlled. Lu Ming said. Xianxia, Dandan, and the myriad god didn't say anything and followed Lu Ming. With the map, they didn't have to search blindly. Besides, almost no one in the dark universe could stop them, so they were extremely fast. Soon, they approached one of the territories occupied by the royal families. The royal family they first came to was called the Purple-Eyed Demon Race. There were a total of 4 royal families, and they were the strongest forces in the dark universe. Their bloodlines were powerful, far superior to other demons. They were also the most powerful. The four royal families occupied 2/3 of the dark universe's territory. The other demon forces were almost all subsidiary forces of the four royal families. Kill them. Lu Ming and the others were flying when they suddenly heard battle cries. Cold killing intent surged toward Lu Ming and the others like a tide. Following that, huge and burly figures rushed out from the surrounding mountains. These figures had wings on their backs, and they were all demons. Moreover, they were extremely powerful, all at the God Lord realm. Among the demons, they were known as demon lords. A total of dozens of demon masters charged toward Lu Ming and the group. Lu Ming's group of 5 had sharp spiritual senses. They immediately reacted and blocked these attacks. The newcomers are very strong. Stand down and leave them to us. A dignified voice came from the sky, and then a violent pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. Following that, several terrifying attacks attacked Lu Ming and the others. Peak God Lord. Lu Ming and the others didn't need to look to know that these attacks came from Peak God Lord experts. They were extremely terrifying. Chapter 4740. Those who attacked Lu Ming and the others in the sky were definitely peak demon lord existences. They were very powerful, and there were quite a number of them. Leave it to me. Bone Demon roared and rushed up. He didn't use the source-level divine weapon, and his pitch-black palms continuously slashed out. Bang! 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 Many explosions sounded in succession. Bone Demon's figure landed back on the ground, completely fine. As for the peak demon lord in the sky, he was knocked back explosively. Only now did Lu Ming realize that there were a total of 7 peak demon lord figures in the sky, but facing Bone Demon, they were completely at a disadvantage. At the same time, Lu Ming also discovered that these demons were very different from the demons that Lu Ming had seen before. These demons were only slightly taller than humans, and their figures were also more slender. At the same time, their appearance was closer to humans. The demons that Lu Ming had encountered before all had wide mouths and fangs, and their faces were ferocious. But these demons didn't. Their appearance was almost no different from humans. It was just that they still had a pair of demon wings on their backs, and their eyes were all purple. Purple-eyed demon race. Lu Ming understood that these people should be one of the 4 royal demon races, the purple-eyed demon race. These people were indeed not controlled by the celestial race. At this moment, these 7 demons looked at Bone Demon in shock. Bone Demon's strength was too strong. The 7 of them working together were actually not his match. What powerful strength! Looks like a top lord of heaven from the heavenly palace has come. Very good. Killing you all will be a great loss to the heavenly palace. Not far away, a cold voice came. Following that, a group of people stepped on the air and came over. This group of people had a total of over 100 people. They were all purple-eyed demons, and each demon emitted a terrifying aura. Demon Lord, over 100 people, and they were all Demon Lord existences. Lackeys of the heavenly palace, kill. One of the demon lords stepped out, holding a pitch-black demon blade in his hand. His body emitted a terrifying aura. The demon wings on his back flapped, and his figure was like a bolt of black lightning, pouncing towards Bone Demon. This person actually wanted to fight Bone Demon alone. The demonic saber slashed out, and the terrifying saber light went straight for the Bone Demon's head. The Bone Demon was fearless. It faced the enemy with its bone palm, striking out with a palm. With a clang, the bone palm and the demonic saber collided, causing a violent explosion. The demon lord's body trembled violently, and he retreated rapidly. The demonic saber in his hand actually had a hole in it. That was a main grade divine weapon, not a source grade divine weapon. You want to fight me alone? How naive. You're simply displaying your sleight skill before an expert. Guillermo snorted coldly. His body was like lightning as he charged toward the other party. His bone palms struck out continuously, forcing the other party to retreat continuously. The surrounding purple-eyed abyssals were all shocked. That devil master who attacked was a top-notch devil master in the devil clan. Among the devil masters, there weren't many who could match him. However, he wasn't a match for Guillermo at all. The other party's strength was too shocking. In fact, it wasn't that this demon lord wasn't strong. On the contrary, his strength was astonishing. His combat power was almost on par with the strongest four-lord of heaven in the heavenly palace. Even if it was a little lacking, it wouldn't be too far off. However, it was a pity that he was restrained by Guillermo. Guillermo was the ancestor of the demonic path, and abyssals were also abyssals. The other party's demonic chi was restrained by Guillermo, and his combat power couldn't be displayed at all. Even if Guillermo didn't use a divine weapon, he could still easily defeat the other party. Let's attack together. Why talk about fairness with the heavenly palace's trash? Yes, let's attack together. The other abyssals roared. Suddenly, more than a dozen abyssals pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Everyone stop. We're not from the heavenly palace. Lu Ming roared. Don't try to quibble. Do you think we'll believe you? Kill them. More than a dozen abyssals instantly closed in on Lu Ming and the others. They exploded with terrifying attacks, pouring towards Lu Ming and the others. Boom! Lu Ming had no choice but to attack. He took out the War God Spear and clashed with two peak devil masters, blocking their attacks. At the same time, Dandan, Wan Shun, and Xianxia also attacked. The tortoise shell behind Dandan's back rapidly expanded. The tortoise shell was covered with dense runes. These runes were very small, and mortals couldn't see them with their naked eyes. Countless tiny runes intertwined with each other to form different formations. These didn't exist before. Clearly, Dandan had obtained them from the myriad transformations ruins. One of the rune arrays emitted a resplendent light. In the sky, several huge shields suddenly appeared. The attacks of several peak devil masters bombarded these shields, but they didn't break through. Ha ha! I'll let you have a taste of my array from the last era. Dandan laughed proudly. On the other side, Xianxia was fighting several peak devil masters alone, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Roar! Wan Shun roared, and his body rapidly expanded. His blood boiled, and his muscles bulged. With a punch, he blasted away the attack of a peak devil master. Wan Shun's divine power has mutated. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Wan Shun's divine power was originally one of the strongest among the primordial divine powers. But now, it had mutated and become even more terrifying. Just like Xi's divine power had also mutated. However, Wan Shun's mutated divine power seemed to be even stronger and more terrifying than Xi's. Guillermo was only a 7th-level divine master, but he could fight a peak devil master alone. In terms of combat strength, although he was slightly inferior to Lu Ming, he wasn't far off. The surrounding evil demons were dumbfounded. They were completely shocked. The combat strength of Lu Ming and the others was too strong. Each and every one of them was a freak. When did the Heavenly Palace produce so many freaks? We can't let these people go. Take this opportunity to kill them all. We'll definitely make the Heavenly Palace suffer heavy losses. Yes, attack. More evil demons roared and wanted to attack together to kill Lu Ming and the others. Everyone, you've misunderstood. We're not from the Heavenly Palace. We're from Heaven Destroyer. We're here to cooperate with you. Lu Ming continued to roar. Bullshit. Who would believe you? An evil demon who was fighting with Lu Ming roared and continued to attack. Stop. At this moment, a clear voice rang out. This voice seemed to have some kind of magical power. After it rang out, all the evil demons stopped and retreated. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. The one who spoke was a young, evil demon. Moreover, it was a woman. This woman was almost no different from a human. She had a graceful figure and looked like she was bursting with divine material. She wore a long purple dress and had a pair of purple gem-like eyes. Even among humans, she would be a peerless beauty. However, Lu Ming was sure that she was an evil demon. Although the evil demon wings on her back were retracted, the aura she emitted was definitely that of an evil demon. Her cultivation was at the 6th level divine master realm. Princess, these people must be the peerless geniuses that the heavenly palace carefully nurtured. Shouldn't we get rid of them? An evil demon asked. They might not be from the heavenly palace. They just said that they're from Heaven Destroyer. The young woman smiled. Chapter 47-41. The young woman's smile was filled with a myriad of emotions. It wasn't hard to tell that she was the princess of the purple-eyed fiend race. Princess, don't trust them so easily. Some fiends advised. You're right. The fiend princess nodded and looked at Lu Ming and the others. Do you have any way to prove that you're not from the heavenly palace, but from the Heaven Destroyer? Is there a need to prove it? The primitive divine spirits and the heavenly human race are enemies. I'm a primitive divine spirit. How can I be from the heavenly palace? Wan Shun shouted. You're right. The primitive divine spirits and the heavenly human race are enemies. You're also a primitive divine spirit, but there are more than one primitive divine spirits controlled by the heavenly human race in history. The fiend princess smiled. You, Wan Shun was speechless. Then what about the forbidden body? Lu Ming asked. Forbidden body? The fiend princess' eyes lit up. I've heard that the forbidden body and the heavenly human race are enemies. Could it be that one of you is a forbidden body? I'm a forbidden body, Lu Ming said. You're a forbidden body? Almost all the fiends looked at Lu Ming. Princess, we've never seen a forbidden body. We can't tell if he's a forbidden body, a fiend said. You're right. These fiends are really cautious. Lu Ming was speechless, but it was understandable. Now that the fiends were in danger, anyone would be more cautious. Do you have any evidence to prove that you're from the Heaven Destroyer? If you can, we can sit down and talk. The fiend princess said. Easy. Lu Ming smiled and took out a rest image stone calmly. When they were fighting for the human king's body in the world of light, everyone was suppressed to the first level of the divine master realm. Many people secretly recorded the battle with the rest image stone, especially the battle between Lu Ming and Yi Immortal. Back then, Fei Huang had also seen the battle between Lu Ming and Yi Immortal. That was how she figured out the true identity of the Yi Immortal. In order to study Yi Immortal's Genesis techniques, Lu Ming had made a copy of them. Now, they could finally be put to good use. An image appeared on the breathing shadow stone. It was an image of his battle with the heavenly human tribe. Looking at this scene, there was no doubt that Lu Ming was a member of Heaven Destroyer. This was because it couldn't be faked, as both sides had several thousand divine masters on their side. They really are Heaven Destroyer's men. The surrounding demons finally retracted their auras. The demon princess, accompanied by several experts, walked towards Lu Ming and the others. I'm sorry, there was a misunderstanding just now. The demon princess said. I understand. If it were us, we would also be so cautious. Lu Ming said, putting away the rest shadow stone. I'm Xianxia. How should I address you? The demon princess said. Lu Ming and the others reported their names. Everyone, how did you enter this place? Won't the people of the heavenly palace stop you? In history, no one outside the heavenly palace has ever entered this place. Xianxia asked curiously. Now that the world has changed, the heavenly palace has deployed all the experts to attack the Heaven Destroyer's base. They're not on guard against the dark universe. Then, Lu Ming briefly explained the current situation of the primitive universe. I see. I didn't expect the situation to be so tense. Xianxia's face also became serious. Princess Xianxia, since you are not controlled by the demon ancestor insect, why don't you take the opportunity to attack? The heavenly palace is not on guard now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Ming said, if the demons could attack, they would be able to restrain part of the heavenly palace's forces, and the Heaven Destroyer would have more chances to turn the situation around. It's not that we don't want to attack, but we can't. Xianxia sighed. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked. Do you think we are not affected by the demon ancestor insect? None of the demons in the dark universe can escape the demon ancestor insect's influence. We can only suppress it with a special method, but we can't suppress it for too long. Every once in a while, we have to enter a specific place to suppress it again. Otherwise, we will be completely eroded by the demon ancestor insect. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others' hearts sank. It turned out that the purple-eyed demons were also eroded by the demon ancestor insect. They could only suppress it with a special method, but they could not leave for a long time. Then, wouldn't no one be able to restrain the heavenly palace? What is the demon ancestor insect? Is there a way to completely remove it? Lu Ming asked. There is. Zixian said. What is it? Maybe we can help. Lu Ming said. Ew. Zixian seemed to have thought of something, and her purple eyes suddenly brightened. Speaking of the demon ancestor insect, we have to start from the source. If you don't mind, why don't you follow me to Modu? Zixian said. Sure. Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. They, the Heaven Destroyer, had no enmity with the myriad demons. On the contrary, they had a common enemy. He believed that the purple-eyed demons would not harm them. Immediately, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others followed Zixian and the others to Modu. Modu was the capital of the purple-eyed demons. Its full name was Purple-Eyed Demon City. On the way, they learned that the origin realm experts of the purple-eyed demons had sealed themselves because of the origin tribulation. Now, the purple-eyed demons were temporarily managed by Zixian. Zixian naturally had brothers and sisters, but Zixian was the most talented of them all. She was the #1 prodigy of the younger generation of the purple-eyed demons. Her prestige in the purple-eyed demons was very high. Soon, they arrived at Modu. Zixian set up a banquet. Everyone ate and drank while chatting. We also verified many times before we finally found the origin of the demon ancestor insect. If our deduction is correct, the demon ancestor insect should be refined by the heavenly human race using the flesh of the demon ancestor and some other materials using a unique method. Zixian explained. The flesh of the demon ancestor? How did it fall into the hands of the heavenly human race? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming, don't you know the origins of the heavenly human race and us demons? Zixian glanced at Lu Ming and asked. I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head. Not only him, but Xianxia, Gu Imo, Dandan, and Wan Shun also shook their heads. Then, they looked at Zixian expectantly, wanting to hear some secret from her. There's nothing to hide. The heavenly human race and the demon race are from the previous era. Zixian said. What? Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others were all shocked. Their eyes couldn't help but widen. The heavenly human race and the demon race were actually from the previous era. Were they a great clan from the previous era? Were they residents of the primitive continent? Had they experienced the change of era and passed down until now? It was simply inconceivable. Legend had it that at the end of the previous era, a great war broke out in the primitive continent. The primitive continent shattered, and everything was destroyed. Nothing was left. The entire universe was turned into ruins. The heavenly human race and the demon race actually survived. Chapter 47-42. In the previous era, the Eldritch continent was dominated by the human tribe, the demon tribe, and the sorcerer tribe. These three tribes almost ruled the entire Eldritch continent. Among them, the human race was the most powerful. The monster race and the Wu people might not be as powerful as the human race. The heavenly human race and the fiend race were actually the servants of the human race. Zixian continued to explain. Her words were simply astonishing. Lu Ming and the rest were dumbfounded. The heavenly human race and the fiend race were the servants of the human race in the last era. Don't be surprised. It's recorded in the ancient books of the fiend race. Besides, the heavenly human race wasn't called the heavenly human race at first, but the demi-human race. They changed their name to the heavenly human race in the new era. It means the sky of the human race. How ridiculous. Do they think that a name can change the fact that they used to be servants? Zixian sneered. Lu Ming and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that there were so many secrets hidden behind. What they knew before was probably just the tip of the iceberg. Later on, an earth-shattering war broke out in the primitive universe. The primitive continent was shattered, producing a destructive energy that wiped out all living beings. The heavenly human tribe and the demon tribe were lucky, and only a portion of their people survived. Xianxia continued. Legend has it that when the untainted land was destroyed in the last era, even the transcendents died, and all living beings were destroyed. How did the fiend race and the heavenly human race survive? Lu Ming asked curiously. We were just lucky, Xianxia said casually, as if she didn't want to talk about it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he didn't ask more. He knew that Xianxia was hiding something, but since she didn't want to talk about it, he didn't want to ask more. After all, this was someone else's territory. Some of the ancestors of the Devil clan participated in the Great War on the primitive continent and died there. Most of them were left somewhere in the ruins of the universe and were found by the heavenly humans. Then, they were refined into devil bugs. The bloodlines of fiends are extremely strict. The demonic ancestral insects they refine from the flesh of fiend progenitors possess an extremely great suppressive effect on younger fiends like us. That's why we're so easily corroded. Even reciprocity existences struggle to resist because it's a suppression that originates from the bloodline. Xianxia continued to explain. Lu Ming and the others finally understood the origin of the demonic ancestral insects. The demonic ancestral insect was refined by the heavenly human tribe using the flesh and blood of the demonic ancestral insect that had died in the primordial continent during the last era. Why do you demons have a feud with the heavenly human race? Logically speaking, you were once the subordinates of the desolate human race. This time, it was Xianxia who asked. In fact, this was also the question that Lu Ming, Dandan, and the others wanted to ask. That's because the heavenly human race is despicable and shameless. They trapped my race in this dark universe. Flames of hatred burned in Xianxia's eyes. Lu Ming and the others were stunned. Were the fiends not originally in the dark universe because of the heavenly human race? Speaking of this, it's a very long story. It's also related to why my purple-eyed fiend clan was able to temporarily resist the demonic ancestral insect. Xianxia continued. Lu Ming and the others perked up their ears to listen. The reason why the purple-eyed fiends were able to temporarily resist the demonic ancestral insect's corrosion was because we had the powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal. Xianxia explained. The powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal? Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others were still puzzled. They discovered that what they were hearing today was something they had never heard of before. That's right, the powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal. As the name implies, the powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal comes from the demonic ancestral blood crystal. The demonic ancestral blood crystal is the fiend clan's most precious treasure. According to legends, it's related to the birth of the fiend clan. It's incomparably ancient and is the fiend clan's foundation and source. It's even older than the fiend clan's primogenitors. My clan blends the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder into water and soaks us in it. Borrowing the power of the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder, we can suppress the demonic ancestral insect. Xianxia explained. Lu Ming and the others understood. The reason why the demonic ancestral insect could corrode the fiend clan was because it was refined from the flesh of the fiend clan's primogenitor. The demonic ancestral blood crystal could suppress the fiend clan's primogenitor in terms of level. Therefore, it could suppress the demonic ancestral insect. Unfortunately, the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder we have is too little. After being diluted with water, its power has weakened greatly. It can't destroy the demonic ancestral insect in our body. It can only suppress it for a short period of time. After a while, the demonic ancestral insect in our body will become active again. We have to enter the water again and borrow the power of the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder to suppress the demonic ancestral insect. Xianxia sighed. You mean if the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder isn't too diluted, it can completely destroy the demonic ancestral insect in your body? Lu Ming asked. That's right. However, the amount of demonic ancestral blood crystal powder we have is too little. Moreover, there are too many clansmen. We can't just use it to save a few people and ignore the majority. Xianxia said. Then, how can we obtain more demonic ancestral blood crystal powder? Or, how can we obtain a complete demonic ancestral blood crystal? Lu Ming asked. This is what I want to tell you. It's about the origin of the grudge between the Fiend clan and the Heavenly Human clan. In fact, the demonic ancestral blood crystal is in the dark universe. Xianxia said. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others' eyes flashed, but they didn't say anything. They knew that Xianxia would continue. After the previous era ended and the era changed, it evolved into the current primitive universe. The Fiend clan and the Heavenly Human clan were lucky enough to survive. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Human clan obtained the Fiend clan's supreme treasure, the demonic ancestral blood crystal. They didn't return the demonic ancestral blood crystal to the Fiend clan. Instead, they placed the demonic ancestral blood crystal in the dark universe and sent the news to the 4 royal demon clans. The demonic ancestral blood crystal is the Fiend clan's supreme treasure. The 4 royal demon clans wanted to control it in their own hands. Therefore, the 4 royal demon clans led all the Fiend clan members and rushed into the dark universe to fight for the demonic ancestral blood crystal. When the 4 royal demon clans and their subordinates entered the dark universe, the Heavenly Human clan took the opportunity to block the entrance and prevent the Fiend clan from returning to the primitive universe. They also killed all the remaining Fiend clan members in the primitive universe. In the beginning, the 4 royal demon clans didn't pay attention because they wanted to fight for the demonic ancestral blood crystal. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. The exit had been completely blocked. The Heavenly Human clan sent a large number of powerhouses to guard it. The Fiend clan fought each other for the demonic ancestral blood crystal and suffered great losses. They wanted to rush out, but it was already too late. After Xianxia's explanation, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, and the others finally had a general understanding of the grudge between the Fiend clan and the Heavenly Human clan. They also knew why the Fiend clan members stayed in the dark universe. Chapter 47-43. According to Xianxia, the Fiend race was stronger than the Celestial race at the beginning of this epic. But because the 4 royal races fought each other, their strength weakened rapidly. In the end, their overall strength became weaker than the Celestial race, and they were blocked in the dark universe by the Celestial race. Then, what about the Demon Ancestor Blood Crystal? Which race did it end up in the hands of the 4 royal races? Lu Ming asked. Sigh, no one got it. Xianxia shook her head and sighed. The treasure box that contained the blood crystal of the demon ancestor had long been enchanted by the human king. When the 4 royal demon clans were fighting for it, they accidentally triggered the enchantment on the treasure box. The enchantment opened and covered all directions. All the demons that were enveloped by the enchantment were turned into ashes. Many of the experts of the 4 royal races died under the seal. A seal set up by the human king? The human king. Lu Ming's heart trembled. You already know that the Fiend race was once the servants of a human race. The seal set up by the human king is extremely effective against the Fiend race. So, even if the demon ancestor blood crystal is somewhere in the dark universe, and every Fiend knows where it is, they can't get it. As long as they step into the range of the seal, they will be turned to ashes. This is the same for the Celestial race. There were Celestial race members who once stepped in and wanted to take away the demon ancestor blood crystal, but they were also turned to ashes. Xianxia said, Oh, there were Celestial race members who wanted to take away the demon ancestor blood crystal. Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right. The Celestial race wanted to cut off the Fiend race's path of retreat, so they couldn't cultivate. Xianxia said. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, and the others were even more curious. Xianxia seemed to have guessed what Lu Ming and the rest were thinking. She continued, Are you curious about how the demon clan is trapped in the dark universe and can't enter the ruins of the universe to search for resources? How do the Almighty Realm and the Origin Realm cultivate and advance? Lu Ming and the others immediately nodded. Actually, This question had been hidden in Lu Ming's heart for a long time. In the primitive universe, once one's cultivation reached the godly master realm, one would have to enter the universe's ruins to search for resources to increase their cultivation. For example, the Great Desolation Crystal and a main-level divine medicine could help divine masters improve. Treasures that contained origin imprints could help reciprocity experts increase their cultivation. None of these existed in the universe. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any in the dark universe. How did the demons improve? If they couldn't improve, the demons would have been destroyed by the Heavenly Palace a long time ago. It's still because of the ancestral fiend blood crystal. Although the treasure box containing the demon ancestor's blood crystal is covered with a spirit formation that prevents us from approaching it, the aura of the demon ancestor's blood crystal is still leaking out nonstop. It's affecting a very large area around it. The area within billions of miles of the ancestral devil blood crystal is affected by the ancestral devil blood crystal, producing a type of bloodstone. Even if a devil lord realm abyssal were to absorb this bloodstone, their cultivation would increase. And within the bloodstone, there's an extremely high chance of producing a bloodstone of an extremely high grade. Even for reciprocity experts, it's extremely helpful. It's like treasures with origin imprints. The celestial race had never thought of this. They originally wanted to trap the demon race in the dark universe. Without resources, the demon race would become weaker and weaker, eventually being destroyed by them. However, they never thought that the blood crystal would have such an effect. Later on, they regretted it. They wanted to take the blood crystal away, but it was already too late. They couldn't even approach the blood crystal. Xianxia sneered. Lu Ming and the others were stunned. So that was how it was. The heavens were truly clear. The cycle of cause and effect was truly unpredictable. In the past few years, the demon race has slowly recovered a sliver of vitality through the bloodstone produced by the blood crystal. If it weren't for the deep enmity between the four royal races, our strength wouldn't be much weaker than the Heavenly Palace. Xianxia sighed. After a moment of silence, she said again, "All right, I've pretty much told you the history of the enmity between the celestial race and the demon race. This time, I want to ask for your help in retrieving the blood crystal." Lu Ming was shocked. He said, "Even the experts of the celestial race and the demon race failed. Do you think we can do it with just a few of us? I can't say for the others, but the two of you might be able to do it because you're both humans." Xianxia's gaze moved between Lu Ming and Xianxia. The barrier was cast down by the human king. The celestial race and the demon race possess terrifying killing power, but they might not be able to harm humans. It's a pity that our demon race is trapped in the dark universe and can't leave. As a result, we haven't been able to find human experts to help us all these years. Xianxia sighed. The demon race can't find human help, but can't the celestial race? Perhaps the celestial race has already tried to find human experts. Lu Ming said. The celestial race had controlled the universe for countless years. It was very easy for them to find a few human experts to help them during this period. Impossible. The celestial race has already approached the ancestral fiend blood crystal once. After that, the four royal demon races sent a large number of experts to guard around the ancestral fiend blood crystal. The celestial race never had a chance to get close to the ancestral fiend blood crystal again. Lu Ming, think about it. Only by getting the ancestral fiend blood crystal can our race completely get rid of the ancestral fiend worm's corrosion and send troops to deal with the celestial race. Only then can the Heaven Destroyer be saved. Xianxia said, "Okay, I'll help you get the ancestral fiend blood crystal." Lu Ming agreed almost without hesitation, because there was no way out now. If they couldn't help the demon race get rid of the ancestral fiend worm's corrosion and send troops to deal with the Heavenly Palace, the Heaven Destroyer's crisis wouldn't be resolved. For the time being, this was the only way to go. Good. You rest for 2 days. 2 days later, we'll set off," Xianxia said. She raised her wine cup and gave a toast to Lu Ming and the others. 2 days later, Xianxia led a group of experts to the location of the ancestral fiend blood crystal. The location of the ancestral fiend blood crystal was originally at the intersection of the four royal races' territories. The four royal races had sent experts to guard it, and each of them occupied a territory to mine the bloodstones. However, because of the ancestral fiend worm, two of the four royal races have been controlled by the celestial race. Only the silver-winged race and the purple-eyed race have managed to suppress the ancestral fiend worm because they have kept some of the ancestral fiend worm's powder. They can still control themselves and move freely. Now, only the silver-winged race and purple-eyed race have experts guarding the ancestral fiend blood crystal. Xianxia said, "Silver-winged race? Will we be stopped by the silver-winged race when we go there?" Lu Ming asked. "No, the four royal races are actually divided into two factions and they are fighting against each other. The silver-winged race and purple-eyed race are allies. Once we get the ancestral fiend blood crystal, we can get rid of the ancestral fiend worm of both races. At that time, both of our races will send troops to deal with the celestial race." Xianxia said. Chapter 47-44. Lu Ming and the others were overjoyed. If the two demon royal families sent out their troops at the same time, he would be more confident in dealing with the heavenly palace. It seemed like they had to get the ancestral demon blood crystal. Actually, at the beginning, the four demon royal families had some ancestral demon blood crystal powder. However, the other two families had used it up due to other reasons. The silver-winged race and the purple-eyed race had kept it. It could only be said that they were under the ancestral demon's protection. Xianxia sneered. Her voice was mocking, as if she was mocking the other two demon royal families. The dark universe was vast and boundless. Although it was not as vast as the universe, it was still extremely shocking. They took a few days to arrive at the location of the ancestral demon blood crystal. It was a vast and boundless plain. The ancestral demon blood crystal was in the center of the plain. Even from far away, they could see the light in the center of the plain. The barrier on the ancestral demon blood crystal covers a radius of 100,000 miles. "We can't get close," Xianxia said. At this moment, a group of demons flew over. "Xianxia, are they the human experts that you mentioned?" A burly demon asked. This demon's eyes were not purple like Xianxia's, but black. However, his demon wings were silver, as if they were made of silver and had a metallic texture. He looked very similar to a human and was not as ferocious. The silver-winged race. Lu Ming and the others knew that this was most likely one of the four demon royal families, the silver-winged race. That's right, Inkong. They are human experts from the Heaven Destroyer. I have sent someone to inform you of the details. I believe you already know. Xianxia said. Understood. Let's go. Inkong nodded. The group of people headed toward the center of the plain. Soon, they were close to the center of the plain. Xianxia, Inkong, and the others stopped. If they continued forward, they would be close to the barrier. The ancestral demon blood crystal is in that treasure box. They stood in the sky and Xianxia pointed ahead. With Lu Ming and the others' eyesight, it was easy for them to see things 100,000 miles away. As expected, there was a treasure box floating in the air 100,000 miles away. A light barrier emanated from the treasure box, enveloping an area of 100,000 miles. This light barrier was a barrier set up by the human monarch. Xiaoqing, you guys stay here. I'll go alone. Lu Ming said to Xianxia, Dandan, Wan Shun, and the others. No, I want to go with you. Xianxia immediately shook his head. Yes, let's go together. The more people there are, the higher the chances. The myriad god added. No, you can't go. You're not humans. You'll be in great danger if you go. Lu Ming immediately refused. The celestial race and the abyss devils couldn't cross the barrier. The Dandan, the myriad god, and the bone demon weren't humans. The consequences of crossing the barrier were unpredictable. I'm a human. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming stubbornly. In the end, Lu Ming sighed. He knew that he couldn't persuade Xianxia. He pulled Xianxia's hand and said with a smile, Then let's go together. Lu Ming pulled Xianxia and flew forward. As he flew, he took Xianxia and handed it to the bone demon for safekeeping. Although they were humans, they didn't dare to be careless. The two of them were covered in layers of defensive energy, raising their defenses to the limit. At the same time, they were highly focused. If they sensed something wrong, they would immediately retreat. A moment later, the two of them charged into the barrier. They were fine. After the two of them charged into the barrier, they weren't attacked, nor were they turned to ashes. The Abyss Devils were overjoyed. They're really fine. That's great. Haha, our race is saved. Xianxia, Kong, and the others were overjoyed. As Abyss Devils, they would immediately be attacked by the barrier and turned to ashes the moment they stepped into the barrier. It didn't matter how strong they were. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia were completely fine. Sure enough, they guessed correctly. The barrier set up by the human monarch wouldn't attack humans. However, in reality, it wasn't that nothing happened at all as they imagined. The moment Lu Ming and Xianxia stepped into the area where the barrier was, they felt a powerful pressure pressing down on them. Fortunately, with the two of their cultivation, it wasn't difficult to resist this pressure. Go! Lu Ming gave a light shout, his power erupting as he charged forward. With one step, he was 100 miles away. Xianxia's speed was also extremely fast, not much slower than Lu Ming. In less than a minute, the two of them charged out a distance of 50,000 miles. But after arriving here, the two of their speed became slower and slower. Because the closer they got to the treasure box, the greater the pressure they suffered. Arriving here, they could no longer maintain their previous speed. They could only reduce their speed and advance slowly. Outside the barrier, Xianxia and the others also saw the problem. It seems that although they weren't attacked by the barrier, they seemed to be under a lot of pressure. Xianxia said, "It should be. Based on the situation, the closer they are to the treasure box, the greater the pressure. Let's hope they can reach the bottom." Kong sighed. All the evil demons had grave expressions, afraid that Lu Ming and Xianxia wouldn't reach the end and obtain the demon ancestor blood crystal. Lu Ming and Xianxia slowed down and maintained a constant speed. The distance between them and the treasure box was also constantly shrinking. 50,000 miles, 40,000 miles, 30,000 miles. Soon, they were less than 10,000 miles away from the treasure box. However, when they stepped within 10,000 miles, the pressure on them suddenly increased. Lu Ming and Xianxia's bodies couldn't help but sway. Xianxia, Kong, and the others' hearts also trembled along with Lu Ming and Xianxia's bodies. "Little Qing, can you still hold on?" Lu Ming asked. "This little bit of pressure is nothing." Xianxia smiled and continued to move forward. A faint devil steel appeared on her body, breaking through the heavy pressure. That was the immeasurable devil steel. I must reach the end and obtain the demon ancestor blood crystal. This is the only way to resist the heavenly palace. Lu Ming roared in his heart, and the battle symbol art's ninefold battle power erupted. Forbidden power circulated crazily as he continued to move forward. 10,000 miles, 9,000 miles, 8,000 miles, the distance between them continued to shrink, and in the end, they entered the range of 1,000 miles. Within the range of 1,000 miles, the pressure rose sharply. Bang! Lu Ming and Xianxia's bodies shook violently, and they retreated several steps. Xianxia, Kong, and the others' hearts shook violently, and their faces paled. "Can't we break through?" Xianxia whispered, and despair flashed in her eyes. If they couldn't obtain the demon ancestor blood crystal, the evil demons would face the end of the world. Their remaining demon ancestor blood crystal powder wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. As time passed, the power of the demon ancestor blood crystal powder would be exhausted, and they would no longer be able to suppress the demon ancestor insect. At that time, they would also be corroded by the demon ancestor insect and become the heavenly human tribe's puppets. That would be worse than death. Chapter 47-45. I don't believe it. Break for me. Xianxia bellowed. The immeasurable devil steel appeared above her head, and a powerful energy rushed into Xianxia's body. Bang! 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 Xianxia took several steps forward, entering the range of 1,000 li. When Xianxia entered the range of 1,000 li, her body shook violently as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Even the immeasurable devil steel shook violently. Xianxia staggered backward again, vomiting a mouthful of blood, and her face was pale. "Little Qing, don't force yourself. Leave the rest to me," Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Then he also stepped forward. When he took a step forward, he circulated his strength to the limit, and even the origin energy inside the origin seed burst out. Bang! He also stepped into the range of 1,000 li. In an instant, an earth-shattering power pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he roared angrily, trying his best to resist this power. If only I had the human king's body with me. At this time, a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The barrier here was laid down by the human king. If the human king's body was with him, he could probably break the barrier here and successfully obtain the Archdevil Ancestor's blood crystal. But now, the human king's body was with Fei Huang, and it had sealed itself along with her. At that time, who would have thought that something like this would happen? If he had known, Lu Ming would have brought the human king's body with him. But it was too late for regrets now. Now, he could only rely on himself. "Break!" Lu Ming roared, and he circulated his strength to the limit. Dots of light appeared on his body, and these dots of light connected to each other, forming a door. Behind the door, a yellow muddy road appeared, leading to the depths of darkness. On the yellow muddy road, there was a pool of fresh blood. At this time, the pool of blood suddenly emitted a bright light, as if there was a force rushing forward. In an instant, the pressure on Lu Ming disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did the pressure from the outside world disappear? Was it because of this pool of blood? Just now, this pool of blood emitting a bright light had been successfully captured by Lu Ming. That's right, it must be because of this pool of blood. What was the origin of this pool of blood that it was so mysterious? This was the second time. The first time, when Lu Ming was in the immortal burial sea of blood in the Thousand Autumns battlefield, he was in a desperate situation and entered a mysterious state. At that time, there was a strange movement in the pool of blood. A gush of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, causing his combat ability to soar, and he killed a powerful enemy in one fell swoop. And now, the pool of blood had changed again. But this time it was different. This time, Lu Ming did not enter that state. The bloodstains did not gush into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's strength did not increase. The bloodstains seemed to have only eliminated the external pressure. Why? Why did the pool of blood it was drawn by the barrier? Lu Ming could not figure it out. However, now is not the time to think about this. Getting the demon ancestor blood crystal was more important. Without the pressure, Lu Ming's speed suddenly increased. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed to the treasure box. In just an instant, Lu Ming arrived beside the treasure box. This, Zixian, Ying Kong, and the others were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming, who looked like he could not bear it, suddenly increased his speed and rushed to the treasure box. The treasure box was half open. A fist-sized gem lay in the treasure box. The gem was blood red, as if it was condensed from blood. It emitted an ancient aura. This was the demon ancestor blood crystal. Lu Ming reached out to open the treasure box. Without any obstruction, he took out the demon ancestor blood crystal from the treasure box. It was unobstructed. Swoosh! After getting the demon ancestor blood crystal, Lu Ming did not stop. He quickly retreated. He retreated for about 100,000 miles, but he was still within the boundary of the barrier. I got it. The demon ancestor blood crystal. It's really the demon ancestor blood crystal. I can feel the blood in my body boiling. How many years has it been? The demon ancestor blood crystal has finally appeared again. Ha ha! All the demons around were ecstatic and excited. They finally got the demon ancestor blood crystal. They were saved. All the demons stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Only a few people calmed down quickly. such as Xian and Inkong. They saw that Lu Ming did not immediately walk out of the boundary of the barrier. A strange look flashed in their eyes. "Brother Lu Ming, do you have any other conditions? Just say it," Xian said. She was unusually intelligent. When she saw that Lu Ming did not immediately walk out of the barrier, she knew that Lu Ming most likely had other conditions. "That's right. I do have a condition. When your two races walk out of the dark universe and head to the universe's starry sky, I hope that you will restrain your subordinates and not kill the innocent," Lu Ming said. After all, demons were evil, bloodthirsty, and greedy, especially those ordinary demons. Once the demons entered the primitive universe, they would be like wild beasts that had escaped from their cages. They would probably hunt the creatures of the primitive universe without restraint. All living beings would become food for the evil demons, plunging them into misery and suffering. Although Lu Ming was not that kind, he did not want to see the entire universe suffer because of him. "I can promise you that. Restrain your subordinates. After all, our enemy is only the heavenly human race," Xian said. "I can also promise you that." Inkong nodded. "But Brother Lu, after all, there are many demons. It's impossible to completely restrain them. We can only try our best. There will still be some killings," Xian said again. "As long as you try your best to restrain them." Lu Ming nodded. It was impossible for the demons to enter the universe so peacefully. It would definitely cause a disaster. If he had a choice, Lu Ming did not want to let the demons enter the universe's starry sky. However, he had no other choice but to do so. Swoosh! Lu Ming moved and left the boundary. He came to Xian and the others. "Who will take care of the ancestral demon blood crystal?" Lu Ming asked. "We've already discussed it. The two races will take turns to take care of it. However, the most important thing now is to get rid of the ancestral demon worm. Inkong, I'll bring the ancestral demon blood crystal back to Purple-Eyed Demon City. You guys immediately return to Purple-Eyed Demon City to get rid of the ancestral demon worm," Xian said. "All right, let's do that," Inkong said. Inkong immediately brought all the members of the Silver Wing clan back to the Silver Wing clan to gather their people. Meanwhile, Xian brought Lu Ming and the others back to Purple-Eyed Demon City. There was a small lake in the north of Purple-Eyed Demon City. The lake was not big. It was only about 10 miles wide. The lake water was light red, and there were many purple-eyed demons soaking in it. The ancestral demon blood crystals powder was mixed in the lake water. The demons in the lake were using the power of the ancestral demon blood crystals powder to suppress the ancestral demon worm in their bodies. Chapter 47-46. At this moment, the small lake was surrounded by purple-eyed demons. These demons stared at Xian with burning eyes. They had heard that a few humans had helped Xian bring back the ancestral demon blood crystal. They were saved. Under the gazes of countless demons, Xian took out the ancestral demon blood crystal. "Is this the ancestral demon blood crystal? It must be. I can sense an ancient and lofty aura from it. It's as if I'm just a speck of dust in front of it. It must be the ancestral demon blood crystal." Many demons were discussing excitedly. Xian carried the ancestral demon blood crystal and stepped into the air. She came to the center of the lake and slowly descended. She and the ancestral demon blood crystal sank into the lake. The moment the ancestral demon blood crystal entered the lake, strands of red energy spread out and fused into the lake. The color of the lake quickly darkened. It was originally light red, but quickly turned dark red. Soon, all the lake water turned dark red like blood. At this moment, the demons in the lake suddenly trembled. Their faces revealed complicated expressions of pain and joy. On the shore, all the demons watched nervously. They prayed that it would be useful to destroy the ancestral demon worms. This process lasted for about an hour. After an hour, all the demons in the lake suddenly trembled. Their faces revealed extremely comfortable expressions. Following that, black smoke rose from their bodies. When the black smoke dissipated, all the demons opened their eyes. "Ha ha! The ancestral demon worms in my body are all gone." "Me too. Not a single one of them is left. They're all destroyed. I've recovered. The ancestral demon blood crystal is really useful." The demons in the lake laughed wildly. They were extremely excited. Whoosh! The demons on the shore were also excited. They were wild with joy. They were saved. They were saved. The energy of the ancestral demon blood crystal could indeed completely destroy the ancestral demon worms. Whoosh! Whoosh! The demons in the lake rushed out of the lake and stood high in the sky. Xianxia also rushed out of the lake with the ancestral demon blood crystal. She carefully observed the ancestral demon blood crystal and found that it had not changed. Its energy was still abundant. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others were overjoyed. If the ancestral demon blood crystal was effective, then they had the power to deal with the heavenly palace. Heaven Destroyer. There was finally some hope. "Next batch, into the lake." Xianxia's voice sounded. Splash! Splash! Several figures dashed into the lake. The lake had a circumference of 10 miles, so it was quite easy for 100,000 demons to enter at once. About 100,000 demons entered the lake. This time, Xianxia did not put the fiend ancestor blood crystal into the lake because the color of the lake was still very dark. The energy was still abundant. About an hour later, the second batch of 100,000 abyss devils that entered the lake also succeeded. The demon ancestor worms in their bodies were all wiped out. The ancestral demon blood crystals, blood, demon blood crystals, crystal, demon ancestral demon worms. Demon. The ancestral demon worms is demon worms, the demon crystal demons. The fourth followed. Blood ran batch, demon blood. After 5 batches, the lake's water finally faded. Xianxia put the ancestral demon blood crystal back into the lake. Soon, the lake turned dark red again. As one of the 4 great royal races, the purple-eyed demons had a large population. Not to mention the side branches, just the main branch alone numbered in the billions. 100,000 per hour was too slow. It would take a few years to kill 1 billion purple-eyed demons. Not to mention the side branches and the silver-winged demons. It would take too long to eliminate all the ancestral demon worms. However, it was impossible not to eliminate all of them. As time passed, those demons would be completely corroded and controlled by the heavenly palace. That would be even more troublesome. Finally, they decided to find another place to eliminate the ancestral demon worms. They found a large lake. The lake had a radius of 100,000 miles. It was not difficult for billions of demons to enter at once. Xianxia put the ancestral demon blood crystal into the large lake. The ancestral demon blood crystal immediately emitted strands of red energy. The lake water quickly turned red. In less than a day, the lake water within a radius of 100,000 miles had turned dark red. Xianxia took out the ancestral demon blood crystal. She found that the ancestral demon blood crystal's energy had only decreased a little. Compared to the vast energy of the ancestral demon blood crystal, it was just a drop in the ocean. "Begin!" Xianxia shouted. Swish! Swish! Countless demons rushed into the lake. There were countless demons. There were at least billions of them. Billions of demons. It was simply overwhelming. An hour later, the ancestral demon worms and the billions of demons were eliminated by the energy of the ancestral demon blood crystal. There were cheers at the scene. Next was the silver-winged demon race. King Kong had already brought all the silver-winged demons here. The silver-winged demons also entered the lake and spent an hour to eliminate the ancestral demon worms in their bodies. Just like that, in just a few days, all the demons under the 2 great royal races had eliminated the ancestral demon worms. There was still a trace of the ancestral demon blood crystal's energy in their bodies. They were not afraid of the ancestral demon worms in the air. At least in the short term, they would not be corroded by the ancestral demon worms. The 2 great royal demon races naturally cheered and were wild with joy. They were even more grateful to Lu Ming and the others for being able to bring out the ancestral demon blood crystal. 3 days later, a large number of experts had gathered in the silver-winged demon's demon capital. Xianxia brought a large number of purple-eyed demons experts here. Lu Ming and the others were naturally among them. This was because they were going to set off from here and kill their way into the primitive universe. The reason why they came to the Silver-Winged Demon's demon capital was because the Silver-Winged Demons had a supreme treasure called the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins. This supreme treasure required a large number of experts to activate. It was extremely powerful. The most powerful thing was its defensive power. Once activated, its defensive power would be astonishing. They planned to ride the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins and kill their way into the primitive universe. After all, the Heavenly Palace now controlled a large number of experts. There were more than 22,000 Divine Lord Realm experts. The total number of Divine Lord Realm demons that the Purple-Eyed Demons and Silver-Winged Demons could mobilize was only about 5,000. It was far less than the Heavenly Palace. It was very dangerous to rashly kill their way out. They needed a treasure like the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins. According to Yin Kong, activating the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins required 120,000 Demon Emperor Realm demons and 3,600 Demon Lord Realm demons. If the two great royal races worked together, they would be able to mobilize these demons. The Demon Emperor Realm was equivalent to the God Emperor Realm. The number of Demon Emperors in this realm was much higher than the Demon Lord Realm. Whether it was God Emperors or Demon Emperors, they were much easier to reach than Divine Lords or Demon Lords. The Divine Lord Realm was a huge hurdle. In the primitive universe, only 1 out of 100 God Emperors could break through to the Divine Lord Realm. Chapter 4747. A huge metal fortress floated above the silver-winged demonic city. This was the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins. Let's go. Let's go. Yin Kong and Xianxia both gave their orders. Immediately, the experts of the two royal demon families flew towards the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins. There were a total of 120,000 Demon Emperors and 5,000 Demon Lords. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others naturally followed them into the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins. Not long after, the 120,000 Demon Emperors and 3,600 Demon Lords all arrived and began to activate the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins. Rumble. The Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins roared and flew out, disappearing above the silver-winged demonic city in the blink of an eye. As it flew out, the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins quickly shrank until it was the size of an ordinary room. The speed of the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins was astonishing. Not long after, they flew across the boundless territory and arrived outside Southern Sky City, where the illusory Heavenly Palace cultivated in the dark universe. Of course, there was still some distance between them, and the Heavenly Palace did not discover them. Lu Ming, Yin Yi, Xianxia, and the others gathered together to discuss. This is the city built by the Heavenly Palace. Let's charge in and destroy them. That's right. Since the Heavenly Palace does not have a demon lord guarding it, destroying them will be a piece of cake. A few demon experts said. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent and hatred. Those who could speak here were all top experts at the peak of the demon lord level and extremely powerful. I don't think it's appropriate. Lu Ming shook his head. Why is it inappropriate? A burly demon stared at Lu Ming. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had done them a great favor, he would have scolded him. If we attack here, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Palace will quickly receive the news and send experts to surround us. Lu Ming said, We have the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins. Why should we be afraid of them? This time, we will kill our way into the primitive universe and fight the Heavenly Palace to the death. A burly demon roared. He looked like he wanted to kill the people from the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming shook his head. It looked like most demons weren't good at using their brains. No wonder they've been toyed around by the heavenly human tribe and trapped in the dark universe for their entire lives. We Abyss Devils have always stayed in the Dark Universe. We're not familiar with the current situation of the primitive universe. However, Lu Ming and the others are much more familiar with it. Let's listen to their opinions. Xianxia waved her hand, indicating for the other demons not to speak and to listen to Lu Ming. We have too few experts in a head-on confrontation, which is extremely disadvantageous for us. We need to maximize our value. As for the city in front of us, there are no experts at all. Even if we destroy it, it won't be a great loss to the heavenly human tribe. It won't affect the heavenly human tribe's overall battle strength at all. Lu Ming said, "You're right. In that case, what should we do next?" Xianxia nodded and asked, "Our biggest advantage now is that the heavenly human tribe doesn't know that you've gotten rid of the demon ancestor worm, so they don't guard against you at all. So, we need to do more things before they find out. It has to be something big, something more valuable than attacking this city." Lu Ming said. "Brother Lu, please continue." Xianxia said. The other demons also came to their senses and nodded, agreeing that it was indeed so. "I know that the Heavenly Palace has a heavenly prison where many prisoners are kept. Of course, these prisoners refer to the Heavenly Palace's prisoners. All of them have a deep grudge against the Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Human Tribe. There are many experts among them. If we let them out first, it will definitely be a headache for the Heavenly Palace. It will also definitely be able to reduce the combat strength of the Heavenly Human Tribe." Lu Ming said. "Heavenly Prison? I see. All right, then we'll listen to Brother Lu. After we get out, the first thing we'll do is to attack the Heavenly Prison." Xianxia, Yin Kong, and the others nodded in agreement. "I have a spatial treasure that can temporarily hide the demon castle of Yin ruins and take it out quietly. It won't attract the attention of the Heavenly Palace," Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming, Dandan, Xianxia, and the others left the demon castle of Yin ruins. Lu Ming put the demon castle of Yin ruins into the Chaos Ring. They quietly entered Nantian City and left the Dark Universe through Nantian City, returning to the primitive universe. After arriving in the primitive universe, Lu Ming took the demon castle of Yin ruins out of the Chaos Ring. "Is this the primitive universe? Ha! I didn't expect to come to the primitive universe in my lifetime. Is this the universe? It's so beautiful." All the Abyss Devils looked at the universe through the demon castle of Yin ruins, including Xianxia. They were stunned for a moment. After a while, they came back to their senses. Lu Ming entered the demon castle of Yin ruins and discussed the next steps with Xianxia and the others. At the same time, Lu Ming pointed in the direction of the heavenly prison. The demon castle of Yin ruins emitted strong ripples as it broke through space and rushed toward the heavenly prison. Each of the 4 heavenly palaces had an entrance to the heavenly prison. Lu Ming didn't know the entrances to the other 3 heavenly palaces, but Lu Ming knew the entrance to the heavenly prison in the dreamy heavenly palace. The heavenly prison's entrance wasn't too far from the Dark Universe's entrance. It didn't take long for them to arrive. At this point, Lu Ming put the demon castle of Yin ruins back into the Chaos Ring. Only a few of them remained outside. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, Gu Mo, Wan Shun, Xianxia, Yin Kong, and more than a dozen peak demon lords. There are some heavenly humans guarding the entrance. However, there's only one divine lord. The rest are all god emperors. A peak demon lord scanned the area with his spiritual consciousness. The heavenly humans around the heavenly prison's entrance had nowhere to hide. Obviously, there were more experts guarding this place in the past. However, the Divine Lords have been transferred away recently to attack the Heaven Destroyer. Only one Divine Lord was left to guard this place. Moreover, he wasn't very strong. Attack. Kill them as fast as you can. Don't alert the others. Xianxia ordered. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming and the others turned into streaks of light and rushed toward palace. Especially the dozen peak demon lords. Their speed was too fast. They rushed into the palace in a few breaths. In the palace, there was only one divine lord and a few dozen god emperors. Facing more than a dozen peak demon lords, the gap was too big. They couldn't resist at all. They were killed before they could even resist. By the time Lu Ming and the group entered the main hall, the entire main hall had already been taken over. Then, they gathered around the entrance. Dandan, I'll leave the rest to you, Lu Ming said. This was because there was a rune array seal around the entrance. They wanted to open the seal without making a sound. Don't worry, leave it to me. This array is very simple. It won't take long for it to be broken silently. Dandan grinned and began to break the array. Chapter 47-48. This time, Dandan wasn't bragging. In just a little over an hour, Dandan broke the seal and opened the entrance to the heavenly prison. Next, Xianxia left behind a few peak demon lord experts to guard the place. If there was anything wrong, they would send a message to them. As for the others, they all followed Lu Ming and the others into the heavenly prison. Heavenly human tribe, you didn't expect me to return to the heavenly prison like this, did you? Lu Ming stood in midair, looking at the vast land of the heavenly prison. His eyes shone brightly. The heavenly prison was still the same as before. The heart flame devil fire would constantly invade one's body, causing one's negative emotions to explode. In the end, the heart demon would erupt and cause one to go completely crazy. This was very similar to the infinite demon soul of the infinite demon abyss. The infinite demon soul could also trigger the negative emotions of living beings, causing their heart demon to erupt. In the end, they would be controlled by the heart demon and fall into madness. However, the heart flame devil fire's power was far inferior to the infinite demon soul. The infinite demon soul could easily affect even peak divine master existences. As for the heart flame devil fire, it had almost no effect on divine master existences. Lu Ming and the others easily blocked the attack of the heart flame devil fire. Let's go. Lu Ming identified the direction and flew in a certain direction. Xianxia, Dandan, Xianxia, and the others followed. There weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. The other abyss devils were in the demon castle of Yin ruins and were placed in the chaos ring by Lu Ming. It was more convenient to move with fewer people. However, after Lu Ming and the rest flew for a distance, they were stopped by someone. 8 figures blocked their path. Hee, unfamiliar faces that I've never seen before. Are you new here? Then become our playthings. One of the elders sneered. These 8 people looked at Lu Ming and the others with eyes full of murderous intent, coldness, anticipation, and viciousness. Their eyes were blood red. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that these people had been attacked by the heart flame devil fire. Their negative emotions had erupted, and the evil side of their hearts had been completely revealed. They would do some perverted things. Why talk so much nonsense with them? This chick is mine. I'll torture her well, huh? A burly man laughed wildly. His blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Xianxia, filled with greed. He laughed heartily as he charged towards Xianxia. A large hand reached out to grab Xianxia. 8th Great Supreme God Layer. The big man had the strength of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. He was one of the strongest cultivators in the prison. You're courting death. Dandan sighed. He knew that the burly man was dead meat. Sure enough, when the burly man was about to approach Xianxia, an aura silently spread out from Xianxia's body. The burly man's body suddenly stiffened in the air, his eyes filled with fear. Then, like dust, his body was blown away by the wind and completely turned into ashes. The other 7 people opened their eyes wide. What kind of despicable trick did you use? Shouted the gloomy old man. He was bewildered. Get lost, shouted Lu Ming. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with them. His divine master realm aura burst out and pressed down on them. Plop, plop. The 7 people were pressed down by Lu Ming's aura and fell to the ground like raindrops. It's a divine master, the 7 people screamed in fear. At that moment, the heart flame devil fire seemed to have disappeared. They felt cold all over. There was no ferociousness or murderous intent in their eyes, only fear. There was a divine master realm cultivator among them. Could it be that they weren't imprisoned? Could they be experts from the heavenly palace? "Get lost," shouted Lu Ming coldly. He withdrew his aura. "Run." The 7 people felt as if they had been pardoned. They didn't dare to stay any longer. In the blink of an eye, they all fled. Lu Ming didn't kill them because he couldn't be bothered to. They were only affected by the heart flame devil fire. Moreover, if they were released later, they could affect the heavenly palace a little. This was just a small interlude. They continued their journey. After that, they would occasionally encounter those crazy people who would attack them, but they were easily dealt with by them. Those who were completely crazy were easily killed by them. As for those who still had a little bit of intelligence, as long as Lu Ming and the rest released a trace of aura, the other party would flee in horror. Lu Ming and the rest didn't spend too much time before they arrived at the place where the Sky Heart tribe used to live. When Lu Ming arrived, he realized that something was wrong. The place where the Sky Heart tribe lived was much more dilapidated than before. Lu Ming released his spiritual senses and realized that the number of people in the Sky Heart tribe was much less than before. Moreover, many of them seemed to be in bad states. They had been invaded by the Heart Flame Devil Fire. Lu Ming immediately determined that the Sky Heart tribe members who were in bad states had been invaded by the Heart Flame Devil Fire. They were filled with tyrannical emotions. How could this be? The Sky Heart tribe was able to refine jades of the Heart Flame Devil Fire. Back then, Lu Ming had used jades of the heart to resist the invasion of the Heart Flame Devil Fire. How could the Sky Heart tribe members who could refine jades of the heart be invaded by the Heart Flame Devil Fire? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He realized that he was familiar with a few people. The clan leader of the Sky Heart tribe, Xianxia. There was also an elder of the Sky Heart tribe, Xianxia. Lu Ming was more familiar with these 2 people back then. They seemed to have gathered to discuss something. "Let's go," Lu Ming shouted. In a flash, they disappeared from their original positions. In the next instant, they appeared in front of Xianxia and the rest. "Who are you?" Xianxia and the rest were shocked. They had not realized that someone was so close to them. Their hair stood on end, and they instinctively retreated. Clan leader Xianxia, elder Xianwu, "It's me," Lu Ming said. "It's you, Muyun." Soon, Xin Fan and the rest saw Lu Ming clearly and exclaimed in shock. When Lu Ming first entered this place, he had used the name Muyun. When they saw that it was Lu Ming, Xianxia and the rest calmed down. "Muyun, why are you here again? Didn't the people of the heavenly human tribe say that you had escaped? Are you captured again?" Xianxia asked in astonishment. "Everyone, Muyun is actually my alias. My real name is Lu Ming." Lu Ming explained. "Lu Ming." Xianxia and the rest nodded. They were not too surprised. It was normal to use an alias when roaming the outside world. There was nothing to be surprised about. "I wasn't captured. I barged in on my own accord," Lu Ming said. "What?" Xianxia and the rest were dumbfounded. Someone had barged into the heavenly prison on his own accord. Wasn't he walking right into a trap? They could not figure it out. "Everyone, what's going on with the Sky Heart tribe? Also, all of you seem to have been invaded by the Heart Flame Demon Fire," Lu Ming said. He realized that Xianxia, Xianwu, and the rest seemed to have been invaded by the Heart Flame Demon Fire. They were not in the right state. It was just that their cultivation base was high enough to suppress it. Chapter 47-49. Sigh, we have to start from when Lu Ming left. Xianxia sighed and continued to explain. It turned out that not long after Lu Ming and the 3rd demon sword had escaped, the heavenly human tribe had arrived and pinned the blame of Lu Ming and the 3rd demon sword's escape on the Sky Heart tribe. They had killed many members of the Sky Heart tribe. In the end, they discovered the secret of the Jades of Heart and took away all the Jades of Heart. They also ordered the Sky Heart tribe not to refine any more Jades of Heart. The heavenly human tribe would send people to investigate every once in a while. If they found that the Sky Heart tribe continued to refine Jades of Heart, they would kill some of the Sky Heart tribe members as punishment. The Sky Heart tribe had no choice but to do as they were told. All these years, many of the Sky Heart tribe members were tortured by the Heart Flame Demon Fire. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. It seemed like the Sky Heart tribe was implicated. However, he would save the Sky Heart tribe members this time to repay their kindness. Xin Fan, I promised you that I would save all of you if I had the chance. This time, I'm here to bring all of you out. Lu Ming said. Bring us out? Xin Fan, Xin Wu, and the others were stunned. Lu Ming could bring them out? There were many powerful figures guarding the vicinity of the prison. There were quite a number of Almighty Realm experts. Would Lu Ming be able to bring them out? There is a huge change in the chaotic universe. There are no experts from the Heavenly Palace around the Heavenly Prison. Don't worry, we can enter and leave easily. Lu Ming said. Xin Fan and the others were still skeptical. They looked at Xianxia and the others. Although Xianxia and the others were evil demons, they looked no different from humans. Moreover, they kept their evil demon wings. Their cultivation was much higher than Xin Fan and the others. Therefore, Xin Fan and the others did not recognize Xian and the others as evil demons. Don't you want to get out? Xian said as a powerful aura emanated from her body. Almighty, Xin Fan and the others were shocked. They did not expect Xian to be almighty at such a young age. This time, Lu Ming actually brought a divine master powerhouse in. Could he really bring them out? Their eyes were filled with hope and a hint of excitement. Clan leader Xin Fan, I'll have to trouble you to quickly gather all the Sky Heart clansmen. Also, send someone to spread the news in the Heavenly Prison. Tell them that they can leave the Heavenly Prison and ask everyone to wait at the exit, Lu Ming said. Good. Xin Fan nodded repeatedly. Then, he instructed an elder to carry out the task. This was their only chance to escape, so they had to take the risk. Clan leader Xin Fan, I'm going to another prison. There are more experts locked up there. I want to save them all. Lu Ming said. All right, let's go. Elder Xin Fan and the others led Lu Ming to the entrance of another prison. Back then, this place had been sealed by chains formed by the power of void. Back then, it had taken Lu Ming many years to break the seal. But now, this place was sealed again. It was still the enormous chains, still the power of void destruction. The difference was that the number of chains had increased from 49 to 81. After you left, the experts of the heavenly human tribe came and sealed this place again. I'm afraid it will take a long time to break it. Clan leader Xin Fan sighed. Back then, Lu Ming took 490 years to break the 49 chains. Now that there were 81 chains, how long would it take? They were a little worried. They were afraid that they would not be able to leave if they delayed too long. Don't worry, it won't take too long. Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards the chains. As he did so, Lu Ming released his aura. Boom! The void was shrouded by Lu Ming's aura. Xin Fan, Xin Wu, and the others almost fell to their knees. Their eyes were wide open and their faces were filled with shock. They exclaimed, Divine Master, it's the Divine Master. Gosh, he's definitely not an ordinary Divine Master. I've felt this aura before. He's an advanced Divine Master. Xin Fan and the others were shocked beyond words. Their hearts were in turmoil and they could not calm down. How many years had it been? Lu Ming had reached such a cultivation level. How did he cultivate? Was he still human? Lu Ming took a step forward and his body grew rapidly. Soon, he had turned into a huge figure. With a palm strike, forbidden energy surged out and rushed towards the chains. Lu Ming's current cultivation was many times more powerful than it had been in the past. When the chains formed by the void energy came into contact with the forbidden energy, they melted like snow meeting fire. In just a few breaths' time, the chains were refined. In the past, Lu Ming needed 10 years. Now, he only needed a few breaths' time. The main reason was that Lu Ming's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming did not stop. Both of his palms struck out continuously. A vast taboo force gushed out continuously, refining the nihility chains continuously. In just a few minutes, all 81 chains had been refined. The entrance to the other great prison was revealed. Let's go. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandin, Xian, and the others rushed into the entrance and disappeared. Let's go and take a look. Xian Fan and the others gritted their teeth and followed. The other great prison did not seem to have changed much. In the vast universe, there were many huge corpses floating in the air. These corpses were mostly the corpses of divine masters. There were all kinds of races. There were corpses of the dragon race, phoenix race, sky heart race, heaven and earth race, primordial divine spirit race. Many races had once been incomparably glorious in history, but now they had all disappeared. Our divine masters, clan leader Xian Fan and the others looked distressed. Clan leader Xian Fan, how many divine masters did the Sky Heart race have in total? Lu Ming asked. When we were at our peak, we had close to 200 divine masters. However, when we were attacked by the heavenly human race, many of them died in battle. However, there's still more than 100 left. Clan leader Xian Fan said. However, there are only a dozen corpses of divine masters in the Sky Heart race, Lu Ming said. Young friend Lu Ming, are you saying that there might still be divine masters alive in our race? Xian Fan and the others' eyes lit up. It's just a guess. I can't guarantee it. Lu Ming said. This was something that he had already suspected before. Although there were many corpses floating in the Great Prison, there were only a dozen corpses of divine masters in the Sky Heart race. The Sky Heart race used to be one of the top 10 races. Naturally, they had more than a dozen divine masters. Where were the other divine masters? Were they all turned into ashes? Chapter 4750. After that, Lu Ming and the others searched carefully. As for the divine master corpses, Lu Ming did not plan to take them away. The main reason was that many of the divine master corpses were too big. For example, the corpses of some primordial gods were as big as planets. Although Lu Ming's primordial ring was not small, it could not take away so many corpses. He might as well leave them here. However, Lu Ming put away some broken divine weapons. Of course, most of these broken divine weapons were primary grade divine weapons. It was almost impossible for them to be broken source-grade divine weapons because the heavenly human race would not leave them here. After circling around, they arrived at the region of black holes. There were some black holes in the universe here. Back then, the third demon sword had been imprisoned in a black hole. Those who could be imprisoned in a black hole were definitely experts. There's a sealing power. Has it sealed itself? Lu Ming and the others passed by a black hole. From afar, they could see a stone coffin in the center of the black hole. There were some runes and formations on the coffin. They guessed that there was very likely an origin realm existence in the coffin, but it had sealed itself because of the origin tribulation. Then, they circled around again. There were many black holes here, but only a few of them seemed to have life inside. Most of the black holes might have things like stone coffins, but they might also be empty. This was because the power of the black holes was very shocking. Even divine masters would find it difficult to cross and would be torn apart. Even Lu Ming and the others found it difficult to enter with their current strength. Even if they forced their way in, it would be difficult for them to come out. Back then, Lu Ming had only been able to enter and leave because of the third demon sword. These black holes are very likely to imprison origin realm existences. Xianxia sighed. Lu Ming also sighed inside. He estimated that there were more than a dozen origin realm experts imprisoned in these black holes. Unfortunately, it was the origin tribulation now. Even if those origin realm experts did not die, they had used their remaining power to seal themselves. If it were in the past, they could think of a way to save these people. There doesn't seem to be any divine masters in this prison. There's nothing other than corpses. Xianxia frowned. Maybe there are other prisons. Lu Ming said. This was because something wasn't right. Could it be that the celestial race had killed all of the divine master realm existences? According to the celestial human tribe's way of doing things, this shouldn't be the case. Perhaps there was a heavenly prison that was specially used to imprison divine masters. Perhaps these heavenly prisons were all connected. Let's look around carefully. Lu Ming said. Everyone continued to search, not missing a single inch. Just like that, They searched for a few days and finally found something. Dandan discovered an anomaly in a certain area. It seemed to be the fluctuation of an array formation. Dandan used his technique, and, as expected, a huge vortex appeared in the air. The vortex was sealed by chains. It was still a chain formed from the power of void. The eyes of Lu Ming and the others lit up. It was very likely that this was the passageway that led to another prison. Previously, it had been concealed by a concealment formation. If it weren't for Dandan's proficiency in formations, it wouldn't have been easy to find. Then, Lu Ming took action and used his forbidden power to break the void destruction chains. Then, they entered the vortex. Through the vortex, they entered an unfamiliar world. There was no heart flame demonic fire in this place. It was just that the divine chi of heaven and earth was somewhat dry. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate place. "Look, there's a tower over there," Dandan shouted. The others also saw a tower in the distance. It was at least 100 jong tall. "Let's go take a look," Lu Ming said. Everyone flew toward the tower. As they got closer, everyone was shocked. It was a metal tower. The interior of the tower was hollow, and a figure could be seen floating in midair. His body was bound by metal chains, and the other end of the metal chains was connected to the metal tower. The bottom of the metal tower was hollow. It was a bottomless cave. There was a kind of flame constantly rushing out from the bottom, covering the figure in the metal tower. Heart flame, demonic fire. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the flame rushing out from the bottom of the metal tower was heart flame, demonic fire. It was just that the density of the heart flame, demonic fire was many times denser than the heavenly prison of the sky heart race. Since the heart flame, demonic fire was so many times denser, its might would definitely be much stronger as well. Even divine lords would find it hard to resist. As though sensing Lu Ming and the others, the figure in the metal tower opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red, filled with violent emotions as he struggled madly. Clang, clang, clang. Those chains vibrated unceasingly, letting out clanging sounds. "Bastard of the heavenly palace, kill me if you can. Kill me if you can, despicable and shameless bastard," the figure in the metal tower roared in anger. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was so angry that he was about to go crazy. This was a middle-aged man. What shocked Lu Ming was that this man was from one of the top 10 races, the Battle Saint tribe. Didn't the Battle Saint tribe submit to the heavenly human race? The heavenly palace actually imprisoned an expert from the Battle Saint tribe here? Clearly, the heavenly human race imprisoned this man in the metal tower, making him suffer the torture of the heart flame, demonic fire. Such methods were truly ruthless. "We aren't people from the heavenly palace," Lu Ming spoke. "Bullshit. Don't think that you can lie to me. The heavenly jade butterfly has already been taken away by you guys. How long do you guys want to imprison me for? If you have the capabilities, just kill me. Kill me." The muscular man from the Battle Saint tribe howled unceasingly. Clearly, he was suffering endless torture here and wanted to die. "I've already said that we aren't people from the heavenly palace. We are from the heaven destroyer." As he spoke, Lu Ming took out his battle god spear and swept it out, aiming for the metal tower. Boom! The battle god spear slammed into the metal tower, causing it to directly explode. Many of the chains that were wrapped around the burly man's body also exploded. Boom! The moment the chains shattered, the muscular man from the Battle Saint tribe was like a ferocious tiger that was released from its cage. A powerful aura erupted forth as his body swelled up. Violent energy gushed forth from him, shattering the remaining chains that coiled around him. Swish, the muscular man soared into the air and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. "Whether you guys are from the heavenly palace or not, I will know after I personally capture you and perform a soul search on you," the muscular man coldly spoke. Clearly, he was greatly affected by the devil fire and was filled with tyrannical emotions. The moment he was released, he wanted to kill crazily to vent his emotions. Divine Lord Realm, and a peak-level Divine Lord Realm expert at that. Lu Ming wasn't shocked. Instead, he felt joy. Judging from the aura the muscular man exuded, He was actually a peak-level Divine Lord Realm expert. In that case, this place was indeed a prison used to imprison Divine Lords. "Leave it to me," Bone Demon spoke. His figure shot out like a bolt of lightning as he blasted out with his palm, colliding with the Muscular Man's attack. Bang! How could the Muscular Man be a match for Bone Demon? With just a single strike, the Muscular Man's body trembled violently as he retreated explosively, coughing out blood. Bone Demon's combat prowess was equivalent to the strongest Lord of Heaven. Since the Muscular Man was trapped here, his combat prowess wasn't at his peak at all. The disparity between him and Bone Demon was too great. Chapter 4751. After Gumo injured his opponent, he didn't stop and continued to attack. With a swipe of his bone claws, they expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire space as he grabbed at the expert from the Battle Saint tribe. Roar! His opponent roared in rage and did his best to defend. However, it was useless. The disparity was too great. Also, Gumo's body was incomparably tough. No matter how his opponent attacked, it was useless. At the next instant, his opponent was grabbed by Gumo's bone claws. Crackling sounds rang out from his body as it was unknown how many of his bones were broken. After that, Gumo smashed his opponent onto the ground, causing him to be unable to attack for a period of time. After being beaten up by Gumo, his opponent seemed to have regained some clarity. "Wait a minute, are you guys really not from the Heavenly Palace?" The expert from the Battle Saint tribe shouted. "Nonsense! If we are from the Heavenly Palace, why would we release you? Since you are so arrogant, you would already be dead. Also, don't compare us to those bastards from the Heavenly Palace." "Bah, those bastards!" Dandin coldly snorted, his face filled with disdain. The eyes of the expert from the Battle Saint tribe flashed. Actually, he was already somewhat convinced. There was no way the people from the Heavenly Palace would break the metal tower to release him. However, if these people weren't from the Heavenly Palace, how did they enter? Hence, he directly asked, "Since you guys aren't from the Heavenly Palace, how did you guys enter this place?" Right now, a great change has occurred in the universe. The celestial race, the demons, and the Heaven Destroyer are all fighting against each other. The heavenly prison became empty, and hence, we came in. "All right, we are from the Heaven Destroyer." Lu Ming spoke. "You guys are from the Heaven Destroyer? Wait a minute, you guys came in from the outside. Doesn't that mean that you guys can break out from the inside?" The eyes of the expert from the Battle Saint tribe brightened. He had been imprisoned here for several stellar years. Now that there was a chance, he naturally wanted to break out. "Of course we can. We have already passed through 2 heavenly prisons and connected them." "All right, is this the place where God Lords are imprisoned?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right. This is the heavenly prison for Divine Lords. The Heavenly Palace imprisons all the Divine Lords who haven't died yet. Each Divine Lord is locked up in a metal tower and tortured by the heart flame demon fire. If they can't take it anymore and fall into madness, they'll become puppets of the heavenly human race and be controlled by them." An expert from the Battle Saint tribe spoke. "What?" Lu Ming's pupils constricted slightly. It seemed that the use of the heart flame devil fire had exceeded his imagination. He had previously thought that some people would surrender to the celestial tribe on their own accord because they couldn't withstand the torment of the heart flame demonic fire. Meanwhile, those who had completely sunk into madness would eventually die of madness. It seemed that he had still underestimated the heavenly human tribe. The celestial race actually had a way to control those who had completely fallen into madness and turn them into their puppets. Since you are from the Battle Saint tribe, and the Battle Saint tribe isn't a lackey of the celestial race? Oh, a subordinate? Why were you captured? Dandin asked. This is how despicable and shameless the celestial race is. The eyes of the expert from the Battle Saint tribe flashed with bone-deep hatred. Once, me and a few of my tribesmen obtained a supreme treasure called the Heavenly Jade Plate in a ruin in the universe. Who would have thought that the celestial race would find out about it and ambushed us along the way? 2 of my tribesmen died while I was captured by the celestial race. The heavenly jade plate was taken away, and I was in prison here, being tortured. Right now, my tribesmen have no idea that I was imprisoned here. They might think that I died in the ruins of the universe. I will definitely take revenge for this. The expert from the Battle Saint tribe roared in rage. At the same time, he gave a simple explanation of his origins. This person was called Battle God Wuxia and was a peak expert of the Battle Saint tribe. At the same time, he was also a peak-level monstrous genius. In the future, he would definitely be able to break through to the origin realm. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others glanced at each other as joy flashed in their eyes. If they released this person and he returned to the Battle Saint tribe, he might cause a great impact to the Battle Saint tribe. If the Battle Saint tribe was extremely dissatisfied with the celestial race, because of this, that would be for the best. There's no time to lose. Let's move out immediately and release the other deity lords. Lu Ming spoke. I will go with you guys. Battle God Wuxia spoke. Lu Ming nodded. They didn't delay and flew forward. Not long after, they discovered another metal pagoda. Within the metal pagoda, there was another deity lord imprisoned. This deity lord was actually a deity lord from the Heaven and Earth race. The Heaven and Earth race was one of the top 10 races in the past, but they were destroyed by the celestial race. The remaining members of their race were all trapped in the Heaven Destroyer. They didn't expect that there would still be someone who wasn't dead and was imprisoned here by the celestial race. This was normal. Although the lifespan of a deity lord couldn't be compared to an origin realm expert who could live as long as the universe, the lifespan of a deity lord was extremely long. It wasn't a problem for them to live for hundreds of years or even longer. For example, the primordial god race had a deity lord who had survived from the incipient god era until now. Therefore, although the Heaven and Earth race had been destroyed for a very long time, it was normal for their deity lord to be able to survive until now. Boom! Lu Ming smashed the metal pagoda with a single move, saving the deity lord from the Heaven and Earth race. If you want to leave this place, go to the exit. Lu Ming didn't waste any more words. He pointed out the direction of the exit, and they left in a flash. Although the deity lord was tortured severely by the heart flame devil fire, and his eyes were filled with malevolence and madness, he hadn't completely lost his mind. He still retained a trace of consciousness. With the cultivation of a deity lord, once he escaped from the heart flame devil fire, it was still possible for him to suppress the negative emotions in his heart and slowly recover. True enough, after Lu Ming and the others left, the powerhouses of the Heaven and Earth clan managed to recover and dash toward the exit. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others saw the third metal pagoda. It's a deity lord of my race. Xian Wu clan leader suddenly shouted, extremely agitated. The person imprisoned in the metal pagoda was a deity lord of the Heaven's Heart race. As expected, not all of the deity lords of the Heaven's Heart race had died. Some of them were still alive, but they were imprisoned here. Boom! This time, Xianxia took action. He took out the primordial god weapon and smashed the metal pagoda, freeing the deity lord of the Heaven's Heart race. The souls of the Heaven's Heart race were extremely powerful to begin with. They were also extremely strong against the heart flame devil fire. After escaping from the heart flame devil fire, they quickly regained their consciousness. They were naturally overjoyed when they saw Xian Wu and the others. At the same time, they were informed that there were at least a few dozen deity lords of the Heaven's Heart race that were still alive. This made Xian Wu and the others even more overjoyed. They continued to set off. The metal pagoda was discovered one by one. A deity lord was imprisoned in most of the metal pagoda. They were very direct. They smashed the metal pagoda and told the deity lord that he could leave. They pointed out the direction of the exit and left immediately. Chapter 4752. Needless to say, Lu Ming knew that the Divine Masters imprisoned here would not miss any opportunity. Even if they did not believe Lu Ming and the others, they would not give up as long as there was a chance. They had been tortured here all this time. Even if there was only a slight chance, they would still try. They would definitely head toward the exit. Therefore, Lu Ming and the others moved quickly. In a little more than a day, they had walked around the entire prison. The main reason was that the prison was not very big. There were not many divine masters in the first place. The place where the divine masters were imprisoned was naturally not that big. After walking around, Lu Ming counted silently in his heart. He was shocked to discover that they had released a total of 918 almighty. This was a shocking number. They were all divine masters, not godly emperors or godly sovereigns. There were not many races on the list of 10,000 primitive races that had divine masters. Races ranked below 1 or 200 usually did not have any divine masters. There were 918 divine masters in this prison. Of course, these divine masters came from various races. For example, the Heaven and Earth race, the Sky Heart race, the Dragon race, and other races that have been destroyed. There were also experts from the current top 10 races, such as the Battle Saint tribe and the Buddha race. There were also primitive divine spirits and experts from the human race. There were only so many divine masters from various races combined. Of course, Lu Ming did not plan to take these divine masters away. He wanted to bring them along with the demons to deal with the heavenly human race. There was no need for that. These divine masters came from various races. They were greatly affected by the heart flame and devil fire. They were difficult to control and would not listen to him obediently. It was better to let these divine masters go and let them act alone. These divine masters have been tortured by the heavenly human race for many years. Their hatred for the heavenly human race was overwhelming. After they left, they would definitely not leave the matter at that. They would definitely wreak havoc on the heavenly human race. This way, the heavenly human race would definitely send some divine masters to deal with these people. This way, they would be able to restrain some of the divine masters from the heavenly human race and relieve some of the pressure on the Heaven Destroyer. Let's go, Lu Ming said. They also headed toward the exit. Not long after, they returned to the first prison. At this moment, most of the Sky Heart tribe members had already gathered together. Lu Ming kept all of them into his chaotic desolation ring before heading towards the exit. Swoosh, swoosh, along the way, people could be seen flying towards the exit from time to time. There were divine masters in the third prison, and there were also existences below the divine masters in the first prison. Clearly, the Sky Heart race had already spread the news. After that, there was no need for Lu Ming and the others to intervene. All they had to do was wait for these people to go out and wreak havoc for the heavenly human tribe. They quickly flew to the exit and left. There, they saw the fiend experts standing guard outside. After asking around, he learned that many living beings had already escaped from the prison. Lu Ming, where are we going next? Xianxia asked. After the trip to the prison, they were very impressed with Lu Ming. On this trip, they had released 918 divine masters, as well as a large number of existences below the divine master level. These people were scattered all over the place, which was enough to give the heavenly human tribe a headache. It was more effective than fighting the heavenly human tribe directly. Let's go to the heavenly palace, the dreamy heavenly palace. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly as he spoke. That's right, he was going to attack the heavenly palace. Now that the experts of the heavenly palace were gathered at the Heaven Destroyer base, the heavenly palace's defenses must be extremely weak. There was no better opportunity than now. There must be a lot of treasures in the heavenly palace. If they could take down the heavenly palace, the heavenly human tribe would definitely go crazy. On the other hand, Lu Ming had another idea, and that was the desolate crystals. He really needed the desolate crystals for his cultivation. Not only him, but Dandan and the myriad gods also needed the desolate crystal for their cultivation. A heavenly palace would more or less have some desolate crystals. Attack the heavenly palace? That's great. Zixian, Yin Kong, and the other abyss devils' eyes lit up. Attacking the heavenly palace was every abyss devil's dream. Let's go. I roughly know the location of the dreamy heavenly palace. Lu Ming said. Then, Lu Ming released the demon fortress of Yin Ruins, and everyone entered it. Then, the demon fortress of Yin Ruins soared into the sky and flew in the direction Lu Ming had pointed out. Lu Ming had never been to the real dreamy heavenly palace. When he was a heavenly soldier, he had always stayed in Dreamy City. Dreamy City wasn't the dreamy heavenly palace. It was just an outer city. However, he had been a heavenly soldier for a long time, and he had heard the rough location of the dreamy heavenly palace. It shouldn't be too far from Dreamy City. Before long, Lu Ming and the others found something. A spectacular scene appeared in the starry sky. In the starry sky, there were 360 stars and 3,600 planets. They were arranged in a row, forming a large formation. This formation surrounded a huge palace. This palace was made of stone. It was incomparably huge, no smaller than a planet. Looking at it from afar, one could feel an ancient and desolate aura. Is this the dreamy heavenly palace? It's really extravagant, using 360 stars and 3,600 planets to form a formation. Lu Ming muttered. He couldn't help but marvel at the heavenly palace's extravagance. The most extraordinary thing is that stone palace, which is the dreamy heavenly palace. It's a treasure left behind from the previous era. Xianxia said. A treasure from the previous era? Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, and the others were shocked and exclaimed. Yes, and it's a treasure of the human race. The eldritch continent of the previous era was truly vast and boundless. The human race ruled over countless territories, and naturally, it was divided into countless forces of various sizes, such as sects and countries. Among them, there was a king of a country. In order to guard the borders, he built 9 stone palaces to guard the borders and suppress the fate of the country. Later, the eldritch universe was destroyed. For some reason, the heavenly human race actually obtained these 9 stone palaces and used them as the foundation to build the heavenly palace. Xianxia explained. It seemed that the demons knew a lot about the heavenly human race, as expected of a race left behind from the previous era. It said that there were a total of 9 heavenly palaces in the past. It seems that the 9 stone palaces were used as the foundation, but it seems that 4 of them have been destroyed. Lu Ming muttered. Although these stone palaces have gone through the change of eras and are no longer the same as before, even Origin Realm existences can't destroy them. It's only possible if there's someone who has surpassed Origin Realm. Xianxia said, Haha, we don't need to destroy them. We just need to take all the treasures inside. Dandan, do you have a way to break this formation? Lu Ming laughed and then asked Dandan. This formation is indeed very powerful. It borrows the power of the stars. If it was operated by some divine lords, I wouldn't be able to do anything. But now, the formation is operating on its own, so it's much easier. I can find its weak points and then gather the attacks of many divine lords to break this formation. Dandan said. Chapter 4753. Dandan was very confident. He flew forward as soon as he finished speaking. The others did not go out. They stayed in the demon fortress of Een Ruins. The demon fortress of Een Ruins shrunk and hid behind a meteorite. It was not time for them to show themselves yet. Dandan's appearance was enough. Dandan flew to the edge of the formation and began to observe it. Who is it? This is the heavenly palace. Do you have a death wish? A loud roar came from the heavenly palace. Then, a group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals flew out. The one who roared was a heavenly human tribe heavenly general. He was a god emperor. Dandan did not bother with them. He continued to observe the formation. How dare you? Go out and kill him. A heavenly general roared. They rushed out. Clearly, the formation did not hinder the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. They quickly rushed out of the formation and rushed toward Dandan. You are the ones who have a death wish, Dandan shouted coldly. He waved his hand, and a large formation appeared in the void. Sword light burst out and charged toward the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Oh no, it's a divine master. Retreat. A heavenly general shouted in fear, but it was too late. How could they catch up with Dandan? The sword light swept across and killed all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Not a single one was left alive. Damn it! A furious roar came from the heavenly palace. This scene was naturally seen by the people in the heavenly palace. The other party is a divine master. What should we do? Quickly inform Lord Yi Chu Xiaochuan. He is now the strongest person in the heavenly palace. Some heavenly generals discussed and then immediately transmitted their voices. There were still divine masters in the dreamy heavenly palace, although there were only a few of them. Soon after, a burly figure stepped out of the void. This person's aura was strong. He was a 9th-level divine master. He rushed toward Dandan and shouted, "How dare you trespass into the heavenly palace? Die! Help!" Dandan shouted and quickly retreated. As for the other party, he quickly rushed out of the range of the array and rushed towards Dandan. "Leave him to me," Guamo said. He left the devil castle of Een ruins and took a step forward. The space around him split apart, and he disappeared into it. In the next moment, a pitch-black bone claw suddenly extended from the top of the heavenly human expert's head. Like a demonic blade, it slashed at the heavenly human expert's head. The other party also noticed it in time. With a furious roar, he blocked with all his strength and slashed his sword at the bone demon's bone claw. With a loud clang, the battle sword of the heavenly human race elite was shattered into pieces. The bone palm did not stop there as it continued to chop down on the head of the heavenly human race elite. With a plop, this 9th-level divine master of the celestial race fell. Inside the heavenly palace, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals turned pale with fright. The other party has hidden experts and came prepared. Quick, spread the news, spread the news. Get people to spread the news to the various lords in the universe ruins. A divine master expert roared furiously. Immediately, someone began to spread the news. Of course, the base of the Heaven Destroyer was too far away from the heavenly human race elite. Moreover, it was deep in the universe ruins. They could not send the news directly to the universe ruins. They could only spread the news to other places first. Then, the people in other places would spread the news to the experts in the universe ruins. Lu Ming and the others were calm. This was within their expectations. It was only a matter of time before they were exposed. Since they had come to attack the dreamy heavenly palace, they would definitely be exposed. However, the base of the Heaven Destroyer was extremely far away from here. By the time the experts of the heavenly palace received the news and sent people over, they would most likely have succeeded. Dandan continued to study the array without any distractions. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Dandan finally found the weak point of the array. Whoosh! Lu Ming and the others took action. The Devil Castle of Een ruins flew out and rapidly grew in size. At the same time, Lu Ming and the others, as well as a large number of Divine Master experts, flew out. Their terrifying auras shook the starry sky. The heavenly soldiers and divine generals in the heavenly palace were almost scared to death. Ah, it's the fiends. It's the fiends experts. There are so many fiend experts. Aren't the fiends under our control? Why are there still so many fiend experts here? What happened? Quick, spread the news. Quick, activate the array. Many people in the heavenly palace yelled. They were extremely shocked. Dandan had already taken action. He transformed into his world turtle form. The turtle shell behind him was densely engraved with runes and arrays. At this moment, Dandan's turtle shell glowed. Countless runes and arrays emitted light. Then, countless runes flew out and flew toward the star array of the heavenly palace. Soon, the entire area was filled with runes. This is the weak point. Attack this place with all your strength, and you'll be able to break it. Dandan shouted, "Attack!" Zixian, Yin Kong, and the others shouted. This time, not all the fiend experts were mobilized. Only 3,000 fiend experts were mobilized. According to Dandan, 3,000 fiend experts were enough. It was better not to expose all their strength. Boom, boom, boom. 3,000 fiend god lords attacked together. Demonic chi filled the sky and blasted toward the star array. The entire array started to shake violently. If it were in the past, with a fiend expert powering the array, even if they found the weak point, 3,000 fiend masters would not be able to break it. However, it was different now. The ones powering the array were only God Emperors. The violent shaking made some of the God Emperors powering the array scream. Their bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. In this way, the other God Emperors did not dare to continue controlling the array. After about an hour, a crack was forcefully torn open in the array. The crack continued to expand. In the end, a huge hole was blasted open. 1,000 of you will work together to stop the array from closing. The other 2,000 will follow us into the heavenly palace. Xianxia and Yin Kong gave out orders. Of the 5,000 fiend masters, 1,000 would be used to maintain the hole in the array. 2,000 would follow them into the heavenly palace. The other 2,000 would control the fiend castle of Yin ruins and guard outside the array. Once they noticed something wrong, they would inform them immediately. Charge in. Xianxia and Yin Kong gave the order and led the 2,000 fiend masters into the heavenly palace. Of course, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, Gu Mo, and Wan Shun also followed in. Retreat, 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 run. The heavenly soldiers and deity generals in the heavenly palace were terrified. They retreated and fled in panic. It was not that they were afraid of death and did not dare to fight. The main reason was that the difference was too big. There were 2,000 fiend masters. How could they fight? No matter how many of them they had, it was useless. They would be destroyed in an instant when facing 2,000 fiend masters. Going up to fight was clearly courting death. Naturally, no one would be so foolish. Kill. The 2,000 fiend masters charged into the heavenly palace. Some of the slower heavenly soldiers and deity generals were killed. Chapter 4754. 2,000 demon masters charged into the illusory heavenly palace. The heavenly soldiers and divine generals fled in panic. Split up into groups of a few and search the entire heavenly palace. Take everything you can. If you meet anyone from the heavenly palace, kill them all. Xianxia ordered. My order is the same. Yin Kong also said. Yes. 2,000 demon masters roared. Their eyes were burning with excitement. They had actually attacked the heavenly palace. This was something they had dreamed of. The demons and the heavenly palace had been fighting for countless years. Countless demons had dreamed of attacking the heavenly palace one day and killing everyone in the heavenly palace. Now it had really come true. How could they not be excited? Immediately, the 2,000 demon masters split into groups of 3 or 4 or 5. They split up and charged in all directions. The illusory heavenly palace was incomparably huge. It was comparable to a planet. There were countless passageways and palaces inside. The 2,000 demon masters quickly disappeared in all directions. Yin Kong and Xianxia also led a group of people and set off. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, Gu Mo, and Wan Shun formed a group and moved quickly along a passageway. Our target is the illusory heavenly palace's treasure vault. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia, Dandan, and the others. Treasure vault, I like it. Dandan's eyes lit up. However, the illusory heavenly palace's treasure vault must be hidden very deeply. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to find. Xianxia said, and since it's a treasure vault, it must be filled with layers of formations. Guimo also said, so we'll have to rely on Dandan. Lu Ming said, don't worry, leave it to me, but after we find the treasure vault, you have to let me choose first. The light in Dandan's eyes became even brighter and more dazzling. They continued forward. At the end of the passageway was a large hall. However, they did not see anyone from the heavenly palace. They continued forward and passed through several long passageways before arriving at a huge courtyard. This was a herb garden. It had a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. It was huge and filled with all kinds of divine herbs. In the sky above the herb garden, there were 7 dazzling gems that emitted dazzling light. Stars. Lu Ming and the others' eyes flashed. These 7 gems were actually stars. Stars. To be more precise, 7 stars were sealed into 7 crystals, forming 7 dazzling gems that provided light for the divine medicine here. It was really a big deal. Haha, these godly herbs are ours. Dandin grinned. The group rushed heavenly Dao palace hall suddenly. In the distance, resplendent radiance filled the air. Countless runes appeared, forming a large formation. Following that, figures, tens, God, palace, their heavens, palace, emperor, heavenly emperor, palace, God, emperors, divine palace, God, divine realm, cultivation, emperors, realm, God, emperors, realm, emperor, realm, God. 9 heavens battle formation, activate. Kill them. A loud roar was heard. Then, in the bright light, an incomparably huge figure condensed. Tens of thousands of heavenly humans at the God the Arch realm set up the 9 heavens battle formation with the help of the array that had been inscribed in the herb garden. Its power was very shocking. A huge heavenly human figure was condensed. It held a battle sword and slashed at Lu Ming and the group. Swoosh! Guimo was the first to make a move. He flew up and waved his hand, clashing with the huge battle sword. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Cracks appeared on the huge battle sword. Then with a bang, it collapsed. Even the huge figure had cracks on it. How was it possible? How was he so strong? Many heavenly human tribe, powerful beings, roared in horror. There were tens of thousands of heavenly humans, and they were all emperor gods. In addition, they had the advantage of terrain. The 9 heavens battle formation's runes had already been carved into the herb garden. The 9 heavens battle formation they had set up here would be even more powerful than if they had set it up elsewhere. However, they were still not as strong as Guimo. This made them extremely shocked. Kill! Guimo let out a long howl. His body was like lightning as he rushed over again. He struck out with his palm and collided with the gigantic figure. This time, the gigantic figure was directly defeated. Afterward, Lu Ming charged toward the members of the heavenly human tribe. Defend! Defend with all your strength. The heavenly humans shouted in horror. They activated the 9 heavens battle formation with all their might. They turned into a defensive posture and formed huge shields. However, it was still difficult to defend against Guimo. Gumo's frontal attack power was almost on par with the strongest Lord of Heaven in the Heaven Palace. Under the Origin, there were not many who could match him in the entire universe. Such combat power far exceeded that of an ordinary Lord God. It was not something that the 9 heavens battle formation, which was set up by tens of thousands of emperor gods, could withstand. After a few explosions, the shields were penetrated. The 9 heavens battle formation was also torn apart. Screams were heard. In an instant, at least a few hundred emperor gods were killed. The 9 heavens battle formation was broken. Guimo didn't give me a chance to attack at all. Dandin grinned. Even without Guimo, Dandin was confident that he could break the 9 heavens battle formation with the help of the array. Let's kill these heavenly humans. Lu Ming said. His body turned into an aurora and rushed out. The divine battle spear appeared in his hand. With a shake of the spear, hundreds of sharp spear rays pierced out. Puff, puff, puff. The 9 heavens battle formation was broken. The heavenly humans were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of Lu Ming. They couldn't withstand a single blow. It didn't matter if they were at the 1st Great Supreme God layer or the 9th Great Supreme God layer. They were all killed in one move. The spear rays pierced through the foreheads of hundreds of emperor gods. At the same time, Chocho also flew out and transformed into a halberd. It rampaged about and hacked about, killing large numbers of celestial race god emperors. Lu Ming didn't have any mercy for the heavenly humans. He wouldn't show any mercy. They were mortal enemies. It was either you die or I die. If he let the heavenly humans go, his family and friends might die in the hands of the heavenly humans in the future. When Lu Ming attacked, Xianxia, Dandin, and Guimo also attacked. It was a one-sided battle. Large numbers of heavenly humans were killed like wheat. Run. They're divine lords. We're no match for them. Even if we run away, the lords won't blame us. Where there's life, there's hope. Run out of the heavenly palace and find the lords. The remaining heavenly human tribe cultivators scattered and fled in all directions. There were many passageways in all directions. Lu Ming and the others chased them for a while and killed more than 10,000 emperor gods. However, the rest of the emperor gods ran away. However, Lu Ming and the others were satisfied. 10,000 emperor gods was a huge number. It was enough to make the heavenly humans suffer. More than 100 emperor gods could give birth to one divine lord. 10,000 emperor gods could give birth to 100 divine lords in the future. It was a big loss for the heavenly palace. Then, Lu Ming and the others started to collect divine herbs. Chapter 4755. Everyone began to search for the divine medicines. With a wave of their hands, large amounts of divine medicines rose from the ground and were collected by Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming put all the divine medicines into the ancient desolate ring. Most of these divine medicines were monarch divine medicines, royal divine medicines, or emperor-level divine medicines. Lu Ming and the others didn't need them now, so they planned to plant them on the fragment of the continent in the ancient desolate ring when they had time. This is a main divine medicine. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a stalk of divine medicine. Its medicinal fragrance assailed his nostrils, and its medicinal strength was rich and powerful. Its life essence was exuberant. Haha, a main divine medicine. I found a main divine medicine. On the other side, Dandan also laughed. The next moment, Bone Demon also said. He also found a main divine medicine. In the past, it was impossible for a main divine medicine to be born in the ancient desolate universe. It seems that the changes in the universe have a great impact. Since main divine medicines have started to appear in the ancient desolate universe, it's not impossible for an origin divine medicine to be born in the future. Is it really like what others said? Is the universe really going to return to the glory of the ancient desolate continent? Lu Ming pondered. His heart was in turmoil, and he could not calm down. That was very possible. Ever since the ancient desolate continent was destroyed in the last era, the universe had almost dried up. Most of the territory had been reduced to ruins. The laws and intents were in chaos, and everything was deathly silent. The new ancient desolate universe, which was the universe, only occupied a small part of the universe and couldn't produce treasures above the main divine level. The entire universe was in an age of decline, and the number of overlords was completely incomparable to that of the ancient desolate continent. Now, there was an opportunity, and it wasn't impossible for the universe to return to the glory of the last era. The Heaven Destroyer can't be destroyed. Otherwise, the universe will really belong to the heavenly human race. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. However, he didn't stop. He waved his hand and put the main divine medicine into the ancient desolate ring. Under their wanton plundering, the herb garden was quickly swept clean. Almost all the divine herbs were swept clean. Not even the lowest grade divine herbs were left behind. Haha, this is awesome. Let's hurry to other places. I'm really looking forward to the heavenly palace's treasury. Dandan beamed with joy. They quickly chose a direction and continued their search along a passage. Soon after, they discovered several celestial race experts. They captured them and interrogated them about the location of the heavenly palace's treasury. However, it was a pity that these few heavenly humans didn't know about it all. Their ranks were too low. Ordinary people wouldn't know about the location of the heavenly palace's treasures. Only the higher-ups of the heavenly palace would know about it. Not to mention them, even many divine master heavenly humans didn't know where the heavenly palace's treasury was located. After that, Lu Ming and the others captured a few more batches of heavenly humans for interrogation, and the results were all the same. His level was too low, so he had no idea at all. That's a good thing. If these people don't know, then those demons won't know either. Later on, it'll depend on who's lucky. Lu Ming said. Needless to say, Those demons must be looking for the Heavenly Palace's treasury as well. The Heavenly Palace's treasury must contain a large number of treasures. Who wouldn't be tempted? They kept searching inside the Heavenly Palace. When they saw something valuable, they took it away. When they saw heavenly humans, they killed them as well. Just like that, they stayed in the Heavenly Palace for 7 days, but they still didn't find the treasury of the Heavenly Palace. If we don't find it in a few days, we'll have to leave, Dandan said. He was itching to find it. They had made an appointment with Xian, Yin Kong, and the others in advance. They would stay in the Heavenly Palace for 10 days. After 10 days, they would have to retreat. If they waited any longer, the experts of the Heavenly Palace might come back. If the Heavenly Palace sent 7,000 to 8,000 divine masters, they would definitely be no match for them. Let's continue. If we don't find it in 3 days, we'll retreat, Lu Ming said. 1 day later, they still didn't find anything. 2 days later, they still didn't find anything. Soon, the 10 days were approaching. I found something. At this moment, Dandan's surprised voice rang in the ears of Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others were delighted. In a flash, they came to Dandan's side. There's a formation on the ground. It's an extremely hidden formation. Even a formation expert wouldn't be able to detect it. Dandan stared at the ground with a fiery gaze. They were in a courtyard. The courtyard was filled with flowers. Dandan stared at a place where the flowers were blooming. Here, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Gu Mo, and Wan Shun all looked carefully. They even tried to probe, but they didn't find any traces of a formation. Like I said, it's very hidden. It's a pity that you ran into me. I happened to obtain a formation in the Wanhua ruins and engraved it on my back. It can detect all kinds of formations. No matter how hidden it is, it can't escape my detection, Dandan said. After saying that, he began to wave his hands. Runes spread out and sank into the ground. After a while, runes began to appear on the flowers. There's really a formation. Lu Ming and the others' eyes lit up. Watch me break it, Dandan said proudly. Dandan, don't make too much of a commotion. It's best if you don't leave any traces, Lu Ming reminded. He was afraid that making too much of a commotion would attract the devils. They could just divide the Heavenly Palace's treasury. Don't worry, I'm better at this than you, Dandan chuckled. His hands moved faster and faster. Endless runes spread out. About 10 minutes later, the flowers disappeared and a small whirlpool appeared on the ground. Let's go in. This is a small passage that I opened. After we enter, the passage will automatically disappear. Those devils won't notice, Dandan said. Let's go. Without hesitation, Lu Ming took the lead and rushed into the vortex, followed by Xianxia, Gu Mo, Wan Shun, and finally Dandan. After they all rushed into the whirlpool automatically disappeared. Lu Ming found that they had arrived in a small stone room. The stone room was very small and empty. However, there was a stone door at the side of the stone room. The stone door was also covered by a layer of formation. It seems that we haven't reached the treasury. There are many checkpoints, but it's useless against me, Dandan chuckled. He walked to the stone door and observed for a while. Then, he began to break the formation. About 10 minutes later, the stone door creaked and opened by itself. Behind the stone door was a slanted passage. At the end of the passage, there was another stone door. It was also covered by a formation. The formation of each stone door was different. The experts of the Heavenly Palace also needed special keys to open these doors. But against Dandan, these were useless. During the time in the Wanhua ruins, Dandan's understanding of formations had undoubtedly improved a lot. Soon the stone door was opened by Dandan. Chapter 4756. Behind them, Lu Ming and the others passed through several checkpoints and finally reached the end. At the end was a huge stone chamber. It was very wide. When they arrived, Lu Ming and the others were stunned. Their mouths were agape and their eyes shone with a bright light. Treasures. They were all treasures. The first thing that came into view was a pile of metal materials that looked like a small mountain. There were hundreds of different kinds of metal materials. Each kind was piled up casually on the ground. Then, there were many shelves on both sides of the stone chamber. On the shelves, there were large boxes. It was obvious that the boxes were filled with treasures. There were also a large number of divine weapons on the shelves. They emitted powerful auras. Of course, the divine weapons placed casually were not of high grades. Most of them were Emperor-level divine weapons. There were also some Master-level divine weapons. But there were so many of them that they piled up like mountains. A treasure vault. A real treasure vault. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, and the others knew that they had found the right place. This was definitely the treasure vault of the illusory Heavenly Palace. It was where the treasures were hidden. "Let's move them," Lu Ming shouted. With a wave of his hand, the mountain of metal materials in front of him disappeared. Lu Ming kept it in his chaos ring. "Let's move." Immediately after, Dandan, Xianxia, Wanshun, and Gu Mo took action. They took out their storage rings and began to frantically collect the metal materials. Most of these metal materials could only be used to refine Emperor-level divine weapons or Master-level divine weapons. There were none that could be used to refine Source-level divine weapons. But there were so many of them. With so many materials, it was unknown how many kilograms there were. Their value was immeasurable. Soon, the hundreds of piles of metal materials were emptied. Then, everyone looked at the large boxes on the shelves. Lu Ming walked directly to the nearest shelf and opened the box. He discovered that there were jade bottles inside, arranged neatly. There were a total of 12. Lu Ming took out a jade bottle and opened the cap. Immediately, an extremely rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. Immediately, the entire stone chamber was filled with the rich medicinal fragrance. Inside were divine pills. Lu Ming poured it out and took a look. There were 12 emerald green divine pills inside. This is a master-grade divine pill. It's made from master-grade divine herbs. It can increase the cultivation of divine masters. Xianxia recognized this divine pill at a glance. It could increase the cultivation of a divine master. This kind of divine pill could be said to be priceless, and if it were to spread, divine master realm existences would fight over it. In the past, there weren't any main-level treasures in the universe. If Almighty Realm cultivators wanted to increase their cultivation, they could only go to the ruins of the universe to find primeval gems or main-level divine herbs. However, in the past, the laws and profundities in the ruins of the universe were in chaos. Thus, there were very few main-grade elixirs. Therefore, the number of these main-grade elixirs was naturally very small. The energy of this divine pill is very strong. One of them is equivalent to over 1,000 great desolation crystals. Lu Ming carefully sized up the divine pill and judged its efficacy. This box is also filled with sovereign-grade divine pills. Dandan called out. He had been impatient for a long time and opened the second box. The second box also contained sovereign-grade divine pills. Like Lu Ming, it was also used to increase one's cultivation. Following that, Xianxia, Wanshun, and Gu Mo opened the other boxes one after another. They discovered that most of them were sovereign-grade divine pills. Most of them were used to increase one's cultivation. There were also some that had other uses, such as energy recovery pills, detoxification pills, support-type divine pills, and so on. Divine pills that increase cultivation are useless to me. You guys can divide them among yourselves. Xianxia said. Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. Her universe bridge was connected to the cosmic sea. Her next cultivation would be to convert and strengthen her origin source energy. She no longer needed sovereign-grade divine pills or primeval gems to increase her cultivation. I don't need cultivation-enhancing divine pills either. The three of you can divide them among yourselves. Gu Mo said. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Wanshun did not stand on ceremony. Each of them took a box of cultivation-enhancing divine pills and divided them equally. As for the other divine pills, they gave more to Xianxia and Gu Mo. In the end, they divided the 100 boxes of divine pills equally. There were also sovereign-grade divine weapons and emperor-grade divine weapons that were divided among them. The highest grade is sovereign grade. There are no source-grade treasures. Dandin muttered, somewhat displeased. There aren't enough source-grade treasures for all the Origin Realm cultivators in the Heavenly Palace. It's normal that there aren't any. Lu Ming smiled. However, he was also somewhat disappointed. Sovereign-grade treasures were not particularly useful to them. Among the treasures that he had obtained previously, the ones that were most useful to him were those that could increase his cultivation level. There's another stone door here. After they emptied the stone room, they discovered another door in the deepest part of the stone room. It was enveloped by layers of runic arrays. Lu Ming and the others rejoiced. Could there be more than one treasury? Was there an even more important treasury? Could there be even more precious treasures inside? Leave it to me. Dandin couldn't wait to go up and study it. This time, the formation was clearly much more complicated. Even Dandin had to spend several hours to understand and decipher the formation. They opened a stone door and walked in. As expected, there was another stone room, but it was much smaller than the previous one. The first thing that caught their eyes was a storage ring. This storage ring hovered in the air, enveloped by a barrier of light. Lu Ming extended his hand to grab it, his palm covered in forbidden energy. Without any obstruction, Lu Ming grabbed the storage ring in his hands. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he saw the contents of the storage ring clearly. Desolate crystals. It was a large pile of desolate crystals piled up into a mountain. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. The number of desolate crystals in this pile was absolutely astonishing. Lu Ming estimated that it was definitely more than 700 or 800 million. This was because the 200 million desolate crystals that Fei Huang had given Lu Ming previously could not compare to the size of this pile of desolate crystals. Lu Ming, what is this? Seeing the light in Lu Ming's eyes, Dandin asked curiously. Desolate crystals, and there are a lot of them, Lu Ming said, and then showed the storage ring to Dandin. After Dandin saw it, his eyes also lit up. Then Xianxia and the others also looked at it. I estimate that there are about 1 billion desolate crystals in this pile. Guillermo said, 1 billion. Lu Ming and the others were excited. Although 1 billion desolate crystals was considered a small amount for a heavenly palace, it was still a dream. One had to know that this was the dreamy heavenly palace's treasury. 1 billion desolate crystals was really nothing. However, Lu Ming and the others were already very satisfied. One had to know that desolate crystals were completely consumables, and they were consumed very quickly. 1 billion desolate crystals were divided among the divine lords of the heavenly palace. Each person would not get much, and they would quickly be refined. It was already very good that there were still about 1 billion desolate crystals in the heavenly palace. They were probably used to reward their subordinates. Chapter 4757. Let's split these desolation crystals. Lu Ming looked at Dandin and Wan Shan. The desolation crystals were useless to Xianxia and Guillermo. He would let them take more of the other treasures later. Lu Ming, how many desolation crystals do you need to break through? Guillermo asked. About 500 million desolation crystals to break through from the 7th layer to the 8th layer. Lu Ming said. After breaking through to the 7th layer, Lu Ming had refined over 100 million desolation crystals. Therefore, he estimated that 500 million would be enough. How about this? Let's see what other treasures there are and divide them together. Wan Shen suggested. The others naturally had no objections. Everyone continued to look. In addition to the storage ring floating in the air, there were more than 10 large boxes floating in the air. They opened the dozen or so large chests one by one. Then, everyone's breathing became heavy. Precious treasures, truly precious treasures. Among them, there were 9 large chests, each of which contained a divine weapon. Source-grade divine weapons. All 9 boxes contained source-grade divine weapons. There were 7 of them in total. I thought there wouldn't be any source-grade divine weapons. I didn't expect there to be 7 of them. Dandin grinned. His eyes shone brightly. He wanted to swallow the 9 source-grade divine weapons in one gulp. Dandin's meaning was simple. Source-grade divine weapons were a strategic resource that the Heavenly Palace lacked. Half of the origins in the Heavenly Palace didn't have any source-grade divine weapons. Source-grade divine weapons were far from enough. It was normal that the treasury didn't have any. These should be the backup source-grade divine weapons of the Heavenly Palace. They're used to reward their subordinates. Xianxia said, the operation of a large organization required some methods. They needed to be clear about rewards and punishments. For example, if an Origin Realm expert performed a great service for the Heavenly Palace and was rewarded with a source-grade divine weapon, it would cause a stir. It would stimulate the other Origin Realm experts and make them work harder for the Heavenly Palace. These 7 source-grade divine weapons were obviously used for this purpose. The 1 billion or so primordial crystals from before were clearly used for this purpose. In addition to the 7 source-level divine weapons, they also found some divine pills. They were source-level divine pills made from source-level divine herbs and contained origin marks. The value of the pill was simply astonishing. It was extremely useful to reciprocity experts, allowing them to break through and break through. I'm rich, I'm really rich, haha. Dandin laughed. These pills were extremely useful for peak godlords to break through to reciprocity. They would need them sooner or later. Unfortunately, there weren't many of those divine pills. In fact, they could be said to be extremely rare. This was normal. Source-grade divine herbs that could be used to refine source-grade divine pills were too rare. Especially in the past, it was hard to find even in the ruins of the universe. Now that the universe was changing, there might be more of them in the future. Apart from these, there were also some other treasures. They were all very special treasures, such as some one-time offensive treasures or one-time life-saving treasures. These treasures were often of great use at critical moments. In short, the treasures in this treasury were all top-tier treasures. They were extremely valuable. However, there were no materials to refine source-level divine weapons, nor were there any other high-grade divine herbs. Presumably, the Heavenly Palace would refine these materials once they obtained them. Afterward, they began to discuss how to distribute them. Lu Ming's battle prowess is the strongest among those of the same level. Every time he increases his cultivation, his battle prowess increases the most as well. Therefore, I suggest that we give the primordial crystals to Lu Ming. What do you think? Wan Shun was the first to speak. Xianxia and Gu Imo naturally had no objections, especially Xianxia. Even if she could use them, she would give them to Lu Ming without any hesitation. Only Dandin was reluctant. His eyes darted around. His cultivation was the lowest among them, only at the 5th layer of the godly master realm. He also wanted the primordial crystals very much. I only need 500 million primordial crystals at most to break through to the 8th layer of the godly master realm. I don't need any more. How about this? I'll take 500 million primordial crystals. You can take more of the other treasures. Lu Ming said. 500 million was enough for him. Even if he took 1 billion, it would be useless. To break through from the 8th layer of the godly master realm to the 9th layer of the godly master realm, he would need at least 5 billion primordial crystals. This was an astronomical number. Finally, they came to an agreement. Lu Ming would take 500 million primordial crystals, while Dandin and Myriad God would split the other 500 million equally. As for the source-level divine weapons, Lu Ming did not take them. Myriad God took 1 each. Dandin, Xianxia, and Gu Imo each took 2. It was all thanks to Dandin that they were able to find the Heavenly Palace's treasury. It was only right that Dandin took 1 more. For this, Dandin grinned from ear to ear. As for the source-level divine pills, they would split them equally. As for the other special treasures, they would split them equally according to their needs. They had reaped great rewards on this trip. It could be said that everyone was happy. Awesome. This is too awesome. Moving into the Heavenly Palace's treasury is still the most comfortable. Dandan laughed heartily. It could be said that this trip had made them rich all of a sudden. There were many treasures whose value was difficult to measure. For example, the source-level divine weapons, source-level divine pills, and special treasures. Let's go. It won't be long before the 10 days are up, Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded and headed outside, leaving the treasury. There was still some time left, but no one wanted to wander around any longer. After their trip to the treasury, they were no longer interested in the other items in the Heavenly Palace. They found a place and slowly waited. Lu Ming made use of the time to refine the primordial crystals. He could imagine that there would be endless battles ahead. The stronger they were, the better. Wan Shun and Dandan also made use of the time to refine the primordial crystals. Xianxia, on the other hand, was comprehending the origin energy and strengthening it. Only Guemo was idling. His cultivation had reached its limit. The next step was to reach the origin realm. However, he was facing an origin tribulation now. He could no longer improve. If he wanted to break through to the origin realm, he could only wait until the origin tribulation was over. Otherwise, his origin route would be sucked away as soon as he broke through. He had already reached the peak and could no longer improve in any aspect. Soon, the 10 days were up. Lu Ming and the others left the illusory Heavenly Palace and returned to the demon fortress of Yin Ruins. The other demons also came out one after another. After some time, all the demons that had entered the illusory Heavenly Palace came out and returned to the demon fortress of Yin Ruins. Lu Ming, did you find anything? Did you find the treasury of the illusory Heavenly Palace? Zixian walked over and asked tentatively. No. Did you find it? Lu Ming asked. They naturally wouldn't admit that they had found the treasury. I've already asked the others, but they didn't find it. It seems that the treasury of the Heavenly Palace is hidden too deeply. What a pity. Zixian sighed. Chapter 4758. Zixian and the others were frustrated that they couldn't find the treasure vault of the dreamy Heavenly Palace after so many days of searching. If it weren't for the lack of time, they would have continued to search. However, they had to leave. So many days had passed, and the Heavenly Palace must have received the news. They would have sent their elites to hunt them down. If they didn't leave quickly, they would be surrounded by the elites of the Heavenly Palace. In fact, the Immortal and the others had received the news a few days after they entered the dreamy Heavenly Palace. Most of the overlords of the Heavenly Palace were attacking the Heaven Destroyer's base. When they heard the news, they were immediately enraged. What? All the criminals in the Heavenly Prison have escaped? Why? What happened? More than 900 Divine Masters have fled, and they're attacking my Heavenly Palace's strategic locations everywhere. What happened in the Heavenly Prison? Many Lord of Heaven shouted. Even a character like Yi Wuxian had a dark expression on his face. My lords, I heard that someone broke into the Heavenly Prison and released the criminals. A brawny heavenly human who came to deliver the news said. Who broke into the Heavenly Prison? They deserve to die. A Lord of Heaven shouted. According to the images from the surveillance array in the Heavenly Prison, it's these people. The brawny heavenly human took out a jade talisman and activated it. A few people immediately appeared. It's Lu Ming. It's that bastard Lu Ming. Damn it. No, there's also a demon. There was an uproar. Naturally, there were many surveillance arrays in the Heavenly Prison. It was difficult for Lu Ming to avoid all the surveillance arrays. Why is Lu Ming, that little bastard, hanging out with the demons? Someone wondered. Oh no, did Lu Ming go to the Dark Universe and work with the demons? Someone's expression changed as he guessed. Work with the demons? How is that possible? The demons are being attacked by the ancestral fiend bugs and will soon become our puppets. How could Lu Ming work with the demons? Did the demons leave the Dark Universe? The heavenly human elites at the scene were in a heated discussion. Report. Right at this moment, another heavenly human tribe member flew over rapidly. This time, it was a heavenly human tribe elder. His face was filled with fear, and he looked like he had lost his head out of fear. What's the matter? A Lord of Heaven asked. My lords, I've just received news that the dreamy Heavenly Palace has been breached. The heavenly human's voice trembling. What? Boom! Terrifying auras erupted one after another. Countless experts of the heavenly human tribe erupted with boundless fury. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent and disbelief. The dreamy heavenly palace had been breached? Who did it? In the Eldritch universe, the Heaven Destroyer was besieged, and the demons were being attacked by the ancestral fiend bugs. Their heavenly palace had no opponents. Who else could breach the dreamy heavenly palace? Could it be the quasi-immortal tribe? Who did it? Ye Immortal asked coldly. Everyone could hear the murderous intent in his voice. It's Lu Ming and the demons. A large number of demons. The heavenly human's voice trembled. It's Lu Ming again. And the demons? Where did they come from? Many heaven monarchs roared angrily. It's true. My lords, please take a look. The heavenly human's elder took out a jade talisman and activated it. Immediately, an image appeared. It was the scene of Lu Ming and thousands of demons attacking the dreamy heavenly palace's array. The heavenly human race's members were stunned. It took them a while to react. It's the silver-winged demons and the purple-eyed demons of the 4 royal demon races. Why are they in the Eldritch universe? They're also being attacked by the ancestral fiend bugs. They can't hold on for long with the ancestral fiend blood crystal powder. They don't dare to leave the dark universe. How can they attack the dreamy heavenly palace? Many Lord of Heaven roared. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Quiet down. Suddenly, Ye Immortal's voice sounded. Everyone quieted down. It's useless to complain now. It seems that the ancestral fiend bugs of the purple-eyed demons and the silver-winged demons have been suppressed or eliminated. That's why they can leave the dark universe. The Immortal said, the ancestral fiend bugs have been eliminated? How is that possible? Many heavenly human race's members still couldn't believe it. No matter how unbelievable it is, it's the truth. We have to make the same assumption. The Immortal said, Ancestral Patriarch, what should we do now? What else can we do? Ancestral Patriarch, I suggest that we send out the elites immediately to annihilate those demons and Lu Ming. That's right. We can't ignore the people who escaped from the heavenly prison. We have to send someone to kill them. Some of the heavenly lords said at the same time. It seems that Lu Ming wants to use this method to reduce the pressure on the Heaven Destroyer base and disperse our forces. Lu Ming, I've underestimated you. The Immortal whispered. His voice was extremely cold, and his killing intent was as sharp as a knife. However, he couldn't ignore Lu Ming. The people who escaped from the heavenly prison were wreaking havoc everywhere. They attacked the heavenly palace and killed the heavenly human race. They couldn't ignore it. Besides, Lu Ming and those demons had attacked the dreamy heavenly palace. They couldn't ignore it either. Even if they knew Lu Ming's goal, they still had to send someone to deal with him. Ancestral Patriarch, I suggest that we immediately send out the army to annihilate Lu Ming and those demons. A Lord of Heaven suggested. How many people should we send out? We don't know how many demon masters there are. Another Lord of Heaven said, the Silver Wing race and the Purple Eye race can mobilize about 5,000 demon masters. We have to prepare for all of them to move out. Therefore, I've decided to send 5,000 divine masters to the dreamy heavenly palace first. Don't fight with them first. Let's test their strength first. If they really have 5,000 divine masters, we'll send back the news and come up with other countermeasures. Also, send 2,000 divine masters to kill those who escaped from the heavenly prison. The rest of you continue to attack the Heaven Destroyer base. No matter what, the human king's body is the most important. The Immortal started to give out orders. Yes, the others obeyed. Not long after, 2,000 divine masters set off to kill the experts who escaped from the heavenly prison. 5,000 divine masters went to the dreamy heavenly palace. In this way, the number of experts besieging the Heaven Destroyer base was reduced by 7,000. Originally, the heavenly palace had mobilized about 16,000 divine masters. Together with 7,000 divine masters, there were 23,000 divine masters in total. Now that 7,000 were gone, there were only 16,000 divine masters left. This eased the pressure on the Heaven Destroyer a little. It could hold on for a little longer. How did the demons suppress or get rid of the demon ancestor bugs? Could it be the demon ancestor blood crystal? Ye immortals' eyes lit up. Chapter 4759. Ye immortal immediately thought of the demon ancestor blood crystal. He knew that the only thing that could restrain the demon ancestor bug was the demon ancestor blood crystal. Moreover, he was the one who planned to use the demon ancestor blood crystal to lure the evil demons into the dark universe and trap them there forever. However, he also knew that the demon ancestor blood crystal had a barrier set up by the human sovereign. The evil demons could not get close to it. How did they get the demon ancestor blood crystal? He naturally thought of Lu Ming and the group. However, his understanding of the human king's barrier was far more than that of the demons. The Yi Immortal had obtained the demon ancestor blood crystal by accident. When he got the demon ancestor blood crystal, there was an introduction to the demon ancestor blood crystal that mentioned the human sovereign barrier. Although the human sovereign barrier was mainly used against the evil demons, it also had a strong restraining effect on the servants of the human race. Not only that, but any living thing, including the human race, could not pass through the barrier. It would create a strong pressure. Only a transcender could pass through the barrier and get the demon ancestor blood crystal. However, were there any transcenders in the current primitive universe? Obviously not. Even if Lu Ming has a forbidden body, it is impossible for him to pass through the human sovereign barrier and get the demon ancestor blood crystal. However, without the demon ancestor blood crystal, how did the evil demons suppress or get rid of the demon ancestor bug in their bodies? The immortal fell into deep thought. He did not think that Lu Ming and the others could get the demon ancestor blood crystal. It was almost impossible. No matter how talented Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to pass through the human sovereign barrier. He denied this thought, but it only made him even more puzzled. I should send someone to investigate, Ye Immortal muttered. Then he sent someone to the dark universe to check if the human sovereign barrier was still there. The person he sent out soon received a reply. The human sovereign barrier was still there. It was safe and sound. As for the demon ancestor blood crystal, it was hidden in the box. They could not pass through the barrier. Naturally, they could not see if the demon ancestor blood crystal had been taken away. This made Ye Immortal even more puzzled. After Lu Ming's group left the illusory fantasy Heavenly Palace, they boarded the Een Ruins Devil Castle, intending to leave. The demon castle of Een Ruins broke through the void and entered the dark space. However, not too long later, the ground began to tremble violently. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! An evil demon's howl startled everyone. The people from the Heavenly Palace came so quickly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Obviously, they had been attacked by the cultivators of the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming, Zixian, Yin Kong, and the others were gathered in a large hall. There was a huge bronze mirror in the hall that could reflect the scene outside. Outside the demon fortress of Een Ruins, the void shattered as a violent aura swept out in all directions. In front of the demon castle of Een Ruins, a large number of figures stood in the void. All of them were mighty ones from the Heavenly Palace, and all of them were divine masters. There were a total of 5,000 people. It really is the heavenly human tribe. Now that the laws and profound meanings in the universe ruins have stabilized, it seems that the people from the Heavenly Palace have found a way to set up a wormhole. Lu Ming pondered. In the past, there was no way to open a wormhole in the universe ruins because the laws and profound meanings were chaotic. But now, the situation had changed. For example, when they fought for the human king's body in the Halo world of the 1,000-year battlefield, the space-time spirit rats opened a wormhole there. The cultivators from the Heaven Destroyer relied on the wormhole to return to the Heaven Destroyer's base. Now, the divine masters from the Heavenly Palace could arrive here in just a few days without a wormhole. Heavenly human tribe, very good. Let's go out and fight them. Kill all of them. Kill all of these bastards." Many evil demons roared. The evil demons and the heavenly human tribe had been enemies for generations. Coupled with the incident with the demon ancestor worm, the evil demons' hatred for the heavenly human tribe deepened. Most of the evil demons hated the heavenly human tribe to the core. Now that they saw the heavenly human tribe, many of them wanted to rush out and fight them. "Wait a minute, we don't know how many powerful beings the heavenly human tribe has sent out. Maybe there's an ambush in the dark. Let's retreat for a while and test their strength first." Xianxia said. Xianxia is right. Let's test how many people the heavenly human tribe has sent and see if there's an ambush. Kong said. The evil demons didn't rush out to fight the heavenly human tribe. Instead, they controlled the demon castle of ruins to retreat. Don't let the evil demons get away. Chase them. Kill all the evil demons. Many powerful beings from the heavenly palace yelled and rushed toward the demon castle of ruins. All kinds of attacks were thrown at the demon castle of ruins. However, the demon castle of ruins was very strong with the help of many evil demons. It wouldn't be easy for the heavenly palace to break through the demon castle of ruins. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had crossed a long distance. After such a long distance, they didn't find any other ambush from the heavenly palace. From the beginning to the end, there were only 5,000 people. Obviously, the heavenly human tribe didn't have any powerful beings lying in ambush. At this time, Xianxia, Kong, and the others planned to rush out and fight the heavenly human tribe. "Lu Ming, if you don't stop them and go out to fight the heavenly human tribe, the evil demons won't have enough experts. If they lose their strength, the heavenly palace will be weakened." Bone Demon sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. "No, I want them to kill each other." Lu Ming responded via voice transmission. "Could it be that you already have a plan?" The soul fire in Bone Demon's eye sockets flickered. He knew Lu Ming very well. If Lu Ming said so, he must have a plan. "Yes, but I don't know if it will work." Then Lu Ming told Bone Demon, Xianxia, Dandan, and the Wanshan his plan. The eyes of the four people lit up. "Don't worry, your plan can only succeed. I guarantee that there will be no problems." Hee. Dandan laughed, feeling very pleased with herself, because Dandan would play a crucial role in Lu Ming's plan. "That's good. Let's hope it works. Once it works, the situation will be completely reversed." Lu Ming whispered. Then he said, "Let's go. We'll follow the evil demons and kill as many heavenly human tribe members as possible. Let's go and kill to our heart's content. I can't hold it in anymore." The Wanshan grinned. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Then they followed the evil demons and killed their way out. Kill all the heavenly human bastards. About 5,000 evil demons and demon lords roared. Demonic chi surged into the sky as they charged out of the demon fortress of ruins and toward the heavenly human tribe members. There were 5,000 divine lords on each side. The terrifying attacks collided, and the void in this area was chaotic. Terrifying waves of energy swept out in all directions. The entire galaxy outside the void was instantly destroyed. Countless stars exploded and stars were extinguished. Terrifying cracks were torn open in the boundless void. Countless living beings died in the battle between the two sides. This was the terror of the Divine Lord Army. If it happened in the universe, it would destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 4760. After a few rounds of long-range collisions, the experts from both sides began to fight each other. Swish! A golden spear of light pointed at Lu Ming's forehead. This was a 9th-level god, Lord Heavenly Human. His eyes were cold as he unleashed his strongest attack, wanting to kill Lu Ming in one blow. Seeking death, Lu Ming's eyes chilled as he thrust out his war god spear. However, Lu Ming's spear gleam was faster and more powerful than the other party's spear gleam. Plush! Lu Ming pierced through his opponent's forehead, killing him on the spot. With Lu Ming's current fighting strength, killing a 9th-level God Lord was far too easy. Ordinary Peak God Lords were no match for Lu Ming. Only a top-class Peak God Lord could suppress Lu Ming. For example, the silver-armored Lord of Heaven he had encountered in the Boundless Fiend Abyss. Kill. After killing the other party, the War God Spear swept out and killed another 8th-tier Divine Master Heavenly Human Tribe member. The others were also engaged in battle. Bone Devil and Dandan had both encountered their opponents and were locked in battle. As for Xianxia and Bone Devil, they were unstoppable. After killing several experts in a row, they naturally caught the attention of the other experts. Several Peak God Lord experts charged at Xianxia and Bone Devil. "Leave it to me," Bone Devil roared as he transformed into a bolt of black lightning. His palm was like a demonic saber as he charged forward. Plush! Plush! The two Peak God Lord experts were unable to put up any resistance. Their master-level divine weapons were shattered, and their bodies were torn apart by Bone Devil's palm. The other Peak God Lord expert was so frightened that he immediately retreated. "Leave this person to me. The rest of you go and deal with the others." A cold voice rang out as a burly figure charged towards Gu Mo Klang. Bone Devil exchanged a blow with his opponent, and both of them were forced back. The 100 Battle Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The one who dealt with the Bone Demon just now was one of the 4 strongest Lords of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace, the Lord of Heaven of the 100 Battles. This time, the Heavenly Human Tribe was led by the 2 most powerful Lord of Heaven. One was the Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles, while the other was the Lord of Heaven of Extinction. Just now, the Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles was nearby. When he saw how powerful Bone Devil was, he charged towards Bone Devil. "So what if he's the strongest Lord of Heaven? I'll still kill him." The Bone Demon shouted and charged towards the other party, clashing with the Lord of Heaven. Xianxia and the Lord of Heaven, who is thought to be powerful, began to fight. Lu Ming did not go too far. He stayed beside Wan Shun and Dandan and fought with the Heavenly Human Tribe. After all, Wan Shun and Dandan's cultivation levels were lower. If they encountered a powerful opponent, they would be in danger. He stayed nearby so that he could look after them. The battle was very fierce, and there were experts dying at every moment. These were all almighty existences, the top figures in the universe. Any one of them was a high and mighty figure. One of them could make a tribe prosper and become the top tribe in the universe. On the surface, only the top 100 tribes in the universe had almighty. In reality, there were more than that. Some powerful tribes also had almighty secretly overseeing them. However, the number of tribes with almighty in the universe definitely did not exceed 300. Such a person was completely worthless at this moment. He was constantly being killed and dying. "Retreat, retreat." Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind the Heavenly Palace. Immediately, the Heavenly Palace experts began to retreat in an orderly manner. They did not panic and retreated in an orderly manner. They continued to converge with each other, and their attacks became mainly defensive. The number of demons in the Heavenly Palace were about the same. Their strength was also about the same. If the other party wanted to retreat, the demons could not stop them. After a while, all the Heavenly Palace experts gathered together. They defended and retreated at the same time. The demons chased for a while and could only give up. They were afraid of falling into a trap and being ambushed. In this battle, the evil demons had lost almost 200 demon masters. However, the Heavenly Palace did not fare any better. They had also suffered heavy losses. After a while, the Heavenly Palace people did not attack. The demons wanted to counterattack. They drove the demon fortress of Een ruins and charged forward. The Heavenly Palace people retreated to avoid the demons. "Humph! These heavenly human scum are really cowards. They don't dare to fight us." Some demons sneered. "The Heavenly Palace people do not dare to fight us, but they are not retreating either. I feel that their goal is to delay us. I estimate that their reinforcements will be here soon." Lu Ming said, "Brother Lu, you are right. What should we do next?" Zixian asked. After spending some time together, she knew that Lu Ming was very resourceful. If she had any questions, she would ask Lu Ming first. If we continue to stay here, we may be surrounded by the heavenly palace. This is not good for us. I suggest that we leave here and attack some important places in the heavenly palace, or even other heavenly palaces, Lu Ming said. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Zixian and Yin Kong nodded. Then the demon fortress of Yin Ruins was activated and left the place. The demons left. Damn it. Chase them. We can't let them leave our sight. When our reinforcements arrive, they will die. The heavenly human experts ordered. 4 to 5,000 almighty experts chased after the demon fortress of Yin Ruins. The demons drove the demon fortress of Yin Ruins. Soon, they appeared outside a huge planet. This planet was a resource planet of the heavenly palace. It was more important, and there used to be many experts guarding it. Even now, although there were no more divine masters, there were still many divine emperors. Boom! After the Yin Ruins demon fortress appeared, it directly charged towards the planet. Many Demon Lord Realm demons rushed out and bombarded the planet with attacks. Boom! 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 The planet exploded and lava shot into the sky. The experts of the heavenly palace who were guarding this place were instantly reduced to ashes. In less than a minute, the resource planet was destroyed. The space in the distance cracked. The almighty experts of the heavenly palace also arrived. Seeing this scene, they were furious. Their eyes turned red, and they rushed toward the resource planet. However, the demons who attacked had already returned to the demon fortress of Yin Ruins. The demon fortress of Yin Ruins was activated and left, rushing toward the next important place in the heavenly palace. In the next few days, the demons drove the demon fortress of Yin Ruins and destroyed 7 important places in the heavenly palace. Then, the demon fortress of Yin Ruins rushed in one direction. Oh no, they won't go to the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. We can't let them succeed. Spread the news. Tell the reinforcements to defend the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Attack from the front and back. The experts of the Heavenly Palace shouted. Lu Ming and the others did want to rush to the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. This place was not far from the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. However, when they approached the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace, they realized that something was wrong. Thousands of almighty experts gathered in front of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Obviously, the reinforcements of the Heavenly Palace had arrived. Chapter 4761. In front of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace, there were at least 3,000 almighty from the Heavenly Palace. The demons were naturally not afraid of 3,000 almighty, but they had the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace behind them. They could enter the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace at any time and make use of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace's array. Therefore, it would not be easy to deal with them. Another problem was that the 4,700 almighty were hot on their heels and would form a pincer attack. Therefore, when they saw this situation, the demons suppressed the urge to go out and fight with the Heavenly Palace's almighty. Instead, they controlled the demon castle of Yin Ruins and charged in another direction. Kill them, don't let them escape. Stop them. The Heavenly Palace's almighty behind them immediately charged toward the demon castle of Yin Ruins. The 3,000 almighty from the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace also charged toward the demon castle of Yin Ruins. The 2 Heavenly Palaces' almighty armies added up to almost 8,000 almighty. Their strength was far above the demons. The demons were not stupid enough to stop and fight with the enemy. They kept flying forward. If they saw a planet occupied by the Heavenly Palace, they would attack. Let's split up and chase them. Otherwise, those demons won't stop. The Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles suggested. That's right. One group will chase them while the other group will go around and surround them. Another powerful Lord of Heaven nodded. Immediately, the 2 groups of almighty split up. One group of 3,000 went around in another direction, intending to surround the demons. The other group continued to chase them. With the demons' belligerent nature and their hatred for the heavenly human tribe, They would attack as long as they saw that the other party was not attacking them. Indeed, not long after, another battle broke out. Both sides lost more than 100 Almighty. In the end, another group of Heavenly Palace's Almighty chased after them, and the demons escaped into the demon castle of Een ruins again. The Heavenly Palace's men continued to chase after them. Just like that, a few months went by. During this time, several battles broke out above. Both sides suffered great losses, but the Heavenly Palace's army could not surround the demons. However, in the past few months, the universe had been thrown into chaos. The source was naturally the experts who had escaped from the Imperial prison. This was especially the case for the 9-18 Divine Master Realm powerhouses. They were filled with hatred for the Heavenly Palace, and they carried out crazy revenge. The various bases of the Heavenly Palace in the universe, resource planets, cultivation holy lands, and even important places like the Dream Sky City of Heavenly Palace were attacked. This caused the Heavenly Palace to suffer heavy losses. A large number of godly emperors and those below the godly emperor level were killed, causing a huge commotion in the universe. Not long after, the Heavenly Palace sent out experts to hunt down the escapees. From time to time, great battles between divine masters would break out in various parts of the universe. The starry sky would tremble, and planets would be destroyed. Every race was on tenterhooks. This was especially true for creatures with lower cultivation levels. They were even more terrified because the shock waves caused by the battle between the divine masters were too great. They could easily destroy planets and annihilate creatures. It was unknown how many creatures had been swept into this series of battles. But not long after, an even more explosive news spread through the universe, causing a huge commotion. One of the top 10 races, the Battle Saint tribe, released news that the celestial race was despicable and shameless. For the sake of treasures, they casually acted against the Battle Saint tribe, killing their members. In addition, they even imprisoned the genius of the Battle Saint tribe, Battle God Wuxia, for several years in the Imperial prison, torturing him. Hence, the Battle Saint tribe decided to withdraw from the Heavenly Palace. Before this news was released, those Battle Saint tribe members who had participated in the attack on the Heaven Destroyer base had already silently retreated. After that, the experts of the Battle Saint tribe all entered their mother planet. The entire Battle Saint mother planet moved towards the ruins of the universe. The entire Battle Saint tribe left the starry space and moved to the ruins of the universe. In just a day after the Battle Saint tribe released the news, the Buddha race, Devil race, and Spirit race also released news. Because the Heavenly Palace casually imprisoned their people and even secretly killed them, they decided to leave the Heavenly Palace. Also, like the Battle Saint tribe, they brought their mother planets and entered the ruins of the universe. The moment this news was released, the universe was in an uproar. Out of the top 10 races, 4 of them left the Heavenly Palace and entered the ruins of the universe. This was an unprecedented matter. In this case, including the Quasi-Saint tribe, only 5 of the top 10 races still obeyed the orders of the celestial race. At the same time, the various races felt a chill in their hearts. The celestial race actually did such a thing to the various races in the dark. To think that the various races were still working for the celestial race. Could it be that in the eyes of the celestial race, the various races in the universe were really ants that could be taken away as they wished? Many powerful races had different thoughts. They wanted to learn from the 4 races and enter the ruins of the universe to develop. Now that the universe had undergone such a huge change, the ruins of the universe were no longer deathly silent. The laws and profundities were no longer in chaos. On the contrary, it had become a cultivation holy land that was many times better than the starry space of the past. Now, if they could occupy a place and obtain an opportunity, they might be able to rise up in the future. Outside the Heaven Destroyer base, a towering wave of anger enveloped it. Damn it, lowly ants, they actually dared to betray us. They are simply courting their own deaths. Many Lord of Heaven of the celestial race roared angrily. Humph! The Battle Saint tribe, Buddhist race, Devil race, and Spirit race only dare to be so arrogant because they think that we are too busy to deal with them. I suggest that we immediately send out an army to annihilate these 4 races. A relatively strong and calm Lord of Heaven said. I also suggest that, otherwise, these ants will think that the celestial race is easy to bully. Xianxia also said coldly. In the end, everyone's gaze turned to the Yi Immortal. The final decision was still made by the Yi Immortal. The Yi Immortal frowned slightly. If they sent out experts to kill the 4 races, the military strength of the Heaven Destroyer base would be reduced again. They had already sent out 10,000 Divine Masters. If they wanted to deal with the 4 races, they would need to send out at least 2,000 Divine Masters. The 4 races have been operating for many years. Moreover, they were on their respective mother planets with layers of formations. It wouldn't be that easy to break through. They would need to send out several times more combat power. It was the same when they broke through the Dragon race's mother planet. If they sent out another few thousand Divine Masters, the military strength of the Heaven Destroyer base would be even weaker. There would only be about 10,000 Divine Masters left, and it would drag on for even longer. The Yi Immortal didn't want to see the situation change if they delayed. How long had it been since they attacked the Heaven Destroyer base? So many unforeseen events had already occurred. Who knew what would happen if they continued to drag on? The most important thing was to obtain the body of the human king. As long as they defeated the Heaven Destroyer base, they could easily destroy the Battle Saint tribe and the other races. Report. At this moment, someone came to report with an ugly expression. What's the matter? The Yi Immortal asked. Old ancestor, something bad has happened. We just received news that a force has appeared in the depths of the universe ruins. It is occupying a large amount of land in the universe ruins. The messenger reported. Chapter 4762. As soon as the news came out, the scene was in an uproar. The heavenly human race's experts' anger had yet to subside, but now it was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. A force? Which force is so bold? Don't they know that the ruins of the universe belong to our heavenly palace now? A Lord of Heaven shouted angrily. According to the news, it's the quasi-saint race. The messenger replied, What? Quasi-saint race? You damned ant! How dare you? Trying to fish in troubled waters again. Aren't they afraid of being annihilated? The heavenly human race's experts were stunned at first. Then they shouted angrily. Only the Yi Immortal was calm, as if he had already known about it. The quasi-saint race has indeed made their move. The Yi Immortal whispered. Old ancestor, let's do it. Send out the army and destroy the quasi-saint race in one fell swoop. At the same time, we'll deal with the Battle Saint tribe and the Buddhist race. Someone suggested. The Yi Immortal raised his hand, and everyone quieted down. Don't worry about these races for now. The human king's body is the key. Continue to focus on attacking the Heaven Destroyer's base. As long as we get the human king's body and find the human king's heart, we'll be able to sweep through the ages. These small races are nothing to worry about. The Yi Immortal ordered. Many heavenly human races experts hesitated. They were unwilling to do so because it was too shameful. If they didn't send people to suppress their betrayal, wouldn't they be laughed at? Wouldn't the other races be even more daring? This is an order, the Yi Immortal said coldly. Everyone had no choice but to accept the order. Also pass down the order. Activate the 4 heavenly palaces and other important places and move them toward the ruins of the universe. In the future, the ruins of the universe will be our foundation. The starry sky of the universe is just a small place. The Yi Immortal continued to instruct. Yes, everyone accepted the order and quickly started to spread the news. After a period of time, the heavenly palace started to move. The 4 heavenly palaces and important places like the Illusion Heavenly City began to move toward the ruins of the universe. When the news spread, the various races of the universe was even more shocked. Not long after, The news reached Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming revealed a smile. To him, this was undoubtedly good news. The withdrawal of the Battle Saint tribe, Buddha race, Devil Ancestor and Spirit race would undoubtedly weaken the strength of the Heavenly Palace. Each of the top 10 clans had at least 100 divine masters, and some clans even had close to 200. Now that they had left, the number of divine masters in the Heavenly Palace had decreased significantly. As a result, the Heaven Destroyer base was able to hold on for a longer period of time, and the Quasi-Saint tribe's attack would also bring great pressure to the Heavenly Palace. The Quasi-Saint race naturally didn't make a move to support the Heaven Destroyer. It was only for their own benefits. Now, the ruins of the universe were about to become a holy land for cultivation. All sorts of divine medicines and all sorts of heavenly treasures were being nurtured. It was about to become a holy land for cultivation. It would be a place that all the major powers would fight for in the future. Only by occupying the ruins of the universe would they be able to borrow the vast amount of resources here in the future to continuously produce experts and rise rapidly. The Quasi-Saint race must have also seen this point and thus made a move. However, it was also a good thing for the Heaven Destroyer. The more chaotic the universe was, the better. The more chaotic it was, the more chances the Heaven Destroyer would have. If no other powers intervened, the Heavenly Palace could attack the Heaven Destroyer with peace of mind. The destruction of the Heaven Destroyer was only a matter of time. The demon castle of Een ruins continued to fight with the Heavenly Palace's army. In the depths of the ruins of the universe, there was a huge group of continental fragments. There were a total of 50 continental fragments in this area. Among them, 49 continental fragments surrounded the largest continental fragment in the middle. These continental fragments were covered with arrays. When the arrays were activated, the surroundings became misty, and this group of continental fragments was hidden in the void, making it difficult to discover. This was the base of the Quasi-Saint tribe, the headquarters of the Quasi-Saint tribe. The Quasi-Saint tribe had always been hiding in the ruins of the universe. Moreover, the continental fragment they occupied wasn't dead and was full of vitality. Moreover, the surrounding arrays had been modified by the ancestors of the Quasi-Saint tribe and were isolated from the outside world. Even in the past, the laws and profundities weren't chaotic. For countless years, the Quasi-Saint tribe had been flourishing here. They rarely appeared in the starry sky of the universe. Therefore, their numbers were extremely small and they were extremely mysterious. At this moment, in the largest continental fragment in the middle, a large hall was filled with people. These were the experts of the Quasi-Saint tribe. Most of them were peak almighty existences. Xianxia, the peerless genius of the Quasi-Saint tribe, sat high on the main seat and looked down at the experts. In the era of the Origin Tribulation, the Origin Realm experts had all sealed themselves. Almighty was the peak. As the most talented person of the Quasi-Saint tribe and the son of the Patriarch, Xianxia naturally became the temporary leader of the Quasi-Saint tribe. Young Master, now that we have occupied 20% of the explored area, do we still need to send troops? A peak almighty celestial tribe elder asked Xianxia. The ruins of the universe were vast and boundless. It was much larger than the starry sky of the universe. Even after countless years, only 1/3 of the explored area had been explored. 20% of the explored area was an unimaginably large territory. It was much larger than the starry sky of the universe, and there were countless continental fragments. It was enough for the Quasi-Saint tribe to reproduce. No, it's not enough. Continue to send troops and occupy more territory. Xianxia said, Young Master, if we continue, I'm afraid the Celestial tribe will counterattack. Another peak almighty from the Quasi-Saint tribe said with a worried expression, Don't be afraid. In the eyes of the Celestial tribe, the human king's physical body is the most important. They will definitely concentrate their forces to attack the Heaven Destroyer station. They won't be in the mood to attack us. Also, if we want to revive the supreme existence of our tribe, we need more resources. Therefore, we must occupy more territory and obtain more resources. When the supreme expert of our tribe is revived, the celestial tribe can be easily exterminated. Xianxia said with determination and confidence. Of course, we don't need to overdo it. Just occupy 50% of the explored area. Xianxia continued to instruct. Yes, the quasi-saint tribe experts received the order and continue to send troops to occupy more territory. This made the celestial tribe experts even angrier. Insatiable greed. The quasi-saint tribe is really insatiable. They should be exterminated. They should be killed. When the traitors are exterminated, the quasi-saint tribe will be exterminated. Many celestial tribe experts roared. However, Lu Ming and the demons of the Purple Eye and Silver Wing races gave them more headaches. During this period of time, the Heavenly Palace had lost about 500 almighties because of the encirclement of Lu Ming and the others. This made them feel heartache. These were 500 almighties, not divine emperors. Nurturing one almighty required a lot of resources. Although the demons' losses were not small, could the demons' lives be compared to the celestial tribes? Chapter 4763. In the eyes of the heavenly human race, no matter how many demons died, they couldn't compare to them. However, Lu Ming and this group of demons would continue to harass and attack them if they didn't eliminate them. Even if the 4 Heavenly Palace experts moved to the ruins of the universe, it was useless. They would still attack them. Just the illusory Heavenly Palace being breached was already a disastrous loss. All the treasures inside, as long as they had a bit of value, were swept clean. The experts of the dreamy Heavenly Palace almost vomited blood. However, if they continued to fight, the losses would be too great. Were they going to exchange 5,000 divine masters for 5,000 demon masters? They couldn't bear to do that. How many divine masters did the heavenly human race have? Therefore, the heavenly human race experts all suggested to the immortal to withdraw the heavenly human race experts and let the demons fight. Use demons to deal with demons. The heavenly human race experts withdrew to attack the Heaven Destroyer base. They only needed a few heavenly human race experts to control the demon masters to attack the Silver Wing and Purple Eye demons. This was an exchange of lives. The ones who died would be demons. It wouldn't be a loss to the heavenly human race. In any case, there were nearly 7,000 demon masters outside the Heaven Destroyer base. There were also some demon masters left in the Dark Universe. Together, they would be more than enough to deal with Lu Ming and the others. In this way, even if they couldn't completely eliminate Lu Ming and the others, they could at least delay them. The heavenly human race would focus on attacking the Heaven Destroyer base. After destroying the Heaven Destroyer, it would be very easy to concentrate on dealing with Lu Ming and the others. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Withdraw the heavenly human race experts and lead the demons to kill Lu Ming and the others. Also, gather all the demon masters that can be brought out of the Dark Universe to kill Lu Ming and the Silver Wing and Purple Eye demons. Ye Immortal ordered. After the order was passed down, they immediately started to move. 5,000 of the 7,000 demon masters immediately set off to surround Lu Ming and the others. Outside the Heaven Destroyer base, there were only about 5,000 divine masters and demon masters left in the Heavenly Palace. The strength of the attack was greatly reduced. However, the Heaven Destroyer didn't know about this. They thought that this was some kind of ploy by the heavenly human tribe, so they naturally didn't dare to send anyone to attack. Meanwhile, the celestial race plundered the Dark Universe and gathered another 2,000 or so demon masters to attack. They joined forces with the previous 5,000 demon masters, making a total of 7,000 demon masters. They charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Including the purple-eyed and silver-winged races, there were about 14,000 demon masters in the Dark Universe. This was a huge force that was not much weaker than the Heavenly Palace's power. If it weren't for the internal strife between the four demon races, they might have been able to break out of the encirclement of the heavenly human tribe. When the 7,000 demon masters caught up to the Een Ruins demon fortress, the celestial race's 7,500 divine masters all retreated back to the Heaven Destroyer base and continued to attack the Heaven Destroyer base. Only the 7,000 demon masters were left behind to chase after Lu Ming and the others. Damn it, despicable heavenly human tribe. They want us to kill each other. Some demons roared. After seeing that their opponents were demons, the purple-eyed and silver-winged demons hesitated. If they went out and fought with the other demons, it would only weaken the demons and benefit the celestial race. Unfortunately, those demons were completely corrupted by the demon ancestral worms and became the puppets of the celestial race. Under the orders of the celestial race, they only knew how to attack crazily and were not afraid of death. However, seeing this scene, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The plan is halfway to success. Lu Ming smiled. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted to see. His goal was to make the celestial race send demons to attack them. Therefore, when the demons fought with the celestial race, he didn't stop them. Instead, he supported the demons. Because only by continuously fighting and causing the celestial race to suffer great losses would the celestial race feel heartache and send demons to attack them. Lu Ming immediately gathered Xianxia, Yin Kong, and the others for a meeting. Everyone, our chance to turn defeat into victory has finally arrived. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Turn defeat into victory with the current situation? How can we turn defeat into victory? Xianxia and Yin Kong couldn't help but ask, full of doubts. The ones fighting with us now are the demons. As long as we get rid of the demon ancestral worms in their bodies, victory will be ours, won't it? Lu Ming asked with a smile. If we can get rid of the demon ancestral worms in their bodies, they will definitely hate the celestial race after being treated like this. They will definitely attack the celestial race crazily. Then, we can indeed turn defeat into victory. However, it's not that easy to get rid of the demon ancestral worms in their bodies. They have to be soaked in water that contains the energy of the demon ancestral blood crystal for more than half an hour. If we sprinkle the water with the energy of the demon ancestral blood crystal on them, the celestial race will order them to leave immediately. It won't work at all. Xianxia said. That's right. Unless we can fix them in one place and pour out a large amount of water that contains the energy of the demon ancestral blood crystal and let them soak in it for more than half an hour. No, they will be completely corroded. It will take at least an hour. How can we do that? You have to understand that they are all divine masters. They can't set up a temporary formation that is so powerful that it can trap 7,000 divine masters. Yin Kong added. Lu Ming nodded. What Xianxia and Yin Kong said was reasonable. The current universe lacked formations that could deal with divine masters and above. The formations that could defend against divine masters have been strengthened over countless years and countless years. Only by combining all kinds of formations together would they have such an effect. For example, the mother planets of various races, the Heavenly Palace, and the Heaven Destroyer Station. It wasn't easy to set up a formation that could trap divine masters in a short time because they didn't have such a high-level formation, let alone one that could trap 7,000 fiend masters. Don't worry about that. We have a way. Lu Ming immediately told them about the 1,000 transformation ruins. He also said that Dandan could control the formations in the 1,000 transformation ruins. The 1,000 transformation ruins was left behind by a powerful formation in the last era. There were all kinds of formations left, so there was no lack of formations that could trap enemies. As long as they lured the 7,000 fiend masters to the 1,000 transformation ruins, they could trap them in a certain area and pour in water that contained the energy of the demon ancestral blood crystal to get rid of the demon ancestral worms. There's actually such a place. Xianxia and Yin Kong's eyes lit up. Now, as long as you lend me the demon ancestral blood crystal, it will be enough, Lu Ming said. As for the water, he didn't lack it all. There was a complete fragment of a continent in the ancient Desolation Ring. There were all kinds of large lakes. Some of the lakes had a radius of tens of millions of miles and were boundless. In addition, the Heavenly Star Continent was also kept in the ancient Desolation Ring. There were all kinds of large lakes on it, so it didn't lack water at all. That's easy. Xianxia nodded and waved her hand. The demon ancestral blood crystal flew towards Lu Ming. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.